Chapter 3:16. After the Heavenly Master Manner's external surname Qi Xuanjun ascended, Mount Longhu rarely had a grand occasion where the four great Heavenly Masters gathered together. Even when the butcher Su Shao led several thousand iron cavalry to the foot of the mountain, the number one of the Longhu Hope generation, Zhao Shi, still didn't break out of seclusion. Of the 36,000 great heavenly cycle rituals of Xiangfan, only 2 of the 4 great heavenly masters went. In the past 20 years, Zhao Danping became the prime minister of Qing Ci in the capital. Together with Yue minister Zhao Danxia, the north and south reflected each other's splendor, meeting even less than they were apart. The imperial college's left chancellor Huan Wen and the current court's grand secretary Zhang Julu came from the same sect, their Tao and politics aligned, the two were as close as brothers. However, on one matter, their opinions differed. Everyone knew that Grand Secretary Zhang only respected Confucianism, belittled Buddhism and Taoism, while Huan Wen, who came from an orthodox Confucian background, greatly respected Elder Huang's tranquility. In the capital, he had a deep friendship with Zhao Danping. Even though Zhao Danping was 1,000 li away from the Heavenly Master Manor, he still commanded Mount Longhu's rules and precepts, as well as the 2 great sections. Outside, Zhao Danxia commanded the world's Tao sects, but internally, he only symbolically disciplined the teachings. As for the cultivation arts, in name, it was commanded by the old Heavenly Master Zhao Shi, but in reality, it was handed over to several people of the Jing generation to handle the specific matters. Zhao family's clan relative Zhao Jingchen was in charge of receiving guests at the manor gate. Bai Yu, who was bestowed with the purple title by the Son of Heaven, was in charge of theory and debate, frequently opening forums to preach. Qi Xianxia, who was also an external Taoist like Sir White Lotus, was in charge of sword training, occasionally passing on sword techniques to Taoists of the Jing generation and below. The various branches of the Celestial Master Residence were connected by the same breath and branch. They each enjoyed their own glory and complemented each other. That was why Mount Longhu was enjoying such a glorious time today. On the west side of the Jade Emperor Hall in the main hall of the Taoist Master Residence, there was a long corridor of ancient tablets. One of them was a large green jade tablet that was 30 feet tall. It was moved here and erected by the 4th generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grandmaster. The tablet was inscribed with the words, "Purple Cloud Blessed Land." It was rumored that the tablet was the same as the tablet of "Enjoying the Blessings of the Land Alone" in Mount Hui. At this moment, a Taoist wearing a noble yellow Taoist robe was standing on top of the tablet. He was looking at the snowfield of Mount Hui with a face full of anger. At the foot of the tablet, there were 3 old Taoists who were dressed in their own unique style. The oldest had snow-white hair, sandals, and clean socks. He was only wearing an ordinary white Taoist robe. It was not very eye-catching, but at least he was wearing an ethereal alchemist's cloak, which vaguely gave him the aura of immortality. The second oldest Taoist was much more sloppy. He wore a thick green cotton robe that was stained with stains, as if he was afraid of the cold. He wore a pair of thick-soled warm shoes and a cotton cloth wrapped around his legs. It made people wonder how this old Taoist was qualified to stand in the inner residence of the Taoist Master Residence. The last one was frightening. Not only was his inner robe yellow, but he also wore a purple robe. It was extremely luxurious and noble. The direct descendants of the Taoist Master Residence could wear yellow, which was the case for Zhao Jingchen and Zhao Ningyun. There were very few honorable Taoist masters in Mount Longhu who could wear purple, and Bai Yu belonged to this category. As for the Taoist master who could wear yellow and purple, there was no doubt that there was only one Taoist master, Zhao Danxia. The 4 Taoist masters with the same surname as the emperor, Zhao Shi, who had spent most of his life in seclusion trying to break through, Zhao Shituan, who was talented but indifferent, Zhao Danxia, who was the leader of Taoism, and Zhao Danping, who was good at writing poetry, finally met. The strange phenomenon on the snowy plains of Mount Zhaoyao fell into the eyes of the Taoist masters. It was Zhao Danping who stopped Li Chuangong's sword of prophecy from flying out of its sheath. It was also Zhao Danping who asked the old god of swords to return the sword. After hearing the reply, Zhao Danping was furious, while Zhao Shituan laughed uncontrollably. Zhao Danxia and his father, Zhao Shi, looked at each other and smiled. When Zhao Shituan was young, he was not close to his nephew, Zhao Danping. He always felt that this child was not likable since young. He was gloomy and did not have the magnanimity of a descendant of the surname Zhao. Therefore, the old Taoist master did not hide his preference for Zhao Danxia. Zhao Shituan and Zhao Danping could be said to be the nemesis of fate. Although they were closely related by blood, they did not have a good expression when they met. This time, Zhao Danping left the capital to return home mostly to discuss with his brother how to deal with the latest political affairs of the imperial court. The empire's territory was restructured, and the original 24 districts of Taoism would have to follow suit and make changes. Moreover, after the position of Monksheng was established, Chongxian Bureau was very likely to leave Honglu Temple. The battle between Buddhism and Taoism, the battle of doctrines, and the battle of fate was on the surface. They could not be careless at all. A small part of the reason was that the Crown Prince of Beiliang had arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain. In addition, the King of Beiliang, Su Shao, had caused a huge commotion in the capital. Zhao Danping did not have a good impression of Su at all. It was possible that he did not have the intention to return to the Taoist master's residence to punish the young crown prince. Zhao Shituan said impatiently, "Zhao Danping, why are you still standing on the stone tablet of your ancestor? Li Chungang did not want to talk to you. It's useless even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Why don't you use your flying sword and fight with Li Chungang on the snow field? I'll do my best to cheer for you." Zhao Danping snorted coldly and floated down from the stone tablet. Leaping over the top of the tablet was not appropriate. At that time, he was angry at Li Chuangong's rude and unreasonable methods, so he did not care about his identity. Now that he had calmed down, Zhao Danping did not insist. Zhao Shi, who had been disturbed by Xianyuan Jingqing's forced breakthrough, put his hands in his sleeves and lamented, "This person risked his life to enter the demigod realm. It's really a pity. If he was willing to take it step by step, there's a chance that he could really ascend." Zhao Danxia, who had the most celestial aura, nodded and said, "After this battle, Hui Mountain's luck has been completely destroyed." Zhao Shi's face was full of sorrow. There's no door to misfortune, only man can summon it. The warning of the ancients must not be ignored. Dragon Tiger Mountain should take this as a warning. Danping. Chapter 317. Although Zhao Danping's temperament was extreme, but her martial arts skill, intelligence and talent were all first class in the present age. After hearing her father's rebuke, her original intention to argue with her uncle Zhao Shituan immediately dissipated. She calmed her heart and concentrated her spirit. Immediately the sharpness in her heart disappeared. She no longer showed any sign of wanting to compete with Li Chungang. The Taoist master mansion had been passed down for 1,600 years. Most of the time, it was passed down from father to son. If the Taoist master had no children, he would be succeeded by his brothers and nephews. There was no precedent of a woman taking over. The previous sect leader, Zhao Shizi, had no children. Back then, it was either his younger brother Zhao Shituan, his nephew Zhao Danxia, or Zhao Danping who took over the Qingji capital skill seal, the luck-suppressing sword, and the Titan Emperor scripture. Back then, the sect leader's opinion was not unanimous. Back on the mountain, there was an old ancestor of virtue and prestige who wanted Zhao Shituan to take over the responsibility. Zhao Shituan simply ran away from the mountain and went to Jianghu to live a carefree life. He said that it was better to pass on the legacy to Danxia than to him. That was how Zhao Danxia became the sect leader. The Taoist Master Mansion's Taoist Master Mansion was far from being the Taoist Master Mansion's Taoist Master Mansion. The latter had been recognized as the ancestral court of Southern Taoism for 500 years. After the death of Wang Zhongluo, Mount Wudang was just a Taoist master mansion. In the eyes of many Taoists on Mount Longhu, it was just a Taoist master mansion. How could it be compared to the Taoist master mansion? Fortunately, the Taoist master mansion improved under Zhao Danxia's leadership and became the leader of all Taoism in the world. Zhao Danping, who originally wanted to establish his own sect under the feet of the emperor, finally bowed his head. That was why his father, Zhao Shi, said that there was no blessing or disaster. Zhao Danping said coldly that Li Chungang returning to the realm of Sword Immortal is a great feat, but he borrowed 1,000 swords from Mount Longhu on the snowfield. If this spreads out, where will the Taoist master mansion's face go? Zhao Danxia smiled softly and said, "Face is lost on Danxia. Let Danping pick it up in Beijing. Capable people do more work. Big brother, please excuse me. Big brother, you're such a scoundrel. What are you doing?" Zhao Danping said helplessly. Her tone was no longer inflexible and stiff. After leaving Mount Longhu for so many years, how could it be that simple to write a poem by the emperor's side? After encountering many coincidences and comprehending the heavenly Tao, he was able to break through 100 armors with his horsetail whisk and compete with the black-robed monk Yang Taiji. Zhao Danping's personality gradually became more flexible. She was no longer as fierce as she was in the prime of her life, wanting to take others down with her at every turn. If it was more than 10 years ago, Zhao Danping would have already gone to Mount Hui to find trouble with Li Chungang. Mysteriously, the harmonious atmosphere in the Taoist master mansion today was largely due to Zhao Jingxi, who had a son in her later years. This child was ranked at the end of the Jing generation. Her talent in martial arts was mediocre, but she had the advantage of being as honest as jade. She was a junior who loved to express her feelings and was not scheming at all. Even the eccentric Zhao Shituan, who did not see eye to eye with Zhao Jingxi, would have to smile knowingly when he met Zhao Jingxi. Everyone in the Taoist master mansion liked to joke about some of Zhao Jingxi's embarrassing moments. What was even rarer was the few most outstanding people in the Taoist master mansion who did not share the same surname. For example, Bai Yu and Qi Xianxia had gotten along well with Zhao Jingxi since they were young. The female Taoist nun who cultivated on the mountain was also happy to tease this Taoist master mansion's Xinghuang. Even the female Taoist nun who was just a young girl dared to make fun of him. The old Taoist master Zhao Shituan said that Zhao Danping's greatest merit and ability in this life was giving birth to such a son. Zhao Jingxi's biggest characteristic was that he was absent-minded. He would often be chatting with others one moment and then be in a daze the next. The people on the mountain were most afraid of him reading and looking for answers because no matter how thin the book was, he could read thousands of strange questions. Even the chief, Zhao Danxia, who was a patient elder, could be questioned to the point of being angry. Mr. White Lotus, who had hurt his eyes from reading, was not inferior to Zhao Danxia. He mocked himself for having 3 fears in life: afraid of thunder, afraid of walking, and afraid of Zhao Jingxi's questions. It was obvious how powerful Zhao Jingxi's questions were. Zhao Shituan clicked his tongue and said, "Old Manly has returned to the peak of the sword Dao. It is highly likely that he will have a battle with Wang Xinji." Zhao Shi stroked his beard and smiled. "It seems that the battle with Dong Tai will happen in the future." Zhao Danxia and Zhao Danping looked at each other and smiled. The 2 elders in the family were of the same generation as Li Chungang and Wang Xinji. Naturally, they had ulterior motives regarding Li Chunggang's entering into the celestial realm. With their high realm and status, it was difficult for them to find something to take a break from their busy lives except for concentrating on cultivating and attaining immortality and paying attention to the fate of Taoism. The Taoist master was unattainable to the common people. However, in the Taoist master residence, the Taoist master Zhao's clan, it was not much. After all, they were a family. It was the common view of a descendant looking at an elder. Zhao Shi waved his hand and said, Dan Ping, go ahead and tell Dan Xiao about the important matters. It was not easy for me to climb out of the coffin and take a breather. I want to chat with your uncle. Zhao Danxia and Zhao Danping received the order and left the steel corridor. Zhao Shi looked at his brother and said sadly, every time we meet, we get old. Shituan, I don't know how many times I can see you in this life. Zhao Shituan said angrily, you're so pretentious. If you don't go into seclusion, I'll see you every day and throw up when I see you. Zhao Shi shook his head and said, Wang Zhonglo has cultivated the big yellow court, but I still can't ascend the Jade Emperor Tower that the old ancestor pointed out. I'm ashamed to face the ancestors. Zhao Shituan said angrily, you don't have the face to face the ancestors because you can't ascend the Jade Emperor Tower and become a celestial. Then won't I anger the ancestors to the point that they have to ascend to the mortal world? Zhao Shi smiled and said, let's not talk about this. How's your disciple's realm? Zhao Shituan smiled and gave a thumbs up like a naughty child, this. When do you go down the mountain? After defeating Qi Xuanzhen's black tiger, you can go down the mountain. Good. Zhao Shi nodded and said, but then he was a little worried, in the last decennial debate on Lotus Peak, because the white-robed monk was busy, he didn't attend. Our Dao sect also had a hard time winning. If it wasn't for Baiyu turning the tide, we might not have won. I heard that the two Zen temples this time was very strange. Not only did Li Dongxin and a few other virtuous eminent monks not take part in the debate, they even let a little monk represent the two Zen temples. That's right, Baiyu mentioned that this little monk came to the Celestial Master residence with a young lady. Baiyu said that the little monk is very intelligent. In the future, his achievements will be high and he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Dongxin. Zhao Shituan said with a headache, I can't be bothered to worry about this. It's just a battle of words. It's boring to sit on Lotus Peak for a few days and nights under the sun. If it's not suffering, what is it? In the end, it's just a quarrel. There's nothing to be proud of even if we win. Zhao Shi said worriedly, it's not a big deal at first. If we win, we win. We'll just take it as winning some face for our Dao sect. But now the imperial court's arrangement is very mysterious. It's like casting a wide net. If we win, it's fine. If we lose, the fate of the three sects will increase or decrease. Zhao Shituan said heartlessly, if the elder ancestor didn't say something about making a small bet with someone, there wouldn't be this trouble. Brother, do you know who the elder ancestor is betting with? What's the bet? What's the bet? Zhao Shi hesitated and said softly, I only know that it's a bet between people with the same surname. They're betting on who will ascend later. The bet is a seal for a seal. The laziest Zhao Shituan felt a headache, only the elder ancestor likes to mess around. If he was willing to ascend to immortality with Qi Xuanzhen back then, Qi Xuanzhen would have turned into a rainbow in broad daylight and I, Zhao Shituan, would have ascended on a crane. Zhao Shi smiled and said nothing. Zhao Shituan laughed, actually, I know what the elder ancestor is thinking. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain is known to have a great immortal attaining Dao every 100 years. It's our fault for being so disappointing. If the elder ancestor had ascended earlier and no one attained immortality in the next 50 years, we would have lost a lot of face. I guess that's why he decided to bet with that person on who will ascend later. Zhao Shi stared and said, watch your words. Chapter 318. For some reason, Su Fengnian didn't walk into the treasure-filled bull descent. He just sat on the steps under the eaves, with his brother Su Longxiang and maid Blue Bird standing behind him. His Royal Highness muttered to himself, and Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't hear him clearly. Of course, she couldn't guess that this Beiliang heir was moaning and groaning. After leaving Liangzhou, first the red armor talisman reappeared in Jianghu, then the sword crown and sword attendant of the Wu family's sword tomb inexplicably blocked the way, not to mention the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, who wanted to take away the head. Then, Chao Chongqing took away Jiang Ni in Gangnam-do and continued eastward. At Quanglu Mountain, he even met Zhao Huangchao, who was in the celestial being's astral body state. When he finally reached the Daoda's Longhu Mountain, there were Confucian saints and sword immortals in the great snow plains. Su Fingnian believed that he was diligent in practicing his saber, but any one of these guys didn't even have the qualifications to fight to the death. That kid Wenhua said that there was no reason to always be attacked in Jianghu, but when he met these guys, he had no choice but to be attacked. At this moment, Su Fingnian finally understood why the bull rider was as timid as a mouse. It was right not to go down the mountain. With Hong Shixiang's identity, going down the mountain so easily was like carrying a large signboard with the words, "Come and hit me," written on it. This Jianghu's experts had their own experts to deal with. A Vajra realm martial artist seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted, but what if a Finger Xian realm martial artist found him an eyesore? A Finger Xian realm expert was awe-inspiring, but a heavenly image realm thousand-year tortoise would come out of the pond to teach him a lesson. Was a heavenly image realm invincible enough? Didn't Xianyuan Dandan study for his grandson Xianyuan Jingqing and become an earth immortal? After 100 years of hard work, he didn't even leave behind a handful of ashes, let alone a complete corpse. Su Fingnian lay on the ground, sighing again and again. Jianghu was dangerous. Xianyuan Qingfeng waited for a long time, but Royal Highness didn't return. Finally, he said impatiently, "Your Highness won't enter bold descent? The things here are too dirty, Qingfeng will definitely not take anything away. Your Highness can take whatever you want." Su Fingnian still did not respond. After a long while, an unfamiliar young girl walked out of the mansion. She had the same demeanor as the young man who had previously delivered the brocade pouch. She said softly, "First Master instructed this servant to deliver a brocade pouch if your Highness does not submit to the bowl." Su Fingnian finally regained his senses. He rolled his eyes and said, "Are you done yet?" While muttering to himself, he hastily took the brocade pouch and opened it to take a look. He waited until the young girl had walked back to Yunyu town before whispering to Xianyuan Qingfeng, "Your father said that there's a treasure house in Yunyu town. The door was made by the Mahist school of Shangyin Academy and is indestructible. The male and female Jiao salamanders are the inner and outer rings. If you want to enter, you have to drip a drop of blood into the male Jiao salamander's mouth. The male Jiao salamander will then drill through the door and swim through the mechanism to meet the female Jiao salamander. If your Xianyuan bloodline is broken, won't no one be able to open it?" Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. "What do you want, Your Highness?" "To tell you the truth, the male Jiao salamander died last year. I went to Yunjin Mountain to look for a new one, but I couldn't find one. Since the young prince is studying at Mount Longhu, I believe Your Highness must have a good relationship with the Taoist Master's mansion. I heard that the Taoist Master's mansion raises several Jiao salamanders in the Dragon Pond. Your Highness might as well ask for one of them to be given to Mount Huishan. The treasure house can be considered a reward from the Xianyuan family for Your Highness's hard work in coming to the mountain." Xianyuan Qingfeng's face was filled with mockery as he spoke. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of himself. He had clearly taken advantage of his Royal Highness' weakness when he used the old god of swords to say, "Fart," to the Taoist Master's mansion. Su Fingnian, who was lying on the ground, cast a sidelong glance at Xianyuan Qingfeng. He said lazily, "What? You think I don't dare to ask for a Jiao salamander? If the Taoist Master's mansion isn't willing to give it to me, then I'll snatch it. If I can't snatch it, then I'll steal it. If I can't steal it, then I'll talk nicely and beg for it." Xianyuan Qingfeng's lips curled into a subtle arc as he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Your Highness doesn't bother with trifles when doing things. In the future, you will inherit the title of Northern Liang King. As long as you use this method to deal with the Northern Mang dynasty, you will definitely be able to achieve victory and leave your name in history." Su Fingnian stood up, pretending not to hear the mockery in her voice. "I'll take your auspicious words." Su Fengnian then changed his expression and smiled warmly. "Not only does the brocade pouch say that there are several items in the treasure house that can catch my eye, it also says that there's an item outside the armory that's even more precious than an entire mountain. It asks me to treasure it well." The words on the brocade pouch are, "Far in the horizon, yet close in front of you." Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Su Fengnian laughed heartily and jumped down the steps. "Silly girl, your father is willing to give you to me. Besides, even if he's willing to give you to me, I'm not willing to accept you. You don't have any breasts or buttocks, and you're always wearing a bitter face. You can see female ghosts when you look in the mirror." Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at Su Fengnian's back with a complicated expression. As they approached the edge of the snowfield, Bluebird whispered, "Young master." Su Fengnian had a telepathic connection with her and knew what she was thinking. He smiled and explained, "It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for Xianyuan Qingfeng, but this woman won't listen to your kind words. If you really want to confide in her, I'm sure she'll treat your kind intentions as ill intent. If you really think I covet her beauty or her family fortune, wouldn't I die of injustice?" Ignoring the gloomy Xianyuan Qingfeng, His Royal Highness had just ascended the snowfield when he saw a large group of people kneeling in front of him. There were no less than 30 people. Su Fengnian only needed to think for a moment to realize what was going on. He held down Xiao Chunlei and looked down at them with a smile. "Oh, you all know how to sail according to the wind. You're in a hurry to serve me so you can go to Beiliang and ride roughshod over them. This matter is fine, but I'll say the ugly words first. If you really have some ability, I won't send you away like your beggars. I don't care if you used to be a wanted criminal or a thief. My rice bowl is very big. Not to mention a few dozen people, even a few hundred people will be full. However, if you don't have any ability and want to eat and drink for free, I don't care if you're a guest of Mount Hui or some martial arts hero from which path, scram. Once you're caught, I'll take your heads to the authorities to exchange for some money." Most of the Jianghu people who relied on Mount Hui were stunned. Wasn't this Beiliang heir a bit too ignorant and incompetent? How could his words be more straightforward than a thief? At that moment, a dozen or so fence-sitters stood up cautiously and tried to change their minds and leave. Half of these people were proud and arrogant and didn't want to be bullied. The other half were just here to make up the numbers. They wanted to go to the wealthy Beiliang heir and ask him to live a luxurious life. This group of people didn't have a high status in the Great Bull Gang. They belonged to the category of nobodies who weren't loved by their grandmothers and uncles. They wouldn't be able to obtain the most lucrative position of a guest of Mount Hui. Normally, not to mention an entire secret manual, even if it was just a single page, they would fight until their heads bled. Those who had relatively good relationships with each other were also deceiving each other. Those who weren't of noble status could only borrow secret manuals from the aspiring Cauldron Pavilion for a limited period of time. They couldn't take it out of the pavilion. If someone secretly copied it, they would be expelled from Mount Hui once they were discovered. Many martial arts heroes who had similar martial arts styles would each memorize the manuals by rote. The more the better. After the event, they would exchange secret manuals with each other. Those with slightly bad intentions would say a few more words at a critical juncture. This wouldn't cause the other party to go crazy, but it would cause the other party to take a detour. There were only a few dozen guests of Mount Hui. Su Fengnian actually became absent-minded at a time like this. This was because he didn't want to stay on Mount Longhu any longer after hastily settling the affairs of the Great Bull Gang. He was going to head to the northeast of the Jian province. Martial Emperor City. Chapter 319. Xianyuan Qingfeng walked back to the courtyard where the eldest son's quarters were. The glazed fish tank in front of the courtyard had been destroyed. Looking up at the plaque, he saw that his father, Xianyuan Jingqing, had written the flask of eternal spring. Passing through the hall, there was the Imperial Library, where Xianyuan Jingqing had spent almost all of his time as a teenager. There were more than 6,000 scrolls here, but it was completely different from the aspiring Cauldron Pavilion. There were very few martial arts manuals here, but they were all classics of the 100 schools of thought. The small building was simple, but the windows were bright and clean. The top floor had a wide view, from where one could observe the South Star and the Big Dipper. At the back, there was a Lingji courtyard with a small facade. On both sides of the courtyard were small and narrow side rooms. Originally, it was meant to provide lodging for the maids and servants. It was just that the main wife's courtyard was deserted, and that woman's temperament was cold and she did not like noise, so she left behind a personal maidservant. The side rooms were all used to store sundries. Many of the poems and essays that Xianyuan Jingqing had written when he was young to express his grievances were thrown into piles by her, scattered all over the table, chairs, and floor. There was a pair of male and female 1,000-year-old Luohan pines on the side of the corridor. Their roots were intertwined and their crowns were juxtaposed, making this place seem even more desolate and unsettling. Xianyuan Qingfeng walked further into the rear hall of the woman's private quarters. There were originally countless paintings and couplets, but they had all been removed by her. Only a large plaque hung in the middle of the hall that read, "Better to leave than to come." It was probably because she used too much effort to move them that she was able to survive. Xianyuan Qingfeng walked to the tea room with a view of the Dragon King River and saw that she was sitting quietly with a pile of ashes beside her. There was only a white jade scroll left of a painting. Xianyuan Qingfeng said coldly, "Father killed the old ancestor as a land god." Xianyuan Jingqing was ambushed by Huang Fangfue and Hongyu. Grandfather was expelled from the mountain. Bailiang's heir, Su Fengnian, killed more than 10 people in one breath outside the snowfield. He had the light cavalry and retainers hang their corpses in front of the east sect of Mount Hui. He declared that he wouldn't accept anyone from Mount Hui. Now, 3 or 4 of the 10 guests of Mount Hui are gone. As for the rest of the Jianghu people, most of them have chosen to leave the mountain. Only in front of her daughter, Xianyuan Qingfeng, would the woman not be so cold and distant. She smiled gently and said, "Isn't this the perfect time for Qingfeng to take over Mount Hui?" Xianyuan Jingqing had swept clean the great snow plateau, and with Bailiang's crown prince eyeing him covetously, it could be said that there were internal and external troubles. Those ministers of resurgence in the history books all stepped forward bravely at this time to turn the tide. Only then could they make people feel grateful and fearful at the same time, controlling the people's hearts. It was just the 4 words of combining kindness and power. If Mother didn't guess wrong, Xianyuan Jingqing had already reached a secret agreement with His Royal Highness. Aside from Huang Fangfue and Hongyu, the 2 open chess pieces, there were still some hidden chess pieces that were biding their time, right? What Mother was most curious about right now was whether His Royal Highness had asked for an exorbitant price to make things difficult for Qingfeng. If she married into Bailiang Palace as a concubine, it was not impossible. With Mount Hui's Xianyuan family's several hundred years of foundation as a dowry, there weren't many women in the world who could afford such a large sum, right? The woman's voice was soft and gentle, very pleasing to the ear, but the meaning behind her words was chilling to the bone at this moment. Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't stop laughing and actually laughed until tears came out. She wiped her tears and said, "I've disappointed Mother. That His Royal Highness doesn't care about Mount Hui, not to mention Xianyuan Qingfeng, who can't even get into the Rouge Review. Mother, you can only blame yourself for not giving birth to a more beautiful Qingfeng back then." The woman didn't get angry and only quietly waited for Xianyuan Qingfeng to finish laughing. Seeing her daughter's unstoppable tears, she reached out to help wipe them away, but Xianyuan Qingfeng fiercely slapped her hand away. She still didn't take it to heart and gently said, "Rats go into hiding because of grain, dogs go into hiding because of poverty. It's a pity that this only applies to the small families. Although Mount Hui's fate has been greatly damaged, it doesn't mean that they won't be able to recover from this setback." What Bullock Gang encountered today is still somewhat better than what happened 100 years ago when the Wu family's sword tomb's first-rate experts almost all died in Beimang. Bailiang's heir hung up the corpses to intimidate everyone and was clearly building momentum for Qing Feng. If it's as you said, that heir's ambitions aren't in Mount Hui. That's even better. After he leaves with his troops, if Qing Feng feels that he's short of money and can't control the situation, you can ask Mount Longhu for some protection. The Celestial Master Residence and Bullock Gang have always been linked for several hundred years. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Xianyuan Qing Feng sneered and said, "In the end, you're still asking for help." The woman murmured softly, "In life, one must ask for help from heaven, earth, king, father, and mother. Who doesn't ask for help?" Xianyuan Qing Feng said expressionlessly, "That heir left more than 100 light cavalry at Mount Hui. He said they were responsible for transporting the copies of the aspiring tripod pavilion secret manuals back to Bailiang." The woman smiled and said, "Xianyuan Jingqing once said something that I've remembered. A man's talent is 10,000 pounds, but it can't compare to a woman's chest." From what I can see, His Royal Highness clearly still has feelings for Qing Feng. It doesn't matter whether or not she's Bailiang's side consort. A noble family's wealth isn't necessarily a blessing for a woman. But if we can use this opportunity to stabilize Mount Hui, that's the most important thing right now. Mother said one more thing. No matter how talented that Yuan Tingshan is, don't meet him in the future. No matter how great a martial artist's achievements are, they can't compare to a single word from the heir of Bailiang. In the short term, you can only get close to the heir of Bailiang and not alienate him. As for the long term, just take one step at a time. It's like playing chess, Qing Feng can't be in a hurry to place a piece. Xianyuan Qing Feng was lost in thought. He poured himself a cup of wine, which was still warm and fragrant. He raised his head and took a big gulp. The woman, who was no longer young, had a gentle gaze. She smiled and said, "A cup of osmanthus wine in your mouth will bring 2 peach blossoms to your face." Xianyuan Qing Feng said calmly, "This was written by father." She said calmly, "Xianyuan Jingqing said so much and wrote so much. There's bound to be a few sentences that you remember. The ancient records say that Mount Zhaoyao has many ancient osmanthus, but there weren't many left when mother came up the mountain. Among them, the Tangue is the oldest and the most luxuriant. Every autumn, the osmanthus seeds would fall like rain. It's glorious but not charming." She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "Just like how Xianyuan Jingqing conducts himself." Xianyuan Qing Feng gripped his cup tightly and stared at her. He clenched his teeth and said, "Isn't it ironic to say that my father is good now?" She said calmly, "Mother, have you ever said anything bad about Xianyuan Jingqing?" Xianyuan Qing Feng bit the corner of his mouth so hard that blood seeped into the cup. He asked with a trembling voice, "Mother, have you ever liked father, even a little bit?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know." Xianyuan Qing Feng sneered like a madman. "Then you've never liked him. Poor father studied for you for 20 years, only to learn that you're the funniest immortal on earth in the last 1,000 years. She didn't refute. Xianyuan Qing Feng threw away his cup and suddenly stood up. With his back to her, he said in a deep voice, "Mother, don't worry. Father spent a lot of effort to create this situation. Qing Feng will definitely risk my life to make sure that Mount Huishan doesn't fall so that mother can live a peaceful and stable old age." She still didn't say anything. She waited until Xianyuan Qing Feng left the courtyard before slowly standing up. She picked up the hot wine pot and walked straight to the snowfield without feeling the pain. The sky cleared after the rain, and the scenery on the snowfield was pleasant. She came to the cliff and revealed a beautiful smile that no one had ever seen before. "Jingqing, I won't be angry with you anymore." She leaped. Chapter 320. Before His Royal Highness left Mount Longhu, he left behind a treasure of calligraphy for the Taoist temple. There were a total of 3 horizontal plaques, and the wood was old peach wood that was chopped down from the mountain. The old Taoist master Zhao Shituan was so happy that he rubbed his hands and stood at the door for a long time. The horizontal plaque was Kunlun, the east plaque was Immortal Mansion, and the west plaque was Nanjie Zhou Qing. In terms of strength, it might not be as good as the works of the Taoist masters of Mount Longhu, but its spirit was not inferior at all. To be honest, the small Shaoyao temple originally did not deserve to hang these 3 plaques, but the old Taoist master liked it and did not care if the Taoist masters were secretly criticizing it. Zhao Shituan grinned and flattered. The old ancestors said that the horizontal plaque is the symbol of a family. If the words are written well, the momentum is weak. It's only to decorate the facade and make the writing vivid. Your Highness, this is a great gift. I'll definitely steal a flood salamander from the Dragon Lake tonight and send it to Mount Wishan. Oh right, Your Highness, are you sure you don't want to go to the Taoist master's residence for a cup of tea and a vegetarian meal? If you don't enter, it won't sound good. It's also not the way our Mount Longhu treats guests. Su Fingnian was about to go to Qinglong Creek to take a boat and leave the ancestral court of Taoism. His younger brother, Huang Man, who was standing beside him, clenched his sleeves tightly. He touched Su Longxiang's head and shook his head. I'm not going. I heard that great Taoist master Zhao Danping is rushing back to Mount Longhu. I'm afraid that if there's a disagreement and they fight, you'll be in a difficult position. The old Taoist master sighed with emotion. Your Highness is a kind person. The 4 generations of ancestors once planted a chestnut forest on the mountain. I didn't expect Your Highness to leave in such a hurry. Otherwise, it would be good to fry some chestnuts and bring them along for a taste. Su Fingnian shook the bag of hawthorns that Huang Man, picked and smiled. These are enough. What's more, I heard that this chestnut forest is only a few acres of land. Every year, the Taoist master's mansion will distribute it to the influential pilgrims and high-ranking officials. Your Zhao family can't even eat a few chestnuts, so I won't be annoying. The old celestial master said self-deprecatingly, no one cares about the poor in the bustling city, while the rich have distant relatives deep in the mountains. That's how it works. People come and go at Mount Longhu all year round, and they're all trying to get close to each other. To put it nicely, there are no strangers coming and going, but to put it bluntly, they're all sucking up to each other. That's why I'd rather stay in this small Taoist temple. The juniors in Celestial Master Mansion are all dressed in yellow. Those brand new Daoist robes are beautiful, but in my eyes, they are like human skins. Sigh, let's not talk about this. How unlucky. Your Highness, let's go. I'll send you on the boat. Huang Man can rest assured and leave him to me. I won't let anyone bully this disciple. If one day Huang Man wins a fight against that psychic beast on the devil-slaying platform, I'll personally send him back to Beiliang. However, there's something I need to make clear to Your Highness. Huang Man was born as a Vidra, so his talent can no longer be described as extraordinary. He and the new leader of Wudong are both sentient celestial beings. That young leader has no problem entering celestial phenomenon. He has been cultivating wholeheartedly on Mount Wudong for more than 20 years. In the end, he was following the general trend of the heavenly Tao. Huang Man, on the other hand, is different. Su Fingnian chuckled and said, Xianyuan Jingqing said the same thing on the Great Snow Plateau. Zhao Shituan was relieved. He was worried that His Royal Highness would mistakenly think that he had the selfish intention of teaching his disciple to starve his master to death. Su Fingnian looked at the troops beside him. Only Big Halbert Ningame from the Phoenix Battalion appeared. This elite light cavalry unit would be temporarily stationed at Mount Wishan. On one hand, they had to inventory the treasures in Bull Falls treasury. Su Fingnian had no reason to refuse Xianyuan Jingqing's brocade pouch. They also had to transport copies of secret manuals from the Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion to supplement the Tide Listening Pavilion in Beiliang Palace. With this, the Tide Listening Pavilion's martial arts library was even more worthy of its name. The martial arts manuals in Jianghu were as vast as the sea. The Tide Listening Pavilion had already collected most of them. After the aspiring Cauldron Pavilion had taken everything, only the Wu family sword mound and the Donghua sword pool were left there. As for the other layer of meaning, Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng had a tacit understanding. After Bull Fall overturned the situation, she became the mistress of Mount Wishan as a woman. To a large extent, her status was not legitimate. The second and third branches had pledged their loyalty to the two brothers, Beiliang and Xianyuan Jingxian. Xianyuan Qingfeng's direct descendants and trusted aides could be counted on one hand. Giving her 100 light cavalry units to use as a banner was equivalent to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, then smiled at Ningame. Those in the Phoenix Battalion who have martial talent and are willing to practice martial arts can stay on Mount Wishan without escorting the books down the mountain. I've already spoken with Xianyuan Qingfeng. The aspiring Cauldron Pavilion's secret manuals can be read at will, as long as they don't leak out of Jianghu. Remember, you're at Bull Fall, not living under someone else's roof. There's no need to lower your voice and look at other people's faces. However, you also can't be too domineering and unreasonable. We're like turtles occupying a magpie's nest. In short, General Ning can do whatever he wants in Mount Wishan. There's no need to report to me. Chapter 321. The halberd Ningame cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness. I won't let you down." Su Fengnian saw that the burly general with a soft voice wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to follow the rules." The general, who never frowned when charging into enemy lines, blushed slightly. He turned around and said respectfully to the elderly god of swords, "Ningame has benefited a lot from Senior's guidance on halberd techniques. I will never forget it." The old man with the sheepskin fur coat said impatiently, "Why are you thanking me? Do you think you can repay my kindness with your trivial skills? Since that's the case, you might as well keep it in mind." Ningame blushed immediately and was at a loss. He was obviously not as thick-skinned as His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian ignored him and looked around. Other than Blue Bird, who was on his side, Yu Yuwei, who was playing with the white cat Wu Meinyang with her slender fingers, could be considered half a member. Murong Wuzhu and Murong Tonghuang had special identities. This pair of brother and sister, who were said to be devastatingly beautiful in the prophecy, were no longer worried. With the death of the old Xianyuan Great Pan, the pressure of Mount Hui was no longer there. The siblings' spirits had changed. Not to mention Murong Wuzhu, who had no opinions and only knew how to go with the flow, even the gloomy Murong Tonghuang looked relaxed. He had a leisurely attitude as if he was going on a trip. He felt that even if the sky collapsed, His Royal Highness would be there to support him. He only needed to watch the show. As for Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, she seemed to have completely accepted her fate after hearing about the battle at Great Snow Plateau. Of the 4 retainers from Liangzhou, Lu Qiantang had died in the battle. Old Mi, Wei Shuyang, had to stay on the mountain to select secret manuals. Now, only Xu Xiao and Yang Qingfeng were left to follow them to Martial Emperor City. Su Fengnian boarded the boat and sailed out of Qinglong Creek. Huang Manor and the old Heavenly Master sailed the raft to Longwang River before turning back. Su Fengnian gave a tiger Kuei Vajra to his younger brother. After waving goodbye, he sat on the bow deck, not daring to look at his younger brother's figure. The female tiger Kuei Bodhisattva squatted beside His Royal Highness's feet and whimpered softly. Su Fengnian leaned against the ship's railing and placed a handful of hawthorns in the space between his knees. He tossed one into his mouth, which tasted slightly sour. There were 4 brothers and sisters in Beiliang Palace. The eldest sister, Su Fengnian, had married into Gongnamdu. Her mother had passed away early, so she treated His Royal Highness with nothing but doting. Even if she met a man she truly liked in the future and had to choose between her younger brother Su Fengnian and her husband, she would not hesitate to protect her younger brother. The second sister, Su Weisheng, was extremely talented. Not to mention Su Fengnian, even Su Xiao was a little afraid of her ability to persuade people with reason. However, her relationship with Su Fengnian had always been very good. It was just that the way she behaved was different from how Su Fengnian and his eldest sister stuck together like glue. The more Su Weisheng cared for him, the stricter her demands were. It was as if she was setting an example and doing everything to the best of her ability. She would not stop until Su Fengnian did better. Among the four of them, Su Weisheng was the most stubborn. Undoubtedly, she was the most accomplished and the most famous. Perhaps the world could not imagine that a woman like her, who had suppressed all the heroes in Shangyin Academy, was just a girl who acted coquettishly and shamelessly with her younger brother. Younger brother, Su Longxiang. Su Fengnian remembered when they were hunting when they were young. The two brothers had left the cavalry and encountered a giant bear that was as strong as a small mountain. It was the 10-year-old Huang man, who stood in front of them and tore the beast apart. Every winter, Su Fengnian's favorite thing to do was to hold Huang man's feet upside down and ride on the snow. Usually, it was the second sister, Su Weisheng, who improvised the poem, while his eldest sister applauded and cheered. However, no one in the world knew that the widely popular poem, a poem written by a sword in the snow of Liangzhou, was not written by Su Weisheng with her sword, but by His Royal Highness with the little prince's head. At that time, the happiest person was none other than Su Longxiang. The four siblings, who were once carefree, had unknowingly left each other. A Dragon King river ship approached, interrupting His Royal Highness's sorrowful thoughts of parting. Xianyuan Qingfeng boarded the ship alone and walked towards Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian chewed on a hawthorn and expressionlessly asked, "I heard your mother jumped off a cliff." She calmly said, "I forced her to her death." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Since the people involved are all dead, could Miss make the final judgment and clear up my doubts?" Xianyuan Qingfeng must have a heart of stone. She did not have the slightest intention of hiding the truth for the deceased elders. It was as if she had held it in for more than 10 years, and if she did not say anything now, she would become a madwoman. She squeezed out a smile that was difficult to tell whether it was relief or desolation and slowly said, "My father loved her, but he never asked for anything in return. As for my mother, she probably didn't even know whether she loved or hated him. As long as my father stayed at Bull Hill, she had a reason to continue living. Whether she deceived herself or others, she could continue to struggle at death's door. Once my father died and I took control, she had no reason to continue living. Since that was the case, why not let me, as her daughter, break the final paper?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I don't understand you." Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at His Royal Highness, who did not match the rumors, and calmly said, "Qingfeng doesn't understand you either." When Su Fengnian saw Li Chungang walk out of the cabin, he suddenly said, "Haha, miss, don't hide." A young girl, whose hands and feet were pressed tightly against the ship's bow, jumped into the river and disappeared in a flash. She chuckled and said, "So what if you're a land immortal?" Chapter 322. The Huishan sisters' waterfalls were stacked on top of each other. When the last waterfall poured down, the sound of the waterfall could be heard from half a mile away. A young man was sitting below with his upper body exposed. He used his back to withstand the torrent. His skin turned from red to purple from the impact. In the misty water, a rainbow was reflected above his head. The large pool was covered in moss and tall trees. The scenery was beautiful and gentle. A middle-aged Taoist came and went without alerting any of the sentries in Huishan. He came near the waterfall and looked at the young man from afar. He saw that the young man's body was on the verge of collapsing. If he continued to resist, his lungs would be injured. The nameless Taoist waved his sleeve and pulled the young man out of the waterfall. It was the machete man Yuan Tingshan who was treating his injuries with poison. His eyes were gloomy. A blade tied to his wrist jumped out of the water like a green dragon. With the blade in hand, he could kill the enemy at any time. Yuan Tingshan's caution was evident. However, when Yuan Tingshan saw the person's face, he immediately knelt on the rock beside the pool even though he was famous for being heartless in Huishan. He said loudly, "Julu's Yuan Tingshan greets the immortal senior. Yunjin Mountain's immortal senior has rewarded me with a few celestial fruits. I will remember your kindness." The middle-aged Taoist who fished once every 10 years in Mount Longhu waved his hand and said, "I only came to Huishan's great snow field to send Xianyuan Jingqing off. I saw that you were going astray and recovering from your internal injuries, so I took the liberty to intervene. Don't blame me for doing something unnecessary." Yuan Tingshan smiled and showed his white teeth. He said, "I don't dare." The Taoist saw that the young man's words were extremely respectful, but his right hand was holding onto the hilt of his blade. He did not take it to heart and just smiled. He lamented, "Julu is a place where people converge. If Kunlun is the dragon's head and Donghai City is the dragon's tail, then Julu is the dragon's horn. The people here are either evil or virtuous. There are very few mediocre people here." Yuan Tingshan half knelt on the rock and looked straight at the Taoist. He said slowly, "I'm short-sighted and don't know these things. I just couldn't stay in Julu, so I came out to beg for a living. I've heard that the celestial masters of Mount Longhu are proficient in divination and physiognomy. Could it be that celestial master is an elder from the celestial master residence?" The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and did not deliberately mystify. Instead, he said frankly, "Although my surname is Zhao, I'm not from the celestial master mansion." He only borrowed the blessed land of Mount Longhu to cultivate and did not concern himself with worldly affairs. He treated it as accumulating some good fortune for his descendants and accumulating some good karma. As a result, my Tao heart is impure and I have been mediocre for many years. Although Yuan Tingshan was uncouth and did not know many characters, he was smart enough to hide his disappointment when he heard that the Taoist was not a noble from the Taoist master mansion. He said loudly and humbly, "Immortal senior, you are obviously a celestial being like an immortal on the land. How can we, the common people, make wild guesses about you?" The ordinary-looking Taoist took out a yellowed book from his sleeve and tossed it to Yuan Tingshan from a distance. His voice was light, unlike Yuan Tingshan's, which was full of vigor, but his voice could be heard clearly in the roar of the waterfall. Xianyuan Jingqing sought his own heaven's retribution, but in fact, after the last heaven's thunder, which was as thick as a peak, he still had one spiritual soul and one physical soul left. That's why this humble Taoist said to send him off just now. "It was fate that I met you at Yunjin Mountain and your murderous aura scared away the dragon salamander that was about to turn into a dragon. We met so many people, but you were the only one who was willing to eat the wild fruit in the bamboo basket. It's also fate. The Tao that I cultivate is the most boring word, seclusion. It's almost the same as the wild fox Zen of Buddhism. If there's fate, there's a need to resolve it. Today, I'll get a book from Xianyuan Jingqing for you. It's Xianyuan Jingqing's martial arts experience that he had honed for 100 years. It's not limited to knife skills and you can progress step by step." Yuan Tingshan took the secret book that had yellowed pages and became more and more brand new as it went on. He could even smell the scent of ink on the last dozen pages. His body couldn't help but tremble. Yuan Tingshan was not an inexperienced wanderer who only knew how to accumulate fame. He had been influenced by Mount Hui, which was full of people, and knew the ways of the world by heart. Moreover, Mount Hui was a place where good and bad people mixed together. The things that they lacked the least were Jianghu's secrets and gossip. The martial artists of Jianghu, except for the land immortals who had profound means in the past dynasties, had always been fiercer and more powerful with each generation. No one said that those who had lived longer were necessarily more powerful. Wudong Mountain, which competed with Dragon and Tiger for the leadership of Taoism, had their young chief entered celestial phenomenon. Then, did Song Jiming, who had lived for 150 years, enter Vajra realm. Therefore, whether a martial arts secret book was good or not was the same as a chess record. The older the antique was, the less valuable it was. Xianyuan Jingqing was a genuine celestial phenomenon master. How could his life's work be measured by mountains of gold and silver? Not to mention one Xianyuan Qingfeng, even if 10 Xianyuan Qingfeng were to be exchanged, Yuan Tingshan wouldn't even look at them. However, Yuan Tingshan, who was cold by nature, was frightened. His expression became serious, and he carefully put the book into his bosom. He stood up and bowed to show his seriousness. He raised his head and asked, "What does Senior Immortal want Yuan Tingshan to do?" "I'll go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames." Although Yuan Tingshan is a penniless pauper, this promise made under the premise of mutual consent is indeed worth some money. The middle-aged Taoist went straight to the point. Only when a tiger has grown wings will there be chaos. You've already seen the Crown Prince of Bailiang. I don't need you to kill him. I only need you to remove his wings. After you've read Xianyuan Jingqing's cultivation experience, you can use it to hone your martial arts. Yuan Tingshan laughed. Senior Immortal has suffered a great loss in this deal. With Yuan Tingshan's bad temper, even if he's His Royal Highness, the King of Bailiang or the Emperor, as long as he annoys me, I'll chop him off his horse. The middle-aged Taoist appeared to be in a rare trance. He turned his head to look at the big snow plateau that was full of potholes after the heavenly tribulation. He muttered, "There are 80,000 words in the world, but only one word can kill. The word love can mislead people. The word love can kill." Therefore, Ancestor Lu once left a sword hanging on the eaves of Beijing, passing on the Tao of the Sword of Wisdom to his descendants. Even though this seemingly middle-aged Taoist had already transcended, he still sighed at this moment. Xianyuan Jingqing, since you know that you can't force it, then why bother to pay the price? I've never seen such talent in my life. If you used it outside of Mount Hui, who in the world would be able to bind your hands and feet? Why would you gamble everything for a woman, just to look at her from afar? It's better not to fight. Also, you're a woman who is infatuated but doesn't understand love. You don't care about ethics, morality, and shame, but why do you even care who's good to you? You keep saying that you don't care about Xianyuan Jingqing, but if you really don't care, why do you do things that make Xianyuan Jingqing unhappy? When people meet, there are only two kinds of fate, good and evil. Evil fate isn't fate. Yuan Tingshan, who couldn't hear clearly, asked tentatively, "Senior Immortal, may I ask if that Xianyuan Jingqing really entered the realm of Earth Immortal?" The Taoist nodded and said, "It's the Great Immortal without a doubt." Yuan Tingshan looked fascinated and muttered to himself, "A real man should be like this." The young man then spat a mouthful of saliva into the pond and said angrily, "It's fine if you don't want to be an Earth Immortal, but your wife has been used as a cauldron for dual cultivation. You've been a coward for 20 years. There's nothing more stifling in the world than this." The middle-aged Taoist said calmly, "Put yourself in Xianyuan Jingqing's shoes, what would you do if you were him?" Yuan Tingshan had a look of disdain and said without hesitation, "If I were Xianyuan Jingqing, I wouldn't care if I could kill Ancestor Xianyuan Pan. I would first kill that loose woman, chop her up and feed her to the dogs. Xianyuan Jingqing really isn't a man. He even King raised that loose woman like a female bodhisattva. Just thinking about it makes me angry." The Taoist shook his head with a smile, "You'll understand in the future. Some women know it's bad, but they just can't let it go." I don't want to meet this kind of loose woman." Yuan Tingshan was stunned for a moment and asked nervously, "Senior Immortal, have you met her before?" The middle-aged Taoist didn't answer directly, but smiled and said, "In our generation of cultivation, our predecessors have written countless books. They're all illusions. They say 1,000 words, but they're actually just seeking the word truth. And truth is often connected with love. True feelings, you need to know the Tao of heaven. Forgetting love doesn't mean you're heartless. Yuan Tingshan, who had always had a strong killing intent and evil aura, faced this mysterious Taoist. He imperceptibly weakened his aura and asked, "Senior Immortal, are you teaching me a lesson?" The Taoist made a mystery and said with a smile, "This Taoist can't be tied to you anymore. Fate is a mess, so don't give this Taoist any more difficult problems." Chapter 323. Yuan Tingshan asked curiously, "I can still feel qi. I know that the Taoist sector from has a few sayings about listening to qi, looking inside, and guarding the orifices. However, I really don't believe in fate." The middle-aged Taoist smiled, "Do you only believe in the blade in your hand?" Yuan Tingshan did not feel ashamed at all. He nodded heavily, "Of course. I didn't believe in my parents in the past, and I won't believe in my wife in the future, let alone other people. I only believe in the blade in my hand." A withered yellow autumn leaf drifted in the air. The middle-aged Taoist flicked his finger, and the yellow leaf drifted over. The withered leaf was like a blade, cutting a gray butterfly beside Yuan Tingshan in half. The gray butterfly scattered on the surface of the water and was swallowed by a fish. The middle-aged Taoist said softly, "Do you believe that this is fate? Do you believe that this action of mine will cause me to lose a few days of cultivation? The evolution of heaven and earth will form a world of its own. Life has its own rules and regulations." This is the Taoist sect's excuse for being difficult to understand. It's not as vivid as the secular world saying. There's a scale in the human heart, and it's difficult for every family to recite scriptures. In a person's life, whether they do good or evil, it's like doing business with the heavens. It's always between positive and negative. Those who take advantage of the situation can be seen as accumulating merit money. They are all relatively shrewd merchants. This is the real foundation of the three sections. This is also the reason why only the three sects are still standing in the 100 schools of thought, such as the school of Mo. To me, Zhong Yi's idea is very good, but it's a pity that he can't escape the fate of losing money. You might not like to hear this, so I'll tell you more details. There's a dragon pond in the Celestial Master's residence. It raises over 10 kinds of spiritual creatures that were found from all over the world. It uses spiritual energy to cultivate the lotus in the pond. This lotus is also known as the longevity fate lotus. The bottom lotus has already bloomed for 1,600 years. Currently, Mount Longhu's fate is flourishing, and there are as many as 18 lotus flowers. 500 years ago, Mount Wudang was powerful, and there were only 6 lotus flowers in the dragon pond. In the recent 100 years, Qi Xuanjun ascended, and a celestial master changed the emperor's fate. Later on, Mount Longhu became the sect leader, and new lotus flowers bloomed in all Taoist sections. Do you really think that Zhao Danping went down the mountain to the capital because of a dispute with Zhao Danqia's brother? That year, 3 lotuses of the Lotus of Providence withered for no reason. This was a situation that had never happened even when Su Shao attacked Mount Longhu. As the new leader of Mount Wudang connected the providence of heaven and earth, another 3 lotuses withered in the dragon pool. Yuan Tingshan, do you know how much effort those nobles of the Celestial Master Mansion have put in? As for Xianyuan Jingqing, whom you look down upon, this person is not inferior to me in terms of the theory of providence patterns. In fact, he is even better than me. As for why I admire Xianyuan Jingqing so much, I won't tell you. Not reaching celestial phenomenon and not touching the mysteries of the heavens were not deliberately exaggerated by the ancestors. Yuan Tingshan was dumbfounded. The middle-aged Taoist laughed self-deprecatingly and sat down cross-legged. Life and death are 2 different things. I have cultivated for 300 years. Back then, I went astray and cultivated to be a hermit. Now that I've talked about it, I can't stop talking. Fine, I'll talk to my heart's content today. Let's talk about the Lotus of Providence at the Dragon Pool and the Wu family sword tomb. There are hundreds of thousands of ancient swords, famous swords, broken swords, and broken swords. The children of ordinary people are caught when they are 1 year old. After the children of the Wu family are born, they will be led by their elders to the Sword Mountain. They can only go down the mountain after they find a life sword. Do you believe that there are people who go up the mountain when they are just a few years old and can't go down the mountain until they die of old age? Yuan Tingshan sat closer to the middle-aged Taoist and asked in confusion, "Won't they starve to death?" The Taoist said indifferently, "Before the age of 10, the guards of the sword tomb will send some food. After 10, it's up to the heavens." Yuan Tingshan was not blindly cautious and did not know what was good for him. When he got closer, he let go of the hilt and put it aside. Hearing this secret that he had never heard of, Yuan Tingshan curled his lips and showed disdain for the Wu family's sword tomb. He said sarcastically, "The Wu family's sword tomb's glory is only when the 9 swords came out of Beimang. The 100 years old and new sword gods have nothing to do with them." The middle-aged Taoist said indifferently, "You know about Dong Tai." Yuan Tingshan laughed heroically and said, "Of course. Among the sword experts today, this guy has the most celestial aura. Sooner or later, I will use this guy as a whetstone." The Taoist looked at the rising mist in the pond and said, "The world only knows that Dong Tai came out of nowhere and fought with Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city to a draw. Later on, he went to the Wu family's sword tomb to seek revenge. However, they did not know that Dong Tai practiced the sword in the sword tomb's sword mountain. This person was originally an illegitimate son of the Wu family. After he was discovered by the sword tomb, he was brought back to the family when he was 6 years old. According to the sect's rules, he was thrown to the sword immortal realm. Who would have thought that this throw would throw a great talent who could enter the sword immortal realm at any time? Wang Xianji is not willing to be number 1 in the world, but Dong Tai is not much inferior. Yuan Tingshan hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words back into his stomach. This was very rare. The middle-aged Taoist was able to see through people's thoughts and said with a smile, "You want to ask if my cultivation is compared to Dong Tai Wang Xianji?" After his thoughts were seen through, Yuan Tingshan did not pretend to be polite and said with a grin, "Yuan Tingshan is bold enough to ask." The Taoist seemed to be modest and said, "If it's a competition of strength, of course I can't beat Wang Xianji." This young man with the surname Wang was said by a stubborn old man of the Dragon Tiger Mountain to be a martial artist who could compete with Ancestor Liu. Since ancient times, proving one's Tao with strength has been a wrong path. Only that young man managed to hit the right path. Yuan Tingshan knew that this Taoist's tone was so big that it could accommodate the whole world when he was at the edge of the deep pond in Yunjin Mountain. He did not make a fuss when he heard the middle-aged Taoist call the city lord of the martial emperor city a young man. Yuan Tingshan did not believe in anything but believed that whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Since it was obvious that this immortal was an expert whose cultivation was unfathomable, even if he said that he was the Tao ancestor or the founder of the 3 pure ones, Yuan Tingshan would still hold his nose and cheer loudly. Moreover, Yuan Tingshan was more shocked by the terror of the old monster Wang's supernatural power. He clicked his tongue and said, "This old man is invincible." The middle-aged Taoist chuckled softly and said, "A single word from a monarch can decide a person's life and death. You must know that the most holy of the 3 sects can borrow the power of heaven, earth, ghosts, and gods to turn their words into prophecies. In the past 100 years, the number of land immortals who stood out among the 3 sects and 9 schools can be counted with one's fingers. However, in your generation, the number of land immortals can be counted with 2 hands. It's because that person who killed millions of people was bored and shifted the remaining fate of the 8 fallen countries to another chessboard. Yuan Tingshan, I don't know if I can see you occupy a place in my lifetime." Yuan Tingshan was surprised and said, "Me?" The Taoist said calmly, "Yuan Tingshan, I don't mind telling you the truth. Killing the crown prince of Baliang has cost you a lot of your fate. Yuan Tingshan was about to draw his sword out of anger, but he managed to hold back his impulse. The middle-aged Taoist continued, but with you and I sitting here, I've finally returned some fate to you. The middle-aged Yuan Tingshan's gaze was like a knife as he asked, Immortal Elder, who are you? Why are you so fond of me? I've never believed that a pie would fall from the sky. Even if it did, it wouldn't fall on Yuan Tingshan's head. The Taoist looked at the rainbow and muttered to himself, back then, I let down the country and the beauty and insisted on entering the mountain to cultivate. Why? I've thought about it for many years, but I still couldn't figure it out. Therefore, there are many things that don't make sense in the end. Why did Xianyuan Jingqing like that woman? Why did she choose to jump off the cliff even after seeing Xianyuan Jingqing's remnant soul? Also, why did that Fingdu green robe fall in love with Li Chungang at first sight and never forget him? In the creation of heaven and earth, there's no greater spiritual energy than humans. What is heaven's secret? It's probably the human heart. I remember back then when I watched Qi Xuanjun and Li Chungang fight, Li Chungang went down the mountain quietly. Later on, I talked to Qi Xuanjun about this matter and finally asked him why he never left Mount Longhu in his life. Yuan Tingshan couldn't wait to ask, why? The middle-aged Taoist exhaled a long breath and said slowly, Qi Xuanjun said he was enlightened at the age of 12. He knew he was Lu Dongxian, so he waited for a red robe. However, he knew he couldn't wait for that life, so he reincarnated. He was just waiting. Yuan Tingshan was shocked to the extreme. He said with his eyes wide open, Immortal Qi didn't ascend, but Ancestor Lu reincarnated. There's really reincarnation. How can he know his past life? The middle-aged Taoist sighed, I don't know who Qi Xuanjun reincarnated as, and I waited for this life. Roughly speaking, since the time of Ancestor Lu more than 500 years ago, based on the 60 years of life, there should be 10 lifetimes, right? Yuan Tingshan was absent-minded as if he had fallen into a demon's trap. He suddenly became ferocious, hey, what Ancestor Lu reincarnated? What Immortal Qi reincarnated? I ran into that red robe, so I'll kill him first. If I can make this immortal wait for another life after 500 years, I won't waste my time in this world. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Heaven's secret was heavy. Unfortunately, Yuan Tingshan didn't notice it at all. Chapter 324. A yellow horse that was as thin as a match was tied to a tree, snorting weakly. A few black crows perched on the branches were making annoying noises. An inconspicuous old man slowly turned around from behind the tree. He tightened his belt and had a helpless look on his face. He couldn't even defecate in peace. He raised his head and shushed the crows a few times. However, the crows were indeed birds that lived near the city. They were more experienced than the old sparrows on the Spring God Lake. They were not afraid of the bluffing old man under the tree at all. The old man was not angry at this. He picked up the reins with one hand and led the horse forward slowly. He weighed the ragged money pouch in his hand. There were not many copper coins left. He glanced at his beloved horse that accompanied him along the way. The yellow horse was nicknamed Little Yellow. It was like the old man's own son, never being ridden. If there were only reeds that could be used as a mattress, Little Yellow would have slept on it first. Alas, a poor man's ambition was short, and a thin horse's hair was long. In fact, the silver that he carried with him was enough for food and clothing. From the north to the east, the old man ate and slept in the open. He did not have any expenses. It was only when his stomach was full of wine worms that he went to the downtown market or a roadside wine stall to buy a bottle of wine to satisfy his cravings. However, along the way, he met a few pitiful people and spent the silver like splashing water. In the past, the young master said that people in troubled times were not as good as dogs in peaceful times. However, now that the world was peaceful and prosperous, not everyone could be lucky enough to raise a dog in peaceful times. The old man who could not even defecate was from Western Shu. In this life, he had traveled to many places. He did not consider himself a Jianghu hero who helped people in distress. Indeed, when he traveled outside, he was more generous than the rich. Even if he was the richest in the world, how could he compare to the emperor and his young master? If he compared his life experience, he was not sure. There was no worst, only worse. On this trip, he spent a large sum of money to cross the river, not to pay the cheap ferry fare of a few dozen copper coins. The two boatwomen on the boat were a pair of mother and daughter. The boatman was the head of the family. He had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. After rowing for a while, he said that he was tired and asked his wife to take over. He squatted at the bow and played dice. He was addicted to gambling. Before they reached the shore, the man's eyes were sharp. He saw the old man's money pouch and asked him if he wanted to eat some meat. At first, the old man thought it was some carp that could be fished up from the river. Since there was still half a pot of wine in the wine pot, he agreed. But when he saw the mother and daughter expressionlessly took off their thin and mended clothes, the old man was scared. Only then did he realize that they were prostitutes on the ship. He hurriedly stopped them, and when they reached the shore, they threw away the majority of the money and ran away as fast as they could. When the old man traveled with the young master in the past, when he came across bold village women who exposed their breasts to feed their babies, he would stare until the young master pulled him away. If he really wanted to do something serious, the old man really couldn't do it. Moreover, the mother and daughter were so young that they could be his daughter and granddaughter. Especially the little girl's real age was only 13 or 14 years old. On top of that, because her family was poor and couldn't afford to eat, she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl from a rich family. If he did this kind of thing, wouldn't he be punished by the heavens? Taking 10,000 steps back, the Prime Minister's gatekeeper was a third-rank official. Even Grand Secretary Zhang's gatekeeper couldn't compare to the Bailiang Palace where Old Huang lived, right? Although Old Huang, was only a horse feeder in the prince's mansion, according to this saying, not to mention third rank, I should be a seventh-rank official. If I really wanted a woman and went crazy, would it be difficult? Old Huang, had woven more than 10 pairs of straw sandals for the young master, so I wouldn't be lacking in any way. When we were traveling, the young master unintentionally brought up this matter, saying that when we returned to Bailiang, he would help me find a wife to warm my bed. When Old Huang thought of this, he laughed foolishly, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. Of course, he didn't dare to defile a beautiful maiden. A middle-aged woman still had her charm and whatnot. He also admitted that he wasn't worthy. However, at that time, Old Huang still hoped that there would be a fair and tender maiden rolling in the sheets. Wah, I was just being polite with the young master. Why did the young master take it seriously? Old Huang slapped his face and muttered to himself, Old Huang, who asked you to pretend to be a master? Back then, you didn't become a blacksmith but practiced swordsmanship. Wasn't it so that you could get close to those heroines? Why did you become stupid after practicing so much? Why did you ruin such an ambitious and beautiful original intention? The young master was indeed knowledgeable, but he wasn't sour. His words were especially comfortable. Every time he stole a chicken or duck or nibbled on cucumbers or roasted sweet potatoes, when he was in a good mood, his words were beautiful. Old Huang clearly remembered a saying that in the world, there was a kind of person whose heart was higher than the sky and whose life was thinner than paper. He thought about achieving great things all day long, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. Old Huang felt that this was a great truth. Even a boor like him, who didn't know how to read, understood it. Hey, was he praising him, Old Huang, for having the strength to do the things he wanted to do? Old Huang was secretly happy when he thought about it. When he grinned, people would notice that he was missing 2 front teeth and was very leaky. The old man and the skinny horse walked slowly, but in this world, as long as one walked, no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Wouldn't they be able to see the majestic city as soon as they looked up? Martial Emperor City wasn't originally called Martial Emperor City, but Overlook City. It was a vassal city of a royal family in Dongyue during the spring and autumn period. It was named after a line in a poem written by sage Zhang when he traveled to the Eastern Sea thousands of years ago, Donglin stone platform to see the vast sea. Later on, Wang Xianji, who was a nobody, fought again and again in the Jianghu. He was highly regarded by the royal family of Dongyue and was taken in as their son-in-law. They wanted to use Wang Xianji's invincible strength to rebel and usurp the country. After they failed, they hoped that one person would die to atone for the crime of the whole city. After the city was besieged, as a member of the royal family, he committed suicide in front of 60,000 armored soldiers. The emperor of Dongyue was still unwilling to let him go. Of course, he didn't say that he wanted to exterminate his entire family. After all, if he did so, wouldn't the emperor's own family be killed? However, the massacre of the entire city was unavoidable. Coincidentally, Wang Xianji had just returned from a battle with the contemporary sword god, Li Chungang. He didn't waste any words with the emperor and directly killed his way from the outside of the city to the outside. He carried the city lord's corpse back into the city and then killed his way back to the outside of the city. He killed his way back to the outside of the city 3 times. On the last time, he killed his way to just 30 steps away from the East Yu Emperor's tent. He killed all the elites of the Eastern Yu sword pool who had been the imperial guards of Dongyue for generations. Wang Xianji forced the emperor to make a vow to the city by himself. That was how the martial emperor's city became independent during the spring and autumn period. The older Wang Xianji got, the more profound he became, occupied the eastern sea and looked down on the Jianghu. He was truly invincible. In the end, when the Liang dynasty unified the country, the old emperor, who had established an unprecedented great cause, personally rushed to the martial emperor's city to have a private talk with Wang Xianji. One was the emperor who ruled the world, the other was an ordinary man who claimed to be able to kill the immortals of the earth. The world only knew that the two of them had a pleasant conversation. Neither the emperor nor the ordinary man was angered. After that, even when the martial emperor's city secretly killed the Jianghu people, the imperial court only turned a blind eye to it. Nowadays, Wang Xianji rarely fought with others. The world no longer expected anyone to be able to defeat this martial artist who was so conceited that he could fight with ancestor Lu 500 years ago. The new sword god, Dong Tai, and Xing Yi, Chao Chongqing, were all legendary figures. However, in the martial emperor's city, they only fought until they were undefeated. Everyone had already regarded them as deities. Ordinary experts weren't worthy to meet Wang Xianji, let alone Wang Xianji. As for Wang Xianji, who used human strength to prove the heavenly Tao, if he really wanted to kill someone, even the immortals of the earth, as long as they hadn't ascended, would be unable to defeat Wang Xianji. The old man walked to the towering city gate. The people of the Jianghu who entered the city together with him were all experts with boundless elegance. If they weren't those who had red hair and iron arms, it felt like they could blow people away with just a sneeze, then they were those who stood out from the crowd. If they were to fart, the entire Jianghu would say that it was fragrant. The old man was like an inferior horse. Both of them were starving. It was really unsightly. Most importantly, before this old man entered the city, he purposely slowed down his pace, allowing a young heroine in luxurious clothes to walk in front of him. While he was staring at her charming swaying buttocks, he took out an ivory comb and combed his messy gray hair. Since this beautiful heroine in exquisite clothes dared to come to the martial emperor's city alone, she definitely wasn't an ordinary young lady who only knew how to play zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Sensing the gaze behind her, she turned around and glared. However, when she saw that it was an old man who was leading an inferior horse that was even worse than a mule, she didn't bother about it anymore. She snorted coldly and went straight into the city. The old man said to himself, "If my young master and that brat Wenhua saw this young lady, my young master would probably cheat Wenhua of his money again, right?" After entering the city, the old man walked along the central city's main road until he could see the top of the city wall. Then, he sat down at a roadside wine stall and poured out all the copper coins in his money pouch onto the table. He grinned and said, "Waiter, bring me a pot of good yellow wine and boil it for me." The waiter was a local of the martial emperor's city and had never looked down on foreign martial artists, let alone an old man like this. He rolled his eyes and said, "This amount of copper coins is barely enough to exchange for a mouthful of yellow wine." Old Huang smiled foolishly and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll just take a mouthful. Give me a small bowl, and I'll treat it as a bowl of wine." After he finished speaking, he ignored the waiter's look and raised his head to look at the top of the city wall. He said softly, "Young master, the situation is tense. But this time, old Huang won't talk nonsense." Chapter 325. Xianyuan Qingfeng. It really wasn't a festive name. Su Fingnian and the new head of the Xianyuan family left the Dragon King River on the same boat. From the looks of it, this woman wouldn't stop until they reached the Great River. On the surface, she had at least done her part as a host. She hadn't even warmed up the position of head of the Great Bull Gang yet, and she had already gotten into character so early. Su Fingnian didn't dislike her sending him off. After all, he had left in a hurry and didn't have time to talk about many things. Or perhaps, the things he talked about were too vague. He immediately sat at the bow of the boat and ate hawthorn as he talked to Xianyuan Qingfeng in detail. Xianyuan Qingfeng basically agreed to all of his requests and was very aware of being a puppet. Su Fingnian wasn't used to seeing her meek and obedient demeanor. Perhaps it was because he and Wenhua had been taught a lesson by this shrewish woman back in the Lantern Festival. Although Wenhua had a nondescript wooden sword in the past, he practiced the vile sword art. Especially after he colluded with His Royal Highness, his swordsmanship was still muddled, but his vile sword art was already perfected. After being chased around by Xianyuan Qingfeng's evil slave for half a day, he was still stubborn even after being stepped on by her. No matter what, he was a good man who didn't fight with women. Otherwise, with his size, he could cut 10 of you with one hand. At that time, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was still living a happy life, sneered and ordered the people to let go of Wenhua. Then, she used a horsewhip to cut the wooden sword ranger 7 or 8 times from head to toe. After the two were dragged away by old Huang, Su Fingnian almost recognized Wenhua, which was enough to show how ruthless Xianyuan Qingfeng was. Since then, Wenhua had been thinking every day about the day when he had perfected his swordsmanship and could hold his head high. He would definitely go to Mount Hui and beat her to death with his wooden sword. Every time he talked about this, Wenhua would lovingly gaze at beggar Su, who was as soft and tender as a woman. His Royal Highness would feel goosebumps all over. That one guy. Xianyuan Qingfeng obviously paused for a moment, probably intending to add a comment like a libertine. However, life was full of ups and downs. The lecherous beggar he met by chance years ago had suddenly become the legitimate eldest son of the most powerful king in the world. According to common sense, birds of a feather flock together. A young man who could do such despicable things with the crown prince of Bailiang must be either rich or noble. Most likely, he was loitering outside of Bailiang under the guise of studying abroad. Therefore, Xianyuan Qingfeng asked a reasonable question. Is it a son of an aristocratic family who has been traveling around the various provinces? Su Fingnian just held his belly and laughed, without any explanation. After he was done laughing, he leisurely ate the hawthorn and spat out a few seeds. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, "There's a machete man in Mount Hui called Yuan Tingshan. I heard that you're very familiar with him." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had been standing and looking down, said calmly, "When I left the mountain, I had already sent my guest, Hong Yuan, to lead more than 20 men of sacrifice to the Sisters' Waterfall to encircle and annihilate Yuan Tingshan." Su Fingnian suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a smile, "Is this a sign of allegiance to express goodwill to me?" Xianyuan Qingfeng said coldly, "As long as your highness does not betray Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng will not betray your highness." As expected of father and daughter. "You speak in the same tone." Su Fengnian sighed from the bottom of his heart. He grabbed a handful of hawthorns and raised his hand slightly, wanting to give it to the woman who was temporarily sitting on the same boat as him. Seeing her wooden and indifferent expression, Su Fengnian did not feel embarrassed. He threw a hawthorn into his mouth and stood up to look at the river. His field of vision was wide and he saw a flight of gray geese in the sky. Second sister Su Weisheng had once said that the geese in front of him would definitely be an experienced old geese who had traveled south and returned north. Su Fingnian was lost in thought when Xu Xiu came from the back of the boat, reporting that there was a raft of people chasing after them from Mount Hui's ferry. Su Fingnian walked to the side of the boat and saw a familiar-looking man on the raft. It was the flower thief who had been surrounded by danger by Bluebird's Xana spear. He waved the fan of beauty and thought that he could bring about a cool autumn. Su Fingnian absolutely did not like this self-proclaimed romantic Jianghu man. Later, more than 30 people rushed to the snowy plains, putting on a grand display of changing their allegiance. Unfortunately, these heroes' flattery was all for naught. More than 10 fence-sitters with uncertain positions were hung up by His Royal Highness on the spot. Su Fingnian saw that this fellow was pestering him endlessly, but he did not intend to make a fuss about it. However, what was strange was that other than this low-ranking guest from Mount Hui, there was also a young child on the raft who was not familiar with the ways of the world. He looked like he was carved from jade, with rosy lips and white teeth. He was very likable and adorable. Su Fingnian was immediately shocked. Could it be that nowadays, it had become popular to bring along family members to seek refuge? The man, who had made a name for himself in Jianghu by picking flowers, rode his bamboo pole with all his might, trying his best to catch up with the large boat. With great difficulty, he finally caught up with the large boat. In a loud voice, he said, "His Royal Highness, Long Yushuan of Jian Province's Langyi County, requests an audience." Su Fingnian unhappily said, "Didn't you see him? Did you take your son fishing on the Shi River?" Long Yushuan seemed to have been hit in his weak spot. He was slightly flustered and exasperated. He hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, this humble one left in a hurry. I don't know how this strange child got on the bamboo raft. This humble one doesn't even know this child." Unexpectedly, the delicate child called out, "Dad," crisply, which immediately made Long Yushuan lose his composure. The pitiful guest, who was somewhat famous in Jianghu, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He turned his head to look at the innocent child at his feet and glared at him. "Dad, you're my dad. Can't you be my dad?" The child suddenly burst into tears. His 2 small hands did not forget to grab Long Yushuan's robe. He sobbed miserably and said, "Dad, Mom died early. You can't abandon me." Chapter 326. Long Yushuan almost went mad with anger. But he didn't move. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily kick this child into the river and feed him to the turtles. Long Yushuan boasted that he had never been touched by a single flower. He had only had brief relationships with the beauties painted on the peach blossom fan. How could he have a son? Did he really think that it was easy to be a virtuous flower thief in this day and age? Not to mention that he needed to be handsome and talented, other than those pretty girls from humble families who had been enchanted by the book, The First Snow, and wanted to elope with a poor scholar. Long Yushuan was quite relaxed. All he had to do was wave his fan and recite poems. But for those girls from respectable families, just by looking at their belts, jade pendants, fragrant sachets, and other trivial things, Long Yuxuan could tell how much weight they had. Want to ride a horse? Oh my, do you know how much money a good horse costs? It was a bottomless pit. The women of noble families had their eyes on the top of their heads. Each and every one of them had a vicious and crafty gaze. If they wanted to show off their wealth, they had to spend a lot of money. Long Yuxuan had spent money like water these years, but he hadn't been able to save a single copper coin. Last time, he had swindled the county governor's daughter with a fine purple colt. It was said that one tail of purple colt's meat was one tail of gold. How heavy was this horse? How much money did it cost? Of course, the cash-strapped Long Yuxuan couldn't afford it. He had borrowed it with great difficulty from a disreputable noble family disciple from another province. Thus, every time Long Yuxuan caressed the peach blossom fan, he couldn't help but shed bitter tears for himself. He had been a low-level guest at Mount Hui and didn't have enough money. Back then, he had only borrowed this large umbrella to shelter himself from the rain. Now, the few who had held the umbrella were all dead. The snowfield was truly deserving of its name. It was said that even the insufferably arrogant ancestor, Xianyuan Pan, had died just like that. If that little girl, Xianyuan Qingfeng, were to hold the umbrella, how big could she hold it with her small hands? Long Yuxuan saw that His Royal Highness's methods were truly impressive, so he was determined to follow him to Beiliang. It was rumored that Beiliang had a Yanji county, and that the women there were so fair and tender that water could be squeezed out of them. How could Long Yuxuan not be infuriated when a bastard suddenly appeared out of nowhere and called him father? Su Fingnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng exchanged glances. She shook her head and said softly, "Every guest has a secret file in Mount Huishan." Xianyuan Qingfeng memorized every single one of them. There's no record of them having children. Su Fingnian said to Long Yuxuan on the bamboo raft, "If you want to prove that he's not your son, it's simple. Kick him into the river and you can get on the boat." Long Yuxuan was stunned. Su Fingnian quietly waited for the rest of the story. If this person really did such a ruthless thing, not only would the old god of swords Li Chungang be able to save the drowning child, even he and Blue Bird would be able to do it. As for the rapist, there was no point in him getting on the boat. Even if they boarded the ship, they would still die. Beiliang had used a lot of money, fame, and fortune to raise dozens of capable people. A bull's mound was unreachable in the Jianghu, but to a colossus like Beiliang, it wasn't even worth mentioning. A guest of Mount Huishan. If he was thrown into Beiliang Palace, how many splashes could he make on Tidehark Lake? There weren't many interesting people in the world like Chu Lushan, who was as cruel and unscrupulous as a wolf for 10 years. But apart from being ruthless, how could a rapist compare to Fatty Chu's methods? There was news from Xiangfan City that a man with polychoria surnamed Lu had become so engrossed in killing that he had turned Jing and Palace upside down. But Long Yuxuan only smiled and said, "Let's say goodbye to His Royal Highness." Su Fingnian slowed down the raft and put some distance between it and the ship. Her eyes suddenly widened as she saw the man give her the middle finger, then turn the raft around and flee toward Mount Huishan. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned her head slightly, the corners of her mouth quirking up. She originally didn't like Long Yuxuan, but his actions today were true to his nature and made her see him in a new light. Originally, the rapist Long Yuxuan's reputation was terrible and his martial arts weren't outstanding, so she had her own thoughts. This person couldn't even be considered a chicken rib for Mount Huishan. She was also a woman and innately detested Long Yuxuan's actions. After taking over the bull's mound, she originally planned to give him a few lesser-known secret manuals and some gold and silver as a reward to get him out of Mount Huishan. But now she changed her mind. Although she was forced by the situation to help the crown prince do evil, she was very happy that someone could cause trouble for His Royal Highness. Su Fingnian smiled and said, "You have guts. You should be rewarded." Xianyuan Qingfeng seemed to be afraid that this scheming His Royal Highness would have the intention to kill. She said softly, "It's not easy for the ship to turn around. With the speed of the raft, it'll reach the shore soon. This person has fled into the dense forest of Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism. It'll be difficult to find him again." Su Fengnian didn't say anything, but thought of another Jianghu. This Jianghu was probably something even Xianyuan Qingfeng couldn't imagine. There was no sword god with 2 sleeves and a green snake sword that opened the gate of heaven, no Chao Qingyi and Wang Mingyin, no celestial ancestor of Mount Huishan, and no Confucian sage, a land immortal. Even Long Yuxuan, a lowly guest elder who looked like an ant at the moment. There were old servants and crippled horses, bandits and thieves, wanderers with wooden swords, and a straw bag beggar. Every day, they could ask for food and clothing, and if they didn't mistreat their stomachs, everything would be fine. If their farts could have the smell of meat, and not just the smell of sweet potatoes and garlic, then it would be even more fortunate. He clearly remembered that wanderer with a wooden sword at his side to put on a shabby front. His specialty was to use yams, glutinous noodles, and sesame oil to make a meal. The yams were mashed and stewed until they were soft. The glutinous noodles were kneaded repeatedly, filtered through a straw sieve, and then found a bamboo cage to steam them. He then stir-fried them with sesame oil, added onions and garlic, and stir-fried them. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Every time, he had to fight with the one surnamed one until his face was covered in dirt. The strength that he had accumulated with great difficulty after wolfing down the food was all used up in the fight. After they were done, the 2 of them would lie on the ground with their arms and legs spread out, happily bragging and farting. They would bitterly say that the wanderer they saw in the downtown area yesterday was just a man with a pretty face. They would drool when they saw the bosom of the pretty girl from a humble family on the 2nd floor of the restaurant the day before yesterday, and talk about how aggressive they were. The one surnamed one couldn't even afford a metal sword or a bronze sword. After meeting him in Old Huang, they wouldn't have known each other without a fight. He liked to run into the crowd even when he was leading his horse and drinking water. He couldn't wait for everyone in the world to know that he was a young master who could both afford to buy and raise horses. This guy really wanted to save face. This was also Jianghu. There were 2 places in Jianghu. Su Fengnian preferred the one where there was a lively Wenhua. Therefore, Su Fengnian turned to Xianyuan Qingfeng and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to find this person and tell him that I've accepted him as a guest official of Beiliang Palace." Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned and said, "Really?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "When I speak under the bed, my saliva is a pit." Chapter 327. After Xianyuan Qingfeng changed boats, he didn't return to the Bull Mound. Instead, he followed the Dragon King River and entered the Azure Dragon Stream, heading towards Mount Longhu to look for that guest elder. The flower thief didn't mind being a stray dog. Without a residence to guard, he could live without any restraints. Thus, when Xianyuan Qingfeng found him, this guy actually managed to catch a pheasant and roast it over a bonfire with the child. Long Yuxuan saw with his own eyes that the Prince of Beiliang's ship didn't turn around, so he relaxed a little. Furthermore, he didn't expect Xianyuan Qingfeng to mobilize so many people to enter the mountain to hunt him down. When he was surrounded, he didn't have any heroic spirit, nor did he wag his tail to beg for mercy. He only asked Mount Hui to let off the child who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't beat around the bush and roughly explained the meaning of the Su Fengnian. Long Yuxuan was filled with vigilance, afraid that he would walk right into the trap. Seeing that this person was so displeased, Xianyuan Qingfeng was slightly displeased and left without saying anything. Long Yuxuan actually believed most of Xianyuan Qingfeng's words when he saw the formation he had set up. However, what really made him decide to chase after the big ship was the child beside him saying, "Father, let's capture all the big sisters on the ship and make them our mothers." Even if Long Xuanyu had 10 times the guts of a bear and a leopard, he wouldn't dare to snatch the women from His Royal Highness. He wouldn't even dare to take a few more glances to feast his eyes. However, since he had a way out, his face was still acceptable. If he didn't go with the flow, when would he? After catching up to Xinyuan Qingfeng, she magnanimously got off the boat at the Dragon King River and lent it to him. When Long Yuxuan bid farewell to her, he was sincerely convinced for the first time and promised that if he could achieve meteoric success in Beiliang in the future, he wouldn't forget Miss Xuanyuan's kindness in recommending him. After catching up to that air in the Shi River, Long Yuxuan still felt as if he was walking on thin ice after changing boats. However, His Royal Highness didn't exchange pleasantries and asked the retainer to arrange accommodations for the father and son pair. This actually made Long Yuxuan feel extremely reassured. After that, he didn't take half a step out of the cabin and behaved himself. He was afraid that His Royal Highness would mistakenly think that he had the idea of picking flowers again. If that happened, he would die unjustly. It wasn't easy for him to jump from an unranked guest of Mount Hui to a guest of honor in Beiliang Palace. It could be considered as a carp jumping over the dragon gate. If he were to be slaughtered right after becoming a sky dragon, it wouldn't be so miserable. On the other hand, that little brat was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. He acted like an old man and was in a complete mess. Whenever he felt bored, he would walk out of the cabin with his hands behind his back. If he wasn't leaning on the railing to look at the river, he would stand at the bow of the ship and assume all kinds of postures that showed that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. That wasn't all. When he saw the beauties of several His Highness, he approached the androgynous brother and sister. He raised his little head and sighed softly with a look of disappointment. Then he walked to the front of the most beautiful young woman. He raised his head and stared at the same spot, nodding slightly. Finally, he came to the side of the older sister who was holding the white cat. When he saw the rise and fall of her breasts, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, "Good. Good. Very good." The women didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even the cold-tempered Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei was amused. Murong Wuzhu covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't mind this little brat mocking her breasts. Yu Yuwei stared blankly for a moment. The little guy said, "I'll help you hold the white cat, you can hold me." After saying that, he jumped up and wanted to take Wu Mainyang. However, His Royal Highness, who was watching coldly from the side, took a big step forward and lifted the little bastard up by the back of his collar. He hung him in the air and scolded jokingly, "You dare to take advantage of this heir apparent's woman. If you're not Long Yuxuan's son, who would believe you?" The child couldn't reach the sky and couldn't fall to the ground. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. Yu Yuwei glared at His Royal Highness. She was naturally charming. For the next 2 days on the surface of the river, Su Fengnian, who was originally the core of the strict hierarchical circle, was somewhat harmonious due to this child's disturbance. It was like a paper hanger mending a leaky window. Finally, there was some warmth. The child did not have a name or surname. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not admit that this child was his child. Yu Yuwei was rarely childish. She saw that he had raised 2 crickets at some point in time and would often lie on the deck with his buttocks sticking out to watch the 2 insects fight fiercely. Therefore, she gave him the nickname of Little Bug. On the ship, other than the old man who was in closed-door training and had never shown his face, and His Royal Highness did not have a good impression of this little pervert, there was almost no one who did not like him. Even the 2 pet beasts, the charmingly naive white cat Wu Mainyang and the lively and active tiger Kuei Bodhisattva, did not treat this child as a stranger. Especially Wu Mainyang, who would often sneak out of the cabin and find the child. When she found him, she would leap on top of him and throw herself on his little face. A strange scene that was often seen was the child fighting the crickets. A white cat and a tiger Kuei Bodhisattva would quietly squat on the side and watch the fight. Every time Su Fengnian bumped into this child, he would gently kick the child's buttocks, making him fall flat on his face. Only then would he vent his anger. Who told this little pervert, who was better than his master, to knock on every woman's door every night with all kinds of strange excuses? Sister Murong, it's getting cold. Do you need little bug to warm your bed? Father said that young men can make pancakes on their buttocks. When little bug is warm, I'll lie in it, okay? Aunt Pei, the night is long. Little bug is not in the mood to sleep. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Why don't we admire the moon together? Sister Yu, that part of yours is heavy. Are you tired? Little bug is good at kneading and massaging. I'll help you relieve your tiredness, okay? Sister Bluebird, I know you like to wear green clothes. Today, little bug specially changed into green clothes. Don't we look like cousins who have been betrothed since childhood? Acting like a hooligan did not seem to work. The little bastard was very clever. He immediately changed his approach and knocked on the door. Sister Murong, you and I are both destitute people who have left our homes. Shouldn't we comfort each other? Auntie Pei, I heard that you're good at hand-to-hand games. Little Worm stole the chess set and learned the 2 moves Big Avalanche from Dad during the day, so he secretly created his own inner twist move. Why don't we fight until dawn? Sister Yu, little bug helped you find your lazy cat, Wu Meinyang. Open the door. Sister Bluebird, little bug wants to learn the spear art from you. For the past few days, Long Yuxuan had been living in fear and trepidation. Facing this little guy who had just taken off his pants, he certainly could not beat him up. However, no matter if he pretended to scold him or patiently persuaded him, this cheap son of his would just roll his eyes. Even more so, he could not beat him up. Although Long Yuxuan was a flower thief, he was not an extremely vicious person. Otherwise, on the bamboo raft, he would not have chosen not to bite the bait that was laced with poison and instead turn back. In general, they were father and son in name, but this little guy was already acting like a father. Later, Long Yuxuan saw that the atmosphere on the boat was not serious. Although the little guy was messing around, he heard that he was quite popular among beauties. Therefore, he decided to just ignore him and do whatever he wanted. The boat was at the Shi River, but they could already see a small riverside city. This was the border of the Jian province. If they continued north, they would reach the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city in 10 days. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, finally walked out of the cabin and came to the bow. Su Fingnian was too far away from the old man, so he could not see any clues. Long Yuxuan was finally summoned by His Royal Highness and was officially recognized as having a place on the boat. After chatting for a while, Su Fengnian found out that this former flower thief was actually from the school of Moism. Although the school of Moism had declined along with the other schools of thought, before the spring and autumn period, only Confucianism was respected. At that time, Buddhism had not spread from the west to the east. The school of Moism, which worshipped gods and ghosts, could compete with Taoism. Unfortunately, they were not as tactful as Buddhism and Taoism. They directly clashed with the rising and unstoppable Confucianism. Several schools of thought could not fit in and finally lost. However, the leader of the school of Moism, Juzi, had always been known as the ghost god in the human world and was still a high and mysterious figure. Long Yuxuan was the disciple of the previous Juzi and was one of the 36 prodisciples. As for why he was expelled from the sect, Long Yuxuan did not explain in detail. Su Fingnian was also too lazy to get to the bottom of it. Who didn't have a book or a loincloth? The people of Jianghu were no different from the scholars. Most of them were stubborn. Hitting someone was a matter of gratitude and grudges, but hitting someone's face was a matter of life and death. On the shore, the fearless Su Fengnian saw a woman with a sword and subconsciously shrunk his neck. With a whoosh, he hid in the cabin and did not dare to disembark. The people on the boat who had met His Royal Highness other than Bailiang all thought that they had met with a disaster. Otherwise, with the domineering Bailiang air and his family background, how could he be so timid? Long Yuxuan carefully looked at the woman who had boarded the boat. Although he was shocked, he was also curious. This young woman's appearance was average and did not look fierce. Was there a heroine in the world who could make his new master fear? Out of his professional instincts, Long Yuxuan wondered if His Highness the Crown Prince had done some shady business and had his lover come knocking on his door. However, the beauties around His Royal Highness were all peerlessly beautiful. No matter how bad his taste was, he would not go so far as to steal this woman in front of him, right? Just as Long Yuxuan was puzzled, the heroine sneered after boarding the boat, Su Fengnian. What? You dare to go to Wu Wu City but don't dare to see me. Chapter 328. What was Jianghu? It was a curtain of pearls. Women were those pearls, strung together to form Jianghu. The woman who had boarded the ship, whom Long Yuxuan had mistaken as a heroine, was undoubtedly the brightest pearl in Jianghu. There was almost no need for the suffix, one of. Although her appearance was only average, she was delicate and aloof. When she was young, she had traveled all over Bailiang with her family, drawing geographical maps. Later on, she entered Shangyin Academy and studied under Chancellor Dao Lin and the great master of the School of Military Strategy. She was famous for her poetry and literature, especially for the creation of 19 chessboards. She was the world's hegemon. Her chess style was calm and she could see strategies. Strangely enough, when she played chess, she rarely made a move that would make the spectators feel as if they had been struck by lightning. She was neither treacherous nor evil. Her moves were firm and steady. It seemed that she did not seek to make any achievements, but only sought to make no mistakes. Often, when she entered the middle chessboard, she would have a perfect winning spirit without any flaws. Judging a person based on calligraphy, she naturally could not be called a beauty. However, if one were to judge a person based on chess, she was undoubtedly an unparalleled existence in the world. On the chessboard, she convinced people with her reasoning. Outside of the chessboard, she had also made many moves to convince people with her strength. Her sword was not a gaudy ornament. She had cut off a head in Shangyin Academy. This was a feat that the previous Jixia scholar of Xie Lake, the spring and autumn demon Huang Longshi had never done. Today's literary circle had mixed praise for this young woman, but no one said that she was mediocre. But all of this was nothing. To the idiotic crown prince, he even dared to chase after Su Xiao with a broom. The reason why he was afraid of her on this trip was because he had a guilty conscience. If it was in the past, he would not be able to reason with his second sister, Su Weisheng. He would make a scene and annoy her. Most of the time, he would be able to muddle through. However, this time, he would most likely lose a layer of skin. Su Weisheng had treated him well and did not touch the art of war that could defeat 10,000 enemies. Instead, he did not learn how to maneuver in the imperial court. That boorish man was already very disgusted with him. In addition, when Su Fengnian took the risk of going to Martial Emperor City, he was even angrier. A gentleman would not stand against a collapsing wall. If he was not a gentleman, he should be even more so. Originally, he should go to Gangnam-do first to visit his eldest sister, Su Jihu, or go to Shangyin Academy to find his second sister. According to the itinerary, if he wanted to save time, he should go to Shangyin Academy, Mount Longhu, and Martial Emperor City, and then pass by Hutting County on the way back. However, it was because he was worried about his second sister's feelings that he took so many detours. As Su Jihu had said, he still had to consider whether his second sister would be petty about going to Gangnam-do first before going to the academy. The ship was only so big. How long would it take for His Royal Highness, who was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board, to hide? Su Fengnian didn't wait for Su Weisheng to enter the cabin to search. He squeezed out a smile and trotted out. Without saying anything, he hugged his second sister and didn't give her a chance to hit him with the scabbard. He called her sister in a flattering manner. However, he kept in mind that he should call her sister and not second sister. He said with a mischievous smile, "Why are you in the Zhenzhou? This place is a little far from the lifeless Shangyin Academy." Murong Xiong and Murong Xiong looked at each other. Even Murong Tonghuang, who was always shrewd and scheming, was dumbfounded by this scene. Su Weisheng, who was being hugged, didn't struggle. He said calmly, "I'm afraid that after you enter the martial emperor city, you will be cooked in a pot, including your skin and bones. Therefore, I have no choice but to wait here. This is a private matter. As for the public matter, it is a triennial examination of knowledge held by the Academy. The geomancy examination is set at the Earth Lung Mountain in the north of the Zhenzhou. It tests one's ability to look at the aura, locate the cave, and search for the dragon. Chancellor Wang has been drinking too much. Therefore, I will be acting as the examiner." Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the riverbank. Only then did he see a large group of scholars dressed like scholars standing there. The young ones had not yet reached the age of 20, while the old ones were already in their 60s. Most of them were carrying a heavy and bulky bookcase on their backs. Very few of them were wearing embroidered and magnificent clothes. However, it was exactly as the old saying goes, those who have a scholarly aura will naturally have a scholarly aura. Even Su Fengnian, an unscrupulous idiot who hated scholars the most, couldn't bring himself to dislike them. He wasn't the least bit surprised that his second sister was taking on the role of Mr. Ji Shang as a scholar. His second sister's knowledge was profound and varied. She had mastered the subject through a comprehensive study, and her words were brilliant. No matter if it was the orthodox classics, moral essays, or those misunderstood heterodox doctrines, or strange and ingenious obscenities, she was deeply involved in all of them. This was especially true for geomancy. She had once written annotated and corrected dragon scripture and carved jade axle 1-2 song collection, which were exquisite to the smallest detail. Throughout the entire book, not a single word was deliberately obscure and difficult to understand. Because she liked to carry an ancient sword and travel the mountains and rivers, she was wholeheartedly convinced by the geomancy masters and was known as Su Qingshui or Mr. Qingwu. Su Fengnian released his hand and took a step back. He stared blankly at his travel-worn second sister. For a long time, he didn't say anything. He just helped her to tuck a strand of black hair behind her ear. Chapter 329. In the Su family, she was the most elegant general among all the children of the Su family. However, Su Weisheng was even more famous for his stubbornness. There was once a famous literary scholar who wrote a famous poem that was handed down from generation to generation. In the poem, there was a famous line, "Regardless of the details, regardless of the propriety, 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 Su Weisheng was kind and didn't exaggerate. He only wrote 3 sentences in his reply: if a man doesn't keep his word, why not die? His words and actions contradicted each other. What an old thief. Teaching books to mislead the students. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood and fell seriously ill. Only then did the truth of the chess gambling incident at the academy come to light. The literary community naturally criticized this woman for being unreasonable. As for the chess players of the world, they suddenly realized that Su Weisheng would never lose if he played black. Although the position system limited the advantage of playing white first, it was simply a miracle that Su Weisheng, who had played more than 100 games and competed with the great chess players of that time, could still play black and not lose. These were important matters, and Su Fengnian also knew some trivial matters. Second sister was obsessed with cleanliness, and everything in the boudoir was meticulously arranged, almost to the point of being rigid. The vase, the brush, the inkstone, the chair, the couch, the stove, the book, and so on, had not changed in the slightest for more than 10 years. When he was young, the naughty Su Fengnian's favorite thing to do was to sneak into second sister's room and quietly move some small things that couldn't be seen. Without exception, Su Weisheng would always find some clues, and then find Su Fengnian and pinch his ears to death. Relying on his coarse skin and thick flesh, Su Fengnian never got tired of playing for many years. In his impression, Su Weisheng's clothes were simple and plain, but they were very clean. It was never as eye-catching as it was today, and it could be seen that she had left in a hurry. In the end, this warm and tender scene of a sister and brother meeting was ruined by a lustful little wimpy kid. "Miss, hug." Su Weisheng lowered her head to look. It was a child with lively eyebrows. She only glanced at it, and before she even opened her mouth to speak, the little bug shrunk its neck. Perhaps it was this child's ability to observe people's expressions since it was in its mother's womb. It immediately ran away, hiding behind Sister Yu, who was holding the white cat, and poking its little head out to peep. Wu Meinyang was intimate with him, jumping out of the gentle tomb of the world's heroes between Yu Yu's twin peaks. In the end, she was slapped to the ground by the child, who was in a bad mood. Wu Meinyang didn't get angry. She used her head to rub the child's trousers, making His Royal Highness, who had raised it until it was white and fat but refused to even hug it, furious. This was the first time Su Weisheng had seen the old god of swords, Li Chungang. The old man in the sheepskin coat was yawning, his spirit dispirited and listless. He didn't have the slightest respect for her because she was the princess of Beiliang or Su Qingchong. Su Weisheng, however, bowed respectfully and said, "Su Weisheng greets Sir Li." "Sir, the words soared from the great snow plains are so loud that even the deaf can hear." "Sir, everyone, and heir apparent." These 3 words had become a disaster after the spring and autumn period was settled. They were like a flood that couldn't be stopped. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry on the roadside could put a big hat on his head while flattering each other. However, when it came from Su Weisheng's mouth, the weight couldn't be more solid. In the Shengyin Academy, which was regarded as a holy land by scholars all over the world, even the 2 teachers and the Grand Chancellor didn't have the fortune to be called Sir by her. Only a nameless and blind zither player could be called Sir by her. Obviously, Su Weisheng was so serious about this matter because he admired the old god of swords from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't because of Li Chuangong's achievement as a sword immortal, but because of his great perseverance after falling out of the earth immortal realm to enter this realm. If he was only a sword immortal, compared to Su Weisheng, he was just a boorish swordsman with sharper sword in his hand and more capable of killing people. What benefit did he have to the world? The old man sized up Su Weisheng and shook his head. Your aptitude is not as good as little Zhang's. Su Weisheng said calmly, I practiced the sword only to strengthen my body. Li Chungang lectured him without holding back. What a pity for such a good sword. In your hands, it won't be able to sing to its heart's content. Su Weisheng smiled and said, I only know some swordsmanship, which can't be compared to Mr. Li's swordsmanship. If Mr. Li lacks a suitable weapon during your trip to Martial Emperor City, Su Weisheng can give this sword to Mr. Li. Su Fengnian said angrily, No way. Su Weisheng frowned. Su Fengnian immediately smiled and said, I don't lack swords here. Li Chungang didn't even want to bother with his Royal Highness. He said to the decisive Su Weisheng, the sword is a good one, but I know that you have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Saying that you only know swordsmanship is too modest. A gentleman fulfills another's wish, while a villain snatches another's. This old man is neither a virtuous gentleman nor a vile person who can't bear to see others doing well. I won't give them away or rob them. Moreover, whether there is a sword or not, it doesn't matter to this old man anymore. Su Weisheng, you don't have to test this old man. Since this old man has promised Su Shao that this kid can return to Beiliang without missing an arm or a leg, whether it's the Eastern Sea or the capital city, as long as this kid dares to go, this old man can guarantee that he can leave alive. Su Weisheng never bowed like a woman. Instead, he bowed like a man and said softly, Thank you, Mr. Li, for your promise. Li Chungang had a helpless expression. He clicked his tongue and said, I heard that the Jiang girl was bullied by you and wanted to get back some face for her after meeting you. Now that you've bowed twice, this old man really doesn't have the face to make a move. Su Weisheng smiled calmly. His words were truly shocking. He said slowly, To tell you the truth, since ancient times, mother-in-law and sister-in-law have been at odds with each other. It doesn't mean that those mother-in-law and sister-in-law are all bad people. They just want to make the women who marry into the family think more about their husbands. Su Weisheng has always treated Jiang Ni as his younger sister-in-law. It's just that she has a lively personality and our mother passed away early, so I have to be the bad guy. However, Su Weisheng knew that Chao Chongqing took Jiang Ni away. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been the bad guy all those years. The tranquility was like a sudden clap of thunder. Li Chungang was stunned. He gave a thumbs up and praised, Su Shao is more fortunate to have you than to have this rascal. This chapter was updated on the 22nd. Chapter 330. Su Weisheng was not surprised by Li Chuangong's praise. He looked at Su Fengnian and asked, Is there food on the ship? In order to stop you on the way, I was in a bit of a hurry and missed lunch. You owe those people a meal. Su Fengnian nodded and said, That's not a problem. There are many freshly caught freshwater fish stored on the ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Blue Bird went to instruct the cooks to get to work. Su Weisheng turned to disembark the ship and brought the 20 or so scholars of Jixia onto the deck. These scholars of different ages seemed to be somewhat reserved. Only a few military students took the initiative to come forward and greet His Royal Highness. Only Shangyin Academy was bitterly holding on, sheltering the poor scholars of the world and preserving the seeds of education for the future generations. Unfortunately, the academy was a private school. In terms of financial resources, it was far from being as extravagant as the Imperial College, which was endowed with gifts from the emperor and ministers. During the spring and autumn period, the academy was funded by the rich and powerful families. Now, all of the vermilion gates and high walls had become broken walls and dilapidated walls. It was increasingly poor and in dire straits. As a result, Other than the military students who studied the wars of the past dynasties, most of the scholars of Jishang and Jixia had a natural dislike for the Su family of Bailiang. During lunch, Su Fengnian and his second sister, Su Weisheng, purposely avoided the crowd and opened a small meal. Su Fengnian wolfed down his food while Su Weisheng chewed slowly. The two personalities were completely different. Su Fengnian knew that she did not like to talk while eating, so he minded his own business and opened the bookcase. He saw a few bags of soil and reached out to pinch them. He sniffed them and frowned. He carefully put them into his mouth and tasted them. He asked in shock, "This dragon sand was dug out from that Taoist paradise, Earth Lung Mountain. It's true that it's dragon sand, but the taste is not quite the same as what Brother Yao Jian said. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with it?" His Royal Highness often went to the Bailiang Mountains with his second sister and dragon scholar Yao Jian to search for dragon acupoints during his youth, so he knew a little about feng shui. Even though Su Fengnian did not have the ability to search for dragon acupoints in 3 years, he was still able to recognize the basic pattern of dragon veins. Digging dragon sand was actually the same as digging winter bamboo shoots. It was a test of experience and knack. Su Weisheng was a master in this field, so Su Fengnian could only stumble upon it by accident. However, he still had a good eye for the quality of the dragon sand he obtained. There were 6 or 7 bags of dragon sand in the box, most of which had already been burned. Su Fengnian picked up the bag that he tasted and sealed it with 3 yellow talisman characters, 3 pure ones rule, 8 ice plum blossom, and Chuyun saddle horse. There was no doubt that it came from his second sister, Su Weisheng. This was because the seal books were very particular. The rules of the talisman had to match the birth date of the unearthed dragon sand. Furthermore, the unearthed dragon sand was not a small matter. Regardless of whether it was a Taoist dragon scholar or a green bag master, none of them were allowed to take dragon sand. This was especially so after the unification of the country. The imperial court had ordered that any dragon sand unearthed must be approved by the Chongxian Bureau and the imperial astronomer. However, in the past 20 years, there had not been a single case of approval. Su Weisheng's actions were undoubtedly against the imperial court's laws. However, Su Fengnian was too lazy to pay attention to such details. He was just curious about how the Earth Lung Mountain had been the top of the heavenly abode since ancient times, so how could an evil dragon appear? One had to know that in the ranking of the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, even the Tao Court's Mount Longhu was several ranks lower than the Earth Lung Mountain. However, for hundreds of years, the Earth Lung Mountain had always been an ungoverned land where no great Taoist master cultivated. Counting with one's fingers, it had already been 500 years since the previous dynasty sealed off the mountain. Su Weisheng put down his chopsticks and sighed softly. The examination of Jixia scholars' qi-gazing technique this time was just a cover. The evil dragon has recently appeared in the Earth Lung Mountain, and Chancellor Wang deduced that it has something to do with Mount Longhu, which is of the same lineage as the Earth Lung Mountain. It was only suppressed by Heavenly Master Zhao Danping that the imperial astronomer didn't make things difficult for the imperial court. Su Fengnian's expression changed when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be that Zhao Huangchao's evil method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun. Sister, if it's really as I guessed, the imperial astronomer wouldn't dare to interfere at all." Su Weisheng had a face of doubt. Su Fengnian smiled and stood up. Come. Sister, let me help you wash your hair. We'll talk while we wash." Su Weisheng did not refuse. Su Fengnian had the green bird outside the door bring in a basin of hot water and a piece of jade pancreas. Poor families used to wash their hair with cheap and coarse honey locust, but rich families were much more particular. Inside the pancreas was ground pearl powder, so it was called jade pancreas. Su Fengnian held his second sister's soft black hair. His eyes were warm, and with a soft voice he said, "One night on Mount Guanglu, I felt like I was dreaming but not dreaming. I saw Nyangqin. Nyangqin came with a white python to protect me, this disappointing son. Zhao Huangchao, who looked like a middle-aged Taoist, said that he was cultivating at Mount Longhu, but he was most likely the old ancestor in the capital. He rode on a black dragon and went on a spiritual journey. His ostentation was lawless, and he said that he was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Coincidentally, a scholar named Xianyuan Jingqing entered the realm of Confucian Saint a few days ago. I asked the old god of swords about the rules of celestial beings in a roundabout way. I knew that the immortal Taoist Shinran of Taoism condensed their own fate and couldn't easily interfere with the operation of the mortal world. Zhao Huangchao's move more or less didn't conform to the principles of Taoism. This Taoist must have transferred the after-effects of celestial beings' out-of-body state to the ownerless earth-long mountain. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to forming a grudge with the Taoist mansion of Mount Longhu. I don't understand. Our Bailiang obviously won't be so free to rebel. What's this Zhao Huangchao worried about? Su Weisheng said calmly, of course, he's worried that the Zhao family won't be able to stabilize their country forever. Su Fengnian sneered and said, which dynasty can be passed down for thousands of generations? They keep saying long live the emperor and long live the empress, but who can really live for thousands of years? Eating carrots and worrying about salty things. Su Fengnian said gloomily, with this Taoist Shinran's realm, if he doesn't ascend, wouldn't he be standing in a latrine pit and not taking a shit? It's only on Mount Longhu. If we were in Bailiang, we'd have to mobilize 10,000 cavalrymen to crush this old bastard into powder. Su Weisheng tilted his head and the corner of his mouth curled up. He turned a blind eye and laughed, yawning toad, you sure talk big. Let's not talk about whether a celestial being Taoist can be killed. Let's talk about whether you can command 10,000 cavalrymen now. Let's not talk about 10,000, even 1,000, can you do it? Chapter 331. After washing her hair, Su Fengnian wiped Su Weisheng's hair with a towel. They sat down. His Royal Highness helped Su Weisheng comb her hair. He was proud of his second sister's sarcasm. He laughed, borrowing troops from heroes like Qin Jibao and Dian Xiong is asking for trouble. But there's still Fatty Chu. If there's no other way, we can borrow from Yuan Zuozong and Brother Yao. Su Weisheng asked with a faint smile, are you sure that Yuan Zuozong and Yao Jian will lend you? Aren't you afraid of Su Zhao's military punishment? You have to know that in northern Liang, regardless of whether you are close or distant, as long as you violate the military rules, you have to act according to the law. Su Fengnian was still not serious. Brother Yao is stubborn, so it's hard to say. But if it's Yuan Zuozong, if there's an emergency, I may be able to borrow 1,000 or 2,000 troops. Su Weisheng asked, are you sure? Su Fengnian nodded, I'm sure. Su Weisheng took the red sandalwood comb and chuckled, you just drank with Yuan Zuozong a few times. Do you think your friendship is so good? You should know that Yuan Zuozong can't tolerate sand in his eyes the most. He and Chu Lushan are both Su Zhao's adopted sons, but they are like fire and water. It can be seen that you, a foppish son, are confident you can enter Yuan Baixiong's eyes. Su Fengnian curled his lips, it's up to you to believe it or not. Su Weisheng said sarcastically, it's disappointing that you didn't fight in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, the commotion is not small. Oh right, that Xianyuan Jingqing, who relied on reading books to become a land immortal, has some cultivation experience. It's not very useful to me at the moment. It's the same as not reading it. Xianyuan Jingqing attracted countless heavenly thunders on the Great Snow Plateau. That scene was not inferior to that of a general leading thousands of cavalry. Along the way, I've checked many Taoist Qi refinement scriptures, but I feel that none of them are as down-to-earth as this moral forbidding thunder incantation. The Defingdu ghost punishing incantation, and the Abyss divine incantation scripture, of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's 24-level incantation scriptures seem to be more mystical and not very practical. I've studied it for half a month, but I still can't figure out how to cast the landslide spell and the water boil spell. This forbidding thunder incantation, however, seems to be according to the book's records. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can borrow the power of the heavens just like Xianyuan Jingqing. It's a pity that I'm practicing the saber, so I'm not on this path. By the way, when I was studying the red armor talisman with the old celestial master Zhao Shituan at Dragon Tiger Mountain, I checked it out. The qi cultivation incantation seems to have originated from the ancient barbarian land where Shangyin Academy is located. Maybe there's a unique ancient book in the academy that you need. Also, according to the Forbidden Thunder spell, I helped you steal a few Thunder Sect secret scrolls from Dragon Tiger Mountain. There are probably some incantations to guide the Thunder Sect's divine warriors. According to the old celestial master, the ascended celestial masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain would leave their essence incantations in the Dragon Lake. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to steal these treasures for you. Also, that female tiger Kuei nicknamed Bodhisattva, the one called King Kong, I've already given it to Huang Manor. Bodhisattva will give it to you. His Royal Highness rambled on endlessly. Su Weisheng interrupted Su Fengnian's rambling and said with a smile, "You've given me all the good stuff. What about yourself?" Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. He smiled and pointed at the two sabers at his waist. He said matter-of-factly, "What use do I have for those worldly possessions? The spring thunder embroidered winter is enough." Su Fengnian saw that his second sister was silent. He knew that she didn't like him practicing the saber and being a brute warrior. He changed the topic and asked, "Today, I saw the famous Jixia scholar of Shangyin Academy with my own eyes. Only then did I know that there are a lot of poor people." Su Weisheng smiled and said, "Scholars carry books and travel to study, and wanderers carry their swords and travel. These are the two main trends nowadays. The former started when this old man Zhang traveled to various countries. It's just that it's hard for those poor landowning households that have already declined. For the sake of face, they still pay attention to carrying books and traveling after their heirs reach the age of 20. For this reason, they don't hesitate to scrape together money. Think about it, when a weak scholar travels, it's at least a few hundred li away. They have to have a page to take care of their basic necessities, as well as an old servant who's familiar with the ways of the world. Won't the small families rack their brains over the expenses of these three people? Therefore, some landowning households that have long been no different from the poor families don't dare to dream of traveling thousands of li when they carry books and travel to study. At most, they just visit a few counties in a state and try their best to visit a few famous scholars and experts. They drink tea and discuss Taoism with them. That's all. The families of many scholars don't hesitate to squander their family fortune in order to enter Shangyin Academy. On this trip to Earth Lung Mountain, there was a Jixia scholar in the group who stayed outside the academy for 18 years before passing the examination. He's already over 50 years old. Most of the Jixia scholars who teach him are younger than him. In order to save money to buy more books, he only eats steamed buns and salted vegetables all year round. Therefore, Shangyin Academy isn't as useless as you originally thought. Those who can enter Shangyin Academy, regardless of morality, are not bad. Su Weisheng stretched out his hands and pinched Su Fengnian's cheeks. He smiled and said, "It seems that you've benefited a lot from these two trips. I'm wondering if I should persuade you to go to Beimang again." Su Fengnian said sluggishly, "Sister, do you really think so?" Su Weisheng increased his strength and said, "Since I can't stop you from practicing the knife, and it seems that your knife practice is not just about developing your limbs, it's not right for me to stop you. But let me say this first. Since you want to practice the knife, you should at least practice until you become a land immortal, right? It's been hundreds of years since anyone has done this." Su Fengnian's face was bitter. He said vaguely, "Sister, why don't you practice the sword until you become a sword immortal?" Su Weisheng let go of his hand and smiled with squinted eyes, "Sister, you're a woman. Fighting and killing is not ladylike. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Sister, you're so reasonable." Su Weisheng stood up and said, "Let's go. Since I've decided not to stop you from practicing the knife, I won't stop you from going to Martial Emperor City. You just have to be careful." Su Fengnian and his second sister walked out of the cabin together. Coincidentally, there was a poor old scholar leaning against the railing and looking at the river nearby. He muttered to himself, "Even a homeless dog like me has homesickness." Chapter 332. His Highness the Crown Prince happened to hear the old student talking to himself, but he ignored him. There were countless people in the 8 kingdoms during the spring and autumn period. Which one of them was not a stray dog? When he brushed past the scholar who was mocking himself as an old dog, he saw from the corner of his eye that the old man was clearly in a hurry. Seeing that His Royal Highness had no intention of stopping, he hurriedly turned around and made a deep posture as if he was looking at the river. He was very worried about the country and the people. He continued, "Before the Zhenyuan period of my dynasty, the struggle in the imperial court was a struggle between the pillars of the country. It was a struggle between the civil and military officials who had helped the late emperor build the country. Each of them represented the forces behind them and schemed against each other. They fought for benefits. Among them, the orphans of the 8 kingdoms were lucky enough to occupy a seat. Starting from the Yonghui period, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu began to hold power. After more than 10 years of the Yonghui period, the talents of the 8 kingdoms, either voluntarily or by force, gradually abandoned the fence and integrated into the imperial court. The boundary between civil and military officials was blurred. It turned into a confrontation between the north and the south. The south was relatively weak, but it had the support of the 2 kings of Yan and Guangling. Especially in the short 4 years from the first year of the Yonghui period to the 4th year of the Yonghui period, led by the Minister of Personnel, Xiao Yuling, who was born of a concubine, from the south, Wang Xiongui, Yuan Gua, Han Lin, and the others from the Han family in the south were promoted one after another and were able to hold real power in their respective departments. They complemented each other with the Jiangnan scholar group and their power sword. They spared no effort to fight for one word, fame. However, the struggle for fame and fortune between civil and military officials was only on the surface. In the end, it could not escape the emperor's technique of balance. Looking at the past 20 years, the people in the imperial court all had their own achievements. Only the isolated great general Su of Beiliang was exempt. His value was that he was far away from the struggle in the imperial court. Not fighting was the biggest fight, and it was really powerful. I, Lu Wenbao, am different from those scholars. When I look at the rise and fall of the dynasty, I do not rely on the wisdom and muddle-headedness of the emperors. Instead, I find another way. I start from the power of the ministers. Virtuous ministers prosper the country, evil ministers harm the country. I, Lu Wenbao, secretly think that in less than 5 years, the first person in this dynasty, Zhang Julu, will. Lu Wenbao, who had a long and eloquent speech, had just reached the most important part. He originally wanted to keep the audience in suspense and catch their appetite so that he could say something surprising. However, when he turned his head slightly, he was stunned as if a large basin of cold water had been poured over his head. His Royal Highness had already disappeared. This impromptu but carefully planned self-recommendation was in vain. Lu Wenbao, who had lost his home, sighed and could not help but feel disheartened. He was born in a declining aristocratic family in the old southern Tang. As Su Weisheng said, he was a poor scholar who could not even leave a single county. When he was young, he always thought about his mother, who said that before he was born, his palm was bitten by a leopard in his dream. Therefore, he was named Wenbao. When he was young, he was determined to be a marquis or a minister. However, at that time, before the fall of the southern Tang, only family name was important. Lu Wenbao was very conceited when he was young, so he went to the Shangyin Academy to study. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he did not know how difficult it was to enter the academy. How could he have the face to return home? He swore that he would not return home until he was rich. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was an old man in his 50s. Glory, splendor, and wealth were still out of his reach. Some of the talented students in the academy were almost old enough to be Lu Wenbao's grandsons. Old man Lu's ambition in his early years was like the river in front of him, flowing slowly with time and never returning to the East Sea. However, today he met the crown prince of Bailiang. He originally hoped that wealth and honor could be found in danger. However, His Royal Highness was not interested in listening to this old student's nagging. This was reasonable. With His Royal Highness's aristocratic family background, if someone sold their talent to him, it would be more than a few hundred to £1,000. I, Lu Wenbao, am a nobody. What am I? The wind on the river was not biting cold. Lu Wenbao stretched out his hand and rubbed his wrinkled skin that was like a withered tree. He muttered absent-mindedly, "It's time to go home and take a look. Even if I have to beg along the way, I have to die in my hometown and return to my roots." Su Weisheng saw Su Fengnian's footsteps leave without stopping. When he reached the bow of the boat, he laughed softly and asked, "Aren't you curious if this old scholar really has some valuable military strategy in his stomach?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Didn't this old man say that he was homesick? If I take a liking to him, I can take him to Bailiang. How long will it take for him to return home?" Su Weisheng sighed and said, "Lu Wenbao's hometown has changed a long time ago. His family has mostly withered. His father, mother, wife, and children have all died in war and disease. Even if he goes back, no one will remember him, an old man who has left home for 30 years. Su Fengnian frowned and asked, "This old man has real talent?" Su Weisheng said indifferently, "The Jishang teachers in the academy all think that Lu Wenbao is not a master of miscellaneous knowledge. They don't think highly of him." Su Fengnian asked directly, "I don't care what others think of me. Sister, just tell me what you think of this old man. If you think he is useful, I will let him go to Bailiang to make a living. At the very least, he can get a lucrative position as a low-ranking official. It's better than being bullied in the Shangyin Academy. He is not young anymore. Judging from his attentiveness just now, it is obvious that he has read a lot and is smart. I believe that he doesn't care about his reputation." Su Weisheng smiled and said, "Actually, I don't think highly of Lu Wenbao either." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "What's going on? Then let him stay in the Shangyin Academy. I don't have the ambition to conquer the world, nor do I have the pretentious attitude of paying respects to the wise. An old scholar who has been in the Shangyin Academy for so many years has not made a name for himself. If he goes to Bailiang, it will be a waste of resources. If he gets into trouble, he might get his head chopped off by the ruffians. Why bother?" Su Weisheng shook his head and said, "But what Lu Wenbao said just now was quite interesting." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Even an ignorant and incompetent person like me can tell that he is talking big. He is talking about Zhang Julu, Zhao Yuling, or the Grand Secretary, the Emperor, and the Prime Minister. He is so high that he can't be higher than this river. What's the point of talking about all this?" Su Weisheng, who had been walking behind him, blinked and said, "What's interesting is that Lu Wenbao hasn't had the time to add the finishing touch. Unfortunately, you left too quickly. Otherwise, he would most likely say that His Majesty wants to cultivate a confidant who can compete with Zhang Julu in all aspects in the next few years. In fact, as Lu Wenbao has guessed, it is not far from the truth. Do you know that there are 2 new clerks in the Minxia province who are in charge of recording and supervising the Emperor's words and actions? Their identities are just as Lu Wenbao said, the battle between the North and the South. One of them is from the Wei household, a leading aristocratic family in the North. The other's ancestors are from the Eastern Wuhan tribe. They have always been unknown and only know that they are studying in the northern St. Zhang family. But according to reliable sources, the clerks who are in their 30s are highly regarded and trusted by the emperor. If we talk about the path of the bureaucracy, it is very likely that they are the same as Zhang Julu's. After a few more years of hard work, perhaps this person will have the opportunity to make waves with one turn of the hand. It should be known that this secret is something that even many of the important officials in the imperial court cannot see through. But Lu Wenbao, a scholar who is far away from the imperial court, can use history books to determine the future. It is not easy. If you don't believe me, you can call Lu Wenbao over and ask him. Su Fingnian waved his hand and said, "Don't. Second sister, you have a divine foresight. When we were young, I never won a bet against you." Su Weisheng smiled with narrowed eyes. Su Fingnian immediately corrected her without any backbone, "Sister." Unexpectedly, Su Weisheng said softly, "In the future, just call me second sister. Don't fight with her over this." Su Fingnian did not dare to harp on this issue and stopped while he was ahead. He asked in a low voice, "Since the old man has some ability, how should we deal with him? Throw him to Beiliang." Su Weisheng thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush. Wait until you return from Beimang before making a decision. If you personally try to rope him in with just a few words, then Lu Wenbao's temperament, which has been tempered for decades, will climb up to his head again. With your impatient temperament, you won't have the good temper to temper anyone." Su Fingnian said with an aggrieved expression, "Sister, these words are too unreasonable." Su Weisheng changed the topic and looked directly at Su Fingnian. "I want someone from you." Su Fingnian was slightly stunned and said, "Say it." Su Weisheng smiled playfully, "Yu Xuanji." Su Fingnian frowned. "Yu Youwei's father is a famous scholar from Shangyin Academy, but what use do you have for his daughter?" Su Weisheng was as rude and unreasonable as usual, "You're not giving." Su Fingnian smiled shyly and said, "Can I lend it to you? Remember to return it to me." Su Weisheng said without hesitation, "Of course I'm lending it to you. Otherwise, what use do I have for a girl from you? If she's just a courtesan, Yu Youwei, it's a waste of talent." Su Fingnian was puzzled. The country is already ruined. Even if it's Yu Xuanji, what can he do in Shangyin Academy? Su Weisheng went straight to the point. "If you want to catch a 1,000-year-old tortoise, you have to put in some effort into the bait." Su Fingnian was full of doubts and curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister, tell me more about it." Su Weisheng shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Su Fingnian immediately pulled on Su Weisheng's sleeve and acted shamelessly. Probably because she couldn't win against His Royal Highness' childishness, Su Weisheng said something strange, "I've always wanted to play a game of chess with an old senior. It's time to play." Su Fingnian didn't ask any more questions. He knew that no matter how reluctant he was, she would have to leave eventually. He said helplessly, "Sister, why don't I go to the academy to visit you after I go to the East Sea Martial Emperor City?" Su Weisheng said flatly, "No." Su Fingnian was about to say something, but she had already made it clear, there's no room for discussion. Su Fingnian let out a long breath and said softly, "Then you can take this boat. It's more comfortable to travel by water than by land. It'll save you a lot of trouble." "I don't need it anyway." Su Weisheng didn't hesitate and nodded. Chapter 333. Su Fingnian went to look for Yu Youwei. From the beginning to the end, from the beginning of their conversation to the parting of ways, the plump beauty holding the white cat did not speak to His Royal Highness at all. Su Fingnian went ashore and mounted the handsome white horse. Looking back, he saw her and Wu Meinyang, who had gained an unknown amount of weight. Su Fingnian sighed quietly. He could not see the slightest bit of joy or sorrow in her eyes. After this parting, they would not be able to meet again for at least a few years. If his second sister, Su Weisheng, did not say anything, Su Fengnian would not have allowed her to stay at Shangyin Academy. It seemed that her parents were buried there. When His Royal Highness returned to Beiliang after 3 years of traveling, if he had been a few days later, she seemed to have said that she would go to the academy to guard her parents' graves and would not set foot in Jianghu again. Su Fengnian sat on the horse and gently pulled on the reins. He turned the horse around and rode slowly along the road. He remembered that when he was still a dandy among dandy, he had a conversation with Yu Huakue, who was not Yu Xuanji. She had said that the word sorrow should be explained by the autumn in the heart of parting people. Su Fengnian looked up at the sky and muttered, "It's really a good time to be filled with bullshit homesickness and sorrow." On the shore, the little bug who was still lustful shouted toward the big ship, Sister Yu, when I grow up, I'll marry you. It's a promise." The corner of Long Yuxuan's mouth twitched. He grabbed the little kid by the collar and pulled him back. Then he leaped onto a horse and rode together with the father and son. If it were not for the kid's mischievous behavior, it would have been a happy and harmonious scene. Other than the father and son, His Royal Highness and his 2 retainers, Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng, were all riding horses. Princess Jing and Pei and the Murong siblings, Nan Wei and her brother, rode in 2 separate carriages. The old sword god and Blue Bird were the coachmen. This small group of people headed all the way to the northeast. At first, His Royal Highness not only seized the time to ask Old Manly for advice in martial arts, but he also took the time to go to the carriage and play a few rounds with the caged Princess Pei. Later, when they got close to the famous isolated city along the coast, he rode alone and became taciturn. Murong Tong Huang was fine, but Murong Wuzhu's temperament was weak and she was not good at hiding her emotions. Ever since she met His Royal Highness, she had a very good impression of this handsome and confident young master. Especially after the battle on the snowy plains, it was His Royal Highness who had personally moved the boulder in their hearts. Anyone with a discerning eye would be sure that as long as the heir apparent joked about marrying him, she would probably shy away and accept his offer. Along the way, she would always sneakily lift the curtain and look at his back more than at the sea. There were thousands of kinds of injuries in the world. Emotional injuries were incurable, but there was no cure for mental illness. Surprisingly, Murong Tong Huang did not reprimand her and seemed to let nature take its course. They arrived. Looking up, they could see the towering outer wall of Martial Emperor City. The horses were intelligent. They did not need Su Fengnian to pull the reins and they would stop on their own. His Royal Highness from Beiliang did not look at the wall. Instead, he turned to look at the surface of the eastern sea and was lost in thought. After waiting for a long time, Blue Bird asked softly, "Young master, are we not going to enter the city?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Enter the city." He took the lead. The Martial Emperor City was a lone city that was independent of the dynasty. Therefore, the guards at the city gate were mostly decorations. They did not need any guide to enter the city unless they were martial artists who violated the rules of the Martial Emperor City and were not allowed to enter the city. The rest were treated equally regardless of whether they were commoners, nobles, or ministers. It did not matter if they rode on horses, jumped, or crawled into the city. Of course, ever since Wang Xianji became the city lord, the Martial Emperor City had never opened its gates to welcome guests. Even when the emperor who unified the spring and autumn period entered the city, the second in the world did not come out of the inner city to welcome him. It was the first time that Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng stepped into the Martial Emperor City. Even though they were used to the storms of the Jianghu, they still felt extremely heavy when they walked into the shadow of the city gate from outside the city. There were countless cities in the world. For the past 100 years, the martial arts evaluation was held once every 20 years. Only this city gate had seen almost all of the top 10 experts. The current outstanding figures who stood at the top of the martial arts world, such as Dong Tai, who rode on a donkey and carried a peach blossom branch, and Chao Chongqing, who was dressed in black, walked past. They were all like the people of the Jianghu around Shu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng. They had to pass through the city gate and follow the main road to face the inner city. There was a monster with the surname Wang, who claimed to be the second in the world. 2 years ago, there seemed to be a Western Shu swordsman named Jianjiu Wang. He carried a sword case and walked past the city gate for the second time. Unfortunately, he only walked twice and left behind 6 famous swords. In the end, he did not even leave the city with his life. He just sat there and died on the city gate. Su Fingyan dismounted and led the horse forward. After walking for a while, he saw a wine stall by the side of the road. After hesitating for a while, he sat down and asked the waiter, "Do you have wine?" "Yes, yes, yes. We sell wine. How can we not have wine? We have all the good wine from all over the world here." The sharp-eyed shop owner saw that this young master was dressed in fine clothes and had an extraordinary aura. He thought that a big fat sheep had come. He told the waiter, who always felt that he only took money and was not willing to do anything, to scram to the side. He personally went up to the young master and praised himself. He jogged a few steps and came in front of the young master. Seeing the dishes on the table, he smiled flatteringly and said, "Young master, we have Zweiking, Liangzhou Laojiao, Jian Nanchun, and Jinling Daku. What would you like to drink?" The young master smiled and said, "How about rice wine?" The shop owner hesitated for a while. He did have rice wine, but it could not be sold for a high price. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get a lot of money. Just as he was about to persuade the young man in front of him to change to those famous wines that cost more money, the young master turned his head and looked at the inner city wall. He said firmly, "Rice wine will do." The shop owner rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Judging from your accent, you must be from Beiliang, right? Yellow rice wine is good." To be honest, our yellow rice wine is a century-old brand in the city. Although a pot of wine costs 20 taels of silver, which is a bit expensive, but you get what you pay for. It's definitely worth it. By the way, do you know about the competition that everyone in Jianghu knew about a few years ago? My goodness, I am an honest person. I did not say that it was a once-in-100 years event, but a once-in-a-decade event. Before the old swordsman Huang competed with the mayor, he drank a lot of rice wine at our stall. He praised our wine and said that he did not spend 20 taels of silver in vain. This swordsman is amazing. He has 6 of the 10 famous swords in the world. Young master, you said it yourself. How can the swordsman Huang be weak? Isn't that right? Alas, it is a pity that this swordsman did not drink enough rice wine at our stall. As the old saying goes, drinking wine strengthens one's courage. If he had another pot, he might accidentally use his skills as a sword immortal. The young master only listened to the shop owner's chatter and did not say anything. The servant girl in green who did not get off the carriage pursed her lips tightly. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she did not open her mouth to disturb the young master. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat closed his eyes and dozed off. The young master finally said, "Give me a pot of wine and 2 bowls." Chapter 334. The tavern owner was stunned but still did as he was told. He thought that although the child had brought a lot of servants, none of them sat down. Why did he ask for 2 bowls? The tavern owner who brought the wine and bowls was in a very good mood. The cost of a pot was less than 1 tael of silver, but he asked for 20 taels of silver. He wanted to pour wine for this generous child for the first time. While he was secretly delighted, he couldn't help muttering that the wanderer from outside was so easy to fool. The child who had been cheated once didn't seem to mind the money at all. He said calmly, "I'll pour the wine myself." The tavern owner didn't want to be snubbed. He said cheerfully, "I remember clearly that the old swordsman sat on the right side of you at the same table." The child said, He poured 2 bowls of wine, one of which was on the right side of the table. He took the bowl in front of him and took a sip. He looked up and smiled. The old man with the sword case is missing 2 front teeth, right? The tavern owner thought for a while and nodded. He was a little nervous. Could it be that the Bailiang child and the master swordsman surnamed Huang knew each other? If it was true, the 20 taels of silver that he hadn't gotten used to would be a hot potato. The young master smiled and said slowly, also, that old man with missing front teeth definitely doesn't have 20 taels of silver to pay you. At most, he would pour out all his copper coins to buy a bowl or 2 of rice wine and drink it sparingly, right? The tavern owner was completely flustered and his face was stiff. Although the people in the martial emperor's city were born with an indescribable sense of superiority and were used to squinting at the Jianghu people from outside, there was a limit to this sense of superiority. In this world, no matter how they made a living, didn't they have to weigh their own weight when dealing with people? The more humble a family was, the more shrewd and calculative they were. If they didn't have a good eye for the wind, how could they make others willingly take out silver and copper coins from their pockets? Although the owner of the wine stall was an old sparrow who liked to point out the world and had seen many so-called masters, it was just a glib tongue. Anyway, no one would care if he scolded or praised him. If he accidentally hit an iron plate and delayed making money, it would not be good in the end. Fortunately, the young master didn't argue with him about the lie and continued to drink. This made the owner of the wine stall feel relieved. He didn't dare to boast anymore and went to stand behind the cabinet, carefully guessing who this young man was. He stared at the long and short sabers hanging from the young master's waist. TSK, what a rare good saber. Could he really be the son of a powerful Bailiang family? However, he had never heard of any famous sex or martial arts families in Bailiang. Ever since the death of the previous generation's spear immortal, Wang Xiu, Bailiang did not have any capable experts. In that poor place, Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen were the most frightening. It was said that the scholars, rangers, and the like were all very ordinary. No one stood out. The curtains of the 2 carriages had been lifted. Murong Tonghuang and Murong Wuzhu both looked at the silent His Royal Highness and felt somewhat confused. Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei had seen many different faces of His Royal Highness, but she had never seen Su Fingnian at this place. He didn't say anything, didn't smile, and didn't grieve. Unexpectedly, he made people feel inexplicably worried, like a child who had made a mistake. A child? Pei Nanwei sneered. Could a child walk out of the reeds outside Xiangfan City alive? Could he turn the whole bull gang upside down? Could he make Xiao Danping of Mount Longhu rush back to the Taoist master's residence from the capital? But why did he put 2 bowls and drink that cheap pot of yellow wine? The pot of wine was not big to begin with. Fortunately, the bowls were also small. However, he only poured 5 bowls at most. After drinking 3 bowls, the young master only had 1 bowl left, excluding the bowl on the table to his right. The bowls touched, and he still drank it all in 1 gulp. In the eyes of the wine stall's owner, the young man who was somewhat mysterious narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be drinking to his heart's content and was slightly tipsy. He muttered, "Old Huang, when I was chatting with you, I asked you what was the style of an expert. What did you say?" "That's right, it's an expert who can make the clouds of the 9th heaven fall and the waters of the 4 seas rise. You said that a person with this kind of ability is a real expert. You're talking about that old monster Wang from Martial Emperor City. Judging from his age, he should have this kind of ability. But you clearly know that old monster Wang is about to become an immortal, so why did you come here to ask for a beating? Didn't you always say that when we walk the Jianghu, we should run if we can't win, and when the situation is critical, we should run away?" Unknowingly, Old Manly got off the carriage and walked towards the wine stall. He directly sat down and scolded, "Little Sue, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't have the guts, then scram with your tail between your legs. You're embarrassing this old man by staying here. The wine stall's owner was shocked by the dirty old man's carelessness. He was very puzzled as to why this armless old coachman didn't even have the slightest sense of seniority. What was even stranger was that the young man didn't get angry. He only said softly, "Otherwise." The old man wearing the sheepskin coat glanced at the city wall filled with martial weapons. He sneered and said, "Let me remind you out of kindness. No matter what you do, this old man promised Su Shao that he would protect you from death." That young man used his finger to point at the city wall. He could vaguely see a purple-black box. He smiled and said, "I don't want to do anything big. With my little weight, I can't do anything big. I just want to take this bowl of wine and go there to take a look." The wine stall's owner subconsciously rolled his eyes. This outsider was an outsider. He didn't know the rules at all and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could ordinary people go up the city wall? For almost 60 years, how many people wanted to force their way up the city wall but were all beaten down? He had been doing business here for more than 10 years. He had seen some so-called experts who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to directly float up the city wall. Without exception, they all didn't have a good ending. Before they could leap up 50 to 60 feet, they would provoke the experts in the inner city to attack them. They were all like kites without wind and fell to their deaths at the foot of the wall. They couldn't be more dead. How were the sword god Dong Tai and Chao Qingyi's skills? What was their status in Jianghu? It was rumored that when they challenged the city lord a few years ago, didn't they have to follow the rules and go up the martial tower level by level? In the eyes of the wine stall's owner, the one-armed old man who was an eyesore smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that?" After the young man heard that, he slowly stood up and picked up the bowl of wine. He turned his head and said to Blue Bird, "You all wait here." Pei Nanwei widened her limpid eyes. It was unbelievable. Was this guy crazy? Even a woman outside of the Jianghu like her knew that there was a second under heaven in the inner city. On this day, on the bustling streets of the martial emperor city, all the visitors and citizens of the martial emperor city saw an unforgettable scene. A handsome young man walked with a bowl in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Wang Xianji, may I ask what is meant by the clouds of the ninth heaven drooping down, and what is meant by the waters of the four seas standing up?" This sentence was said with vigorous inner energy, and it echoed through half of the city. Immediately after, according to the estimates of the busybodies, there were at least 1,900 swords that were unsheathed at the same time and hung in the sky. And this magnificent phenomenon was caused by a one-armed old man who had been alone in the Jianghu for too many years. Wang Xianji. Li Chungang is here to visit the Eastern Sea. I want to borrow this city of swords to fight with you. Chapter 335. The Jianghu was indeed too big. Even if an immortal smashed a Mount Tai into the Jianghu and caused a huge splash, there would be no ripples after a decade or 100 years. Therefore, most of the Jianghu people were forgetful. They lived less than 100 years at most. 70 was a rare occurrence since ancient times. Li Chungang became famous too early. He was the best at a young age and was almost invincible at 30. Who could compete with him? This old sword god rose to fame early, but he also fell early. After he lost to Wang Xianji of the same generation, his wooden horse and ox were broken, and very few rumors of him entered the Jianghu. Over time, as his close friends and beauties turned to dust one after another, even some old antiques of the current Jianghu had a vague impression of Li Chungang, let alone those young and middle-aged Jianghu people. To these people, not to mention the old but strong Wang Xianji, in terms of swordsmanship, Qi Xianxia of the Dragon Tiger Mountain and Wang Xiaoping of the Wudang sect were on par with each other. However, compared to Deng Te, who was full of immortal aura, they were still inferior. Jianghu changed, but the one thing that remained unchanged was that swordsmen were always the most common in Jianghu. They were like carps crossing the river, densely packed together. Deng Tao was undoubtedly the only sword god in the eyes of Jianghu today. However, this sword god did not like carrying a sword, which was a strange thing. If a sword user lost to a saber user or a spear user, he could say that he had lost. But if the saber user or the spear user brought out their best masters, who could beat sword god Deng who did not use a sword? Rumor had it that sword god Deng was born with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He could transform into 3 heads and 6 arms. There was a small yellow pearwood sword box in his bag, which contained more than 10 pocket-sized swords. They were like living creatures raised by the secret technique of the Wu family's sword tomb. They could eat meat when hungry and drink blood when thirsty. It was very mysterious. After they left the box, they could cut off the head on their neck without using qi. Unfortunately, only the Lord of the Martial Emperor City had seen such a superb sword immortal skill. No matter how big the Jianghu was, sword god Deng was qualified to look down on everyone else. In the Martial Emperor City, nearly 2,000 swords were unsheathed, forming a shocking sword curtain in the air. Outside the city gate, a tired old donkey stomped its hooves and slowly entered the city. A young man dressed as a book attendant rode the donkey upside down. There was a scabbard hanging on his waist, but his sword was gone. With a face full of regret, he lowered his head and said to a middle-aged man who was leading the donkey, "Master, I bought this sword with great difficulty with copper coins and silver pieces." That Li Chungang said that he was going to borrow the sword in the city. Why did he not let go of mine? We haven't even reached the Martial Emperor City yet. Old master, you too. You watched as the sword flew out of its scabbard and didn't help me stop it. If this matter were to spread out, how shameful would it be? At that time, where would you put your face? The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but he habitually curled up the corner of his mouth, making it look like he was smiling all the time. At the same time, that unremarkable face of his also became gentle and mellow. He was holding a peach blossom that he plucked from somewhere. His fingers were twirling it gently. He raised his head and looked at the bitter face of the young man. He smiled and teased, "Isn't face all about your face?" That young man who was supposed to be a book attendant was rather arrogant. He rode the donkey himself, and it was fine if he asked his master to lead the donkey on foot, but he even asked his master to carry his luggage. When he heard his master's teasing, he stared at him with his eyes wide open. Then, he became discouraged and asked worriedly, "This Li Chungang said that he was going to borrow the swords. He wouldn't refuse to return them, right?" The man laughed and said, "Old Senior Li, if you didn't fight and just put on a show, I reckon that you would be in trouble. Think about it, if you lost control of almost 2,000 swords, they would all fall from the sky and randomly scatter on the ground. When the time comes, would you be able to recognize which one is yours? Even if you could recognize it, there are so many heroic swordsmen who are going to snatch it. In addition, there are also some who are trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal it. With your small body, would you be able to snatch it back? If you want to return it to its rightful owner, you would have to burn incense. Besides, this is still considered good. If you really fought with Old Man Wang, most of these 1,900 swords would be gone. Then, your sword's aptitude would be average, and it wouldn't be able to withstand a casual wave from Old Man Wang. However, from what I see, Old Senior Li did a good job in borrowing the swords this time. Now that you have bought the swords, you won't be in the mood to do odd jobs for me. Touch your conscience and tell me, have you been half in the mood to cook these days?" To be exact, the young man who was supposed to be a sword attendant said angrily, "Master, you are the one who talks the most. Once you start, there is no end to it. My ears are getting calluses from talking so much." The middle-aged man in coarse hemp clothes was indeed someone with a good temper. He chuckled and said, all right. I will shut up. The young man who was supposed to be a sword attendant but had never carried a sword for his master sighed and said, "Master, can I talk to you about something?" After leading the donkey into the city, the man who was standing on the main street and looking at the inner city wall smiled and said, "Old Senior Li and Old Man Wang are going to fight. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" The sword attendant took a step back and said, "Master, why don't you take advantage of the chaos and pick up 17 or 18 swords for me? Anyway, Master, you are just picking up swords, not stealing or robbing. It doesn't matter." The man smiled knowingly and said, "Look, you were just saying where my face is. If I carry more than 10 swords on my shoulders and run on the street, will I have face?" The sword attendant's heart was as dead as ashes. He said with a sad face, "I have been working hard for more than 600 years by your side. It wasn't easy for me to save 17 taels of silver, and I spent all of them on swords. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this bullshit martial emperor city." Bullshit. When the man saw that the young man was about to cry, he said with a headache, all right. When there is no one around later, I will help you pick up a good sword." The young man's face suddenly changed. He smiled brightly and said, "Master, are you tired? I will help you carry the book box." The man laughed angrily and said, "How immoral. If I carry the book box for you, it will be the donkey who will be tired. It is better for me to be tired." The sword attendant grinned and looked up at the gloomy sword curtain above the city. He looked absent-minded and asked softly, "Master, who do you think will win if we really fight?" The man smiled and said casually, "Unless we fight to the death, Old Man Wang has a much higher chance of winning this battle." The sword attendant curled his lips and rolled his eyes. "This Li Chungang is too useless. He only knows how to create such a scene to scare people. Isn't he just an embroidered pillow?" The man showed a rare dignified expression and said in a low voice, "Sanlu, don't be disrespectful to Senior Li." The young man saw that his master was angry, so he didn't dare to say anything and obediently said, "Oh." But then, with a face full of unwillingness, he said, "That Old Man Wang is just a dog sitting on a pile of dog dung, proclaiming himself as a king. If Old Master were to use your full strength, you would definitely beat him up until his parents wouldn't recognize him." The man laughed and shook his head, "I won't count on it in this life." The sword attendant, who didn't care about his master's identity, seemed to be angry at his master's failure and snorted in anger. The man didn't care and said absent-mindedly, "You children naturally don't know what it means if Li Chungang wasn't born, swordsmanship would be as long as the night. For 500 years, there have been countless genius swordsmen, but only this senior swordsmanship cultivation is on par with Ancestor Liu. As for me, I might be lucky enough to be better than Senior Li in killing people, but in terms of swordsmanship cultivation, I'm much weaker." The sword attendant only listened to the good words and said with a smile, "Isn't practicing swordsmanship for fighting and killing?" The man smiled, "You've thought it through." The young sword attendant riding on the donkey had the aura of a master. The man stopped spinning the peach blossom branch and said in surprise, "It's here. You're lucky to see it. This fight is really going to happen. It's not all talk and no action." A loud voice came from the attic in the inner city, "Li Chungang, please come out of the city and fight with me in the sea." Countless people in the martial emperor city looked up at the same time. A burly white figure was like a comet that blasted from the top of the attic to the East Sea. 1,900 swords pointed at the East Sea. One person jumped on the sword and flew to the East Sea. The strongest battle in the world. Chapter 336. When the two silhouettes left the city and entered the sea, the martial emperor city went through a brief moment of dead silence. Then, a wave of noise broke out in an instant. No matter if it was the common people in the city or the heroes from other places, they all rushed out of the city. If one were to look down from the sky above the city, it was as if 4 torrents had converged near the 4 gates. Then, 3 of the torrents made a turn and rushed towards the East Sea. Some of the impatient Jianghu people who were good at martial arts didn't care about walking at the speed of a tortoise. They directly leaped onto the roofs and vaulted over the walls of the city. Such a spectacular scene of hundreds of people jumping up and down at the same time was indeed rare. In just half a cup of tea's time, the streets of the martial emperor's city, which could fit more than 100,000 people, were empty and deserted. After all, the one-armed old man who called himself Li Chungang had the ability to control 1,800 swords. It couldn't be faked. Moreover, Wang Xianji had been overseeing the martial emperor's city for more than half a century. Whether it was the divine swordsman Dong Tai or Chao Guanzi, they had never let him out of the city for a battle. Even if one were to use their butts to think, they would know that this outdated old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat was a rather tyrannical character. Such a battle at the pinnacle that was hard to come by. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The bustling main street was empty in an instant. Even the wine stall owner and the 2 waiters ran out. Only His Royal Highness and the others were forced to stay. Xu Xiu's heart was itching, but entering the martial emperor's city was like treading on thin ice. Moreover, the current grand occasion was created by His Royal Highness and the old divine swordsman. She was already at the center of the whirlpool and didn't dare to follow the crowd out of the city to watch the show. If His Royal Highness made a mistake, the King of Beiliang wouldn't be able to punish the bold Li Chungang and kill her as an example. Xu Xiu couldn't even hope to exchange her life for his. She was destined to suffer a fate worse than death. The expressionless Yang Qingfeng glanced at Xu Xiu from the corner of his eyes and continued to look at the top of the inner city without batting an eyelid. In the center of the inner city, there was a loft towering into the clouds. It was like the Tongtian pavilion that the Emperor of Dongwu spent half of his national treasury to build because a short-sleeved poet beside him said, "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky." The second in the world had shot out from there and fell into the East Sea to challenge Li Chungang to a duel in the dark misty ocean. Yang Qingfeng's expression was normal. In fact, his excitement was no less than Xu Xiu's. As long as one was a martial artist, who wouldn't be fascinated by Li Chunggang's immortal style and heroic spirit of borrowing swords from the entire city? Moreover, the feud between the 2 seniors was a major storyline that ran through the entire Jianghu. Ever since Li Chungang left Beiliang, he had split the river 200 feet away from the gates of hell, defeated the Wu family's sword crown outside Xiangfan City, and achieved the sword immortal realm in the Great Snow Plains. Could it be that all of these were just to pave the way for today's battle? Little Worm took advantage of his father's stupefied state and struggled to jump off the tall horse. Probably because his legs were weak, he fell flat on his face. After getting up, he patted the dust off and went to the wine stall to pick a few bottles of good wine for himself. After sitting down, he began to drink and entertain himself like an old man. Finally, he found his conscience and waved his hand at his father, who had become a foreign official, and said with a smile, "Dad, let's drink. It's free." Long Yuxuan was not in the mood to drink. He was afraid that His Royal Highness and the old god of swords Li Chungang would both die in Wu City. As a foreign official of Beiliang, if he was trapped in the city, he would be torn apart by 5 horses or trampled into meat paste. Long Yuxuan did not get off his horse. Instead, it was a man who came into the city with a donkey who smelled the wine. He picked a table far away from the naughty children and rummaged through the cabinets to get a few bottles of wine. However, he did not forget to take out a few pieces of silver and put them on the table. The young swordsman sitting on the donkey's side and jumped off the donkey's back. He carefully stared at the group of strangers. They were very strange partners. The dead man's face was as white as snow. The coachman was a delicate and pretty older sister dressed in green. There was also the aunt who rode on the horse. Her breasts were so high that they were about to burst out of her clothes. The young swordsman, who was inexperienced, felt his heart skip a beat. Especially after Shu Xiu gave him a flirtatious glance, the young swordsman's face turned red and his breathing became erratic. The swordsman who did not live up to his name turned his head away, not daring to look at the aunt. The old Taoist nun, the naive child, and the beautiful woman. These three types of people were not to be trifled with. If one's cultivation was not high enough, one could fail miserably. After the young swordsman named Sanlu lowered his head, he secretly thought that although the aunt was pretty, she was a little older and did not look like a proper lady from a respectable family. He did not like her. Just as the youth was feeling regretful, he caught a glimpse of a face through the curtain of the carriage. He was instantly stunned. A beauty through the bead curtain. Sanlu felt as if he was struck by lightning. The middle-aged man who was drinking leisurely saw the sword boy lose his soul and smiled. He followed the youth's dazed gaze and saw an androgynous beautiful face. The boy had good eyesight. If one were to say that Sanlu was drooling over a beauty, this boy would be wronged. The girl behind the curtain was beautiful, but compared to the girl's surnamed Shin he saw in the Luotian garden not long ago, she was still lacking. She also didn't see Sanlu lose his soul like this. The girl behind the curtain seemed to be annoyed by Sanlu's gaze. She frowned slightly and let go of the curtain, not wanting to see him again. Sanlu slowly regained his senses, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. The man found it funny. Could it be that he really fell in love with her? The man didn't know anything about love between men and women, so he didn't know how to untie the knot in Sanlu's heart. He just let nature take its course. Chapter 337. After the flower thief Long Yuxuan saw the master and servant pair, he was worried. It wasn't strange for someone to ride a donkey, but a donkey with a peach blossom branch in addition to the martial emperor city was not to be underestimated. Although the new sword god Dong Tai liked to carry a peach blossom branch around the Wulin, it attracted many men and women who blindly worshipped the sword god and imitated him, causing some old-school Wulin people to be disgusted. Imagine, every time the peach blossom blossoms, walking on the streets, 3 out of 10 sword-wielding heroines would carry a peach blossom branch around. Wouldn't it be boring? This was the same logic as when the official Chao Chongqing caused the green shirt wave. At that time, the whole city was wearing green clothes, and it was popular all over the country. In terms of popularity, the top 3 of the top 10 experts were Wang Xianji, Dong Tai, and Chao Chongqing. They were 10 streets ahead of the other 7. Long Yuxuan naturally didn't have the chance to see the real face of the sword god Dong Tai, but he knew that not just anyone who rode a donkey and carried a peach blossom was a sword god. But this gentleman in front of him didn't look like an ordinary person. Long Xuanyu was facing a great enemy. Seeing the little bug drinking wine without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he hesitated for a moment, then got off the horse and carefully sat next to the child, separating the brat from the master and servant pair. On the empty main road of the martial emperor city, His Royal Highness carried a cup of wine and walked forward. At the foot of the wall, there were 6 famous martial emperor city's martial slaves. There were a total of 12 martial slaves, and all of them were top-notch experts of the martial emperor city who had lost to Wang Xianji and had to become her slaves for the rest of their lives. There were 4 swordsmen, 3 saber masters, 1 spear master, 2 fist master, 1 zither master, and 1 chess master. The martial emperor city sent half of their slaves to stand at the foot of the city wall. It wasn't a method of hospitality, but to make His Royal Highness, who was riding a white horse out of Liangzhou, retreat. The martial emperor city never had any laws, only the city rules set by Wang Xianji. Here, the words of the emperor and the nobles were useless. No matter who it was, they had to follow the rules, unless their fists were strong enough, so strong that even the land immortal Wang Xianji had to take them seriously. The swordsman Sanlu secretly knocked on the curtain of the carriage several times, but he couldn't see that stunning face again. He could only drink to boost his courage and softly asked, "Master, who is that young master?" His tone and courage are too big, daring to provoke old man Wang. Now that Li Chungang has left the city, how is he going to get to the top of the city wall? 6 martial slaves close to the first stage realm, won't they easily beat him into a pig's head? The man who was drinking with his head lowered narrowed his eyes. Looking at the back of the young man, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. He said absent-mindedly, "Oh, him. Ma, who is a distant relative. According to seniority, he should call me uncle." The sword boy was shocked on the spot. "Master, ever since San Lu met you, you have never mentioned his family background. Why don't you tell me about it today?" The man thought for a moment and held the bowl in the air. Finally, he smiled and said, "Back then, when I was practicing the sword in a certain place, his mother, who is also a distant cousin, once gave me a meal, a life-saving grace, and a teaching grace. I brought you to Martial Emperor's city this time to repay that kindness." The young man said bluntly, "Master, I don't want to criticize you, but according to what you said, this kindness is too great. How are you going to repay it? Plus, you two are related. If you are stingy, I can't stand it. Let's see if I will boil water and cook for you in the future." The man ridiculed, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Didn't you think that young master is related to the girl you fell in love with at first sight, so you want to use my help to do something good? This is called being generous. Otherwise, with your stingy character, you won't get half a copper coin even if you beat him 10 times with the rod." The sword boy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He no longer paid attention to the harsh master, but the corner of his eyes looked at the carriage. He was afraid that the girl would hear him and have a bad impression of him. The man sighed softly. "Before Wu Su left the Wu family's sword tomb, I said goodbye to her at the Sword Mountain. Later, she entered the imperial city alone for Lame Su. I didn't have time to follow her, so she fell ill. I feel guilty about it to this day." As he spoke, the man bent down and took out a yellow pearwood box. With a swipe of his finger, he gently pushed it open, revealing 12 small, exquisite, pocket-sized swords of different lengths. The swords were of different colors. Before he moved, the harmless-looking man turned to the 2 carriages and said with a smile, "I am Dong Tai. I owe Princess Wu Su a favor when I was practicing my swordsmanship. Today, I will repay half of it. I hope you won't stop me." Long Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Different from Princess Wu Su's swordsmanship that saved people, Dong Tai only practiced swordsmanship to kill people. He didn't show the 12 swords in the box to ordinary people. This time, he made an exception and used 6 swords. The heartless little bug showed a dignified expression for the first time. Tsing Yi held the instant spear tightly. He didn't take the man who called himself Dong Tai lightly because of his friendly attitude. Xu Xiao and Yang Qingfeng looked at each other. Murong Tonghuang lifted the curtain again. He opened his eyes wide and frowned. The young sword boy who was closest to Dong Tai was full of pride and vigor. For a moment, everyone nearby held their breaths. How many people in the world were lucky enough to see the self-proclaimed peach blossom sword god kill people? There were 12 swords neatly arranged in the yellow pear sword box. The longest was no longer than the middle finger, and the shortest was only as long as the thumb. They saw the number 1 swordsman in Jianghu, who was far more famous than the old god of sword Li Chungang, smile. He stretched out his index finger and flicked the hilt of the first red sword in his left hand. He said calmly, "Black armor." The small sword jumped into the air. After a slight delay, it shot toward the top of the city wall. Dong Tai stretched out his middle finger and tapped it with 2 fingers. Childhood sweetheart. The 2 swords jumped into the air with lively spiritual energy and flew away again. The last time he tapped it with 3 fingers. Spring water, morning dew, peach blossom. The small sword box happened to be half empty. even Princess Consort Jing, and was curious and fearful of this legendary man. Following his gesture, Shi, Shu Xiong, Yang Qingfeng, Long Yuxuan, and the others all looked down the city walls. Only the little bug and blue bird kept staring at the inconspicuous yellow sword box. The people watching from afar didn't know that the man had just flicked the swords out of the box. Almost in an instant, the 6 small swords had returned to the air 2 feet above the box and slowly fell down. It was not until Deng Taya closed the yellow pearwood box that the crowd finally realized what had happened. They saw the 6 slaves' heads seem to have been pierced by something, 6 streams of blood spurted out, 6 corpses were knocked against the city wall, and finally slowly fell limp to the ground. At this moment Dong Tai stood up. He didn't touch the yellow box containing the 12 priceless flying swords. He smiled at the little bug who was shaking his head and said, "Dong Tai congratulates old immortal Zhao for returning to his natural state and being free and unfettered. Please give this box to His Royal Highness and tell him that Dong Tai's killing techniques with flying swords are in this box." The little bug sighed with a sad face. "You're just going to leave like this? Are you forcing Wang Xianji to fight Li Chungang to the death? If Li Chungang loses, how can Su Fingnian walk out of the martial emperor city? What's the point of giving him the 12 flying swords?" Dong Tai picked up the peach blossom branch and led the donkey over. He smiled and said, "Old immortal, this has nothing to do with Dong Tai." The little bug rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I really don't understand the current Jianghu." The flower thief Long Yuxuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Without any obstacles, His Royal Highness smoothly walked to the top of the city wall. He approached the red sandalwood sword box and sat down cross-legged. He put the bowl of wine in front of him and looked at the eastern sea. Perhaps the old monster in the martial emperor city knew about the situation in the city and was really angry. The sea surface was immediately stirred up. Was the old man really going to teach the eastern sea how to stand on its water? Su Fingnian looked at the river surface. The waves were getting stronger and stronger. The curtain of swords was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. He suddenly grinned and said, "The situation is urgent, let's go. Old Huang, when I come back alive from Beimang, I'll come and see you again." On this day, other than the battle between the 2 sword deities of the Jianghu in the past 100 years, there was another matter that shook the world. The young chief of the Wudong Mountain rode a crane down the mountain. Chapter 338. Qi Xianshou was a serious Taoist Longhu, but when he arrived at Mount Wudong and stayed there for a long time, he was also greatly harmed by Hong Shixiang. He was either dragged to repair the temple or chopped firewood and burned charcoal to build a bamboo house. During this period, it was inevitable that he would bump into several generations of Taoists of Wudong. At first, the Taoist children of Wudong's younger generation did not have a good expression on their faces. Later on, when they saw this Taoist from Mount Longhu, although he always had a straight face as if they owed him tens of thousands of strings of coins, his heart was not bad. In addition, the young martial granduncle who was also the chief treated him with respect. Furthermore, when the Taoist children heard that this fellow's swordsmanship was on par with their 6 martial granduncles, the bolder ones plucked up the courage to ask him about the flying sword Dharma. Qi Xianshou was also generous and did not have any prejudice against his family background. He answered all questions. In the end, a large group of Taoist children who admired the sword immortal's elegance and the Jianghu's reputation followed behind him and chattered non-stop. The remote bamboo house that Qi Xianshou lived in also became a lot livelier. Unlike Mount Longhu, which had countless golden rules and jade rules, Mount Wudong did not pay much attention to them. Qi Xianshou originally thought that he would be very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, not to mention those mischievous and naive Taoist children, even a few of his senior brothers who rode bulls, Chen Zhao, Song Jiming, Yu Xingrui, and the others, had indifferent interactions with him. Unknowingly, Qi Xianshou lost some of his original intention to compete with the bull riders. He calmed his mind and practiced swordsmanship on Mount Wudong. Occasionally, he would go to the Taishu temple on the main peak to admire the sunrise and sunset. Looking into the distance, the 72 peaks in the 4 directions were like lotus petals protecting the main peak. Together, they presented a posture of worship. Every time he finished his breathing exercises and retracted his gaze, Qi Xianxia could not help but look at the celestial sword that was left behind by ancestor Lu. It hung under the eaves of the great gong. Qi Xianxia had a lot of respect for ancestor Lu, who had not appeared in the world for 500 years. Otherwise, he would not have wholeheartedly practiced swordsmanship and pursued the ultimate sword technique of taking the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away. In Taoism, there were 2 types of swordsmanship. Since ancient times, Taoist swordsmanship was respected. Simply put, Taoist swordsmanship cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while Taoist swordsmanship cut off demons and evils. The former was beneficial for cultivation and had no harm, while the latter was unavoidably tainted by karma. There was once a heavenly master of Mount Longhu who had encountered a rare heavenly tribulation because of this and almost died on the spot. If not for Mount Longhu's prompt decision to sacrifice a few dragon pool lotus of fortune as the price, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mount Longhu did not have any objections and regrets when Qi Xianxia walked the path of Taoist swordsmanship. Today was the birthday of Yujing God Jinwu the Great Emperor. There was an endless stream of pilgrims who went up the mountain to burn incense. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since the person who rode the bull took over as the chief, although there were no immortal deeds like the previous chief, Wang Zhongluo, who could break a river with one finger, and this person with the surname Hong did not even leave the mountain once, the incense on Mount Wudong was getting more and more prosperous. Qi Xianxia often listened to his fellow disciple Bai Yu talk about fate and knew a thing or two about it. He observed the clouds and the clouds at the main peak. It should be known that Wudong was located in the northwest of the continent, and the fate of the world had always flowed from the west to the east, like a rolling river flowing to the sea. However, in this period of time, even Qi Xianxia, who was a layman, could vaguely see the sea of clouds surging and gathering outside the 72 peaks. It was just that he did not know when it would accumulate and erupt. Fortunately, Qi Xianxia was never willing to worry unnecessarily. Whether or not Xuanwu would rise, whether or not Longhu would prosper, who was the real Taoist ancestral court, who was bestowed with the title of king by the imperial court, none of these were important to him. Qi Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped and his eyes widened. He raised his head and looked at the celestial sword that had not been unsheathed for a full 500 years. This ancient sword that had been silent for 1,000 years after Lu Zhu ascended to immortality was actually trembling like a dragon. The sea of clouds on the 72 peaks boiled and finally, like 72 white dragons swimming towards the main peak. Hundreds of yellow cranes soared and circled. The vast number of pilgrims who flocked to the mountain for the birthday of Jinwu the Great Emperor raised their heads almost at the same time to see this strange phenomenon. No one knew who shouted that Jinwu the Great Emperor had appeared, but tens of thousands of fearful pilgrims knelt on the ground together. If you told the ordinary people in the world about the saint scriptures, mysterious morals, and profound Buddhism, it would not be of much use to them. They usually liked and feared things that were shallow and obvious, just like the ordinary people who saw the swords, spears, and sticks in the hands of the ruffians, or the embroidered patchwork clothes and palanquins of the officials. Therefore, Buddhism had the 18 hells, which scared people and made them tremble in fear. Taoism had all kinds of Jinren and immortals to save the world and help the people. These things were often disdained by the scholars and masters, but to the ordinary people in the streets and alleys, it was the most frightening thing. After the death of the Big Dipper Lord, Jinwu the Great Emperor took charge of Wudong and issued edicts to the north. In its heyday, countless pilgrims from the south would come to Wudong to burn incense and pray for blessings. Now, Wudong's reputation was waning, but most of the people in the north still believed in it. Especially with the sea of clouds rolling overhead and the yellow cranes crying together, who would not worship it as if it were a god? Chen Yao, who was looking for an ancient book in the Sutra Tower, staggered to the window and opened it with trembling lips and tears running down his face. Senior brother Wang, little brother has succeeded. Song Jiming, who was refining pills in the mountains, did not care about the pills that were regarded as immortal objects by ordinary people. He fell to his knees and kowtowed. Wudang's 36th disciple, Song Jiming, welcomes the founder. Yu Xingrui, who had found a disciple who was in seclusion in the East Sea, was sitting on a cushion and teaching the disciple the Nigong Heart Sutra. He clapped his hands and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He said excitedly, "Li Yufu, your uncle master is finally coming down the mountain." 72 peaks faced the summit and 24 streams flowed. Among them, the longest waterfall was lifted and straightened as if it was assisted by the gods. It led to the adjacent Little Lotus Peak where only a young Taoist practiced the way of the heavens. The waterfall was like a white chain across the sky. When the tens of thousands of pilgrims saw this scene, they felt as if they were in a fairyland. It was even quieter. The huge Wudang mountain was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Who was the one who built the bridge? Qi Xianxia saw the ancient sword fly out of the Taishu temple with its scabbard. It followed the sword and flew along the water bridge hanging between the two peaks to Little Lotus Peak. He saw the person riding the ox and leaning against the tortoise camel tablet. He muttered to himself, "Today is the day to interpret the lot. It's best to go to Jiangnan." The immortal ancient sword flew around the young chief, as if it was reuniting with an old friend. It was happy and excited. Qi Xianxia, who was excited, shouted, "Hong Shixiang, who are you? Why is Ancestor Lu's sword connected to you?" The young martial granduncle on the ox turned a deaf ear. He was in a daze. He pinched his fingers and calculated again. After a long time, he exhaled and smiled at Qi Xianxia. He slowly got up and stroked the ancient sword that was suspended in the air. He touched it with his finger and the 3-foot sword was as clear as water. The scabbard separated and he said softly, "You go to Jiangnan, you go to Longhu. I'll be there soon." The scabbard went to Longhu Mountain and the sword flew towards Jiangnan. The ancient sword went down the mountain first. Hong Shixiang, who was wearing a plain Taoist robe, patted the dust off. He rode a huge yellow crane and looked towards Jiangnan. "Jiangnan is good. It's best if it's a red coat." Qi Xianxia looked up at the yellow crane and said in shock, "Ancestor Lu." Qi Xianxia was originally shocked to the extreme, but when he saw the yellow crane return, the guy who was no longer riding an ox hastily jumped off. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's go greet the senior martial brothers first before leaving the mountain." "Oh right, Brother Qi, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Taoist children's studies." Even the inflexible Qi Xianxia couldn't help but want to swear. What kind of immortal is this? The newly appointed headmaster, who had never walked out of the Black Tortoise Dang Xing Memorial Archway when he was young, was scolded by His Highness as a coward. He finally had the guts to go down the mountain. It was a natural wonder. The Taoist rode the yellow crane into the distance. The yellow crane shuttled through the clouds and flew past the northwest city of Fish Dragon Pass. It was majestic. The pass locked the Yin border and the defense line was continuous. It was one of the choke points of the empire's North Desert. Some soldiers climbed up the city and looked into the distance. Who was the first to see the yellow crane? There seemed to be another person sitting on the back of the crane. There was someone. There really was one person. This news immediately spread like wildfire. The soldiers at the border all rushed to the commanding heights of the city wall. Sure enough, they saw an immortal who looked like a Taoist riding a crane to the east. The impregnable pass in the northwest immediately exploded. When the yellow crane whistled over their heads, everyone looked up blankly. They didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing the celestial who was free and unfettered in the sky. In the prosperous central plains, there was a yellow crane tower standing on the banks of the great river. Its wings and horns were rugged and heroic. There was once an immortal poet who left a famous poem that was handed down from generation to generation. It was said that 500 years ago, Lu Dongxian from Guanxi cultivated for 200 years and finally became an immortal. He swore that if there was injustice in the world, he wouldn't be willing to ascend to the heaven. He traveled leisurely in the mortal world with poetry, swords, and wine. He once rode a crane past this tower, causing purple clouds to rise from the east. There were more than 300 famous poems from different dynasties and generations on the walls of the tower. Today, a grand poetry gathering was held upstairs. The scholars of the Central Plains were in the mood for wine and poetry. Suddenly, they heard that a magical yellow crane flew from the west to the east. They all came to the corridor to watch. When they got closer, they suddenly realized that there was an immortal sitting on the crane. The immortal style was not inferior to Lu Dongshuan's in the past. The scholars and poets looked at each other in disbelief. Was there really an immortal on land in the world? Chapter 1793. Your original body shut off its spiritual consciousness and went into seclusion. Fen Tian's eyes were filled with shock. Yes, it has been a while. The Yawu Mountain's momentum is very strong. My original body is trying to comprehend it, so I shut off my spiritual consciousness. That way, I won't be affected, Night Sorrow said. I'll be waiting for you to come out. You'll probably be an imperial emperor by then. Yu Zhu cupped her hands at Night Sorrow. It was very rare for one to go into seclusion after gaining enlightenment. Every time one gained enlightenment, it would bring about great progress. It could even be said that it was something that could only be found by chance. I hope so. Night Sorrow was very confident in himself. After that, everyone started to talk about the development and future of the Humanitarian League. In the end, they found out that there was a lack of management talent. Pu Luo and the others were the leaders of their own forces. In their own forces, they only controlled the direction and the details were handled by their subordinates. If you're talking about management talent, I do have one. But don't look down on him because of his low cultivation. Otherwise, I'd rather not bring him here, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Whoever dares to look down on him, just kill him. It doesn't matter if his cultivation is low. I'll send an imperial emperor to protect him, the great demon king said to Night Sorrow. He was decisive in killing. This was his personality. If you want the protection of a female imperial emperor, I'm talking about a female, Night Sorrow said to the great demon king. He was talking about Jun Xuanji. Night Sorrow's forces could be said to have all withdrawn from the world of reincarnation. Night Sorrow did not develop in the world of reincarnation, so Jun Xuanji returned to the Nine Regions world. Now, he was managing the development of the Nine Regions world with Tai Shu Yen. Are forever and forever, free of plus fee say, okay, you call the shots, the great demon king nodded. Okay, I'll have her come over later. She's definitely a talent, Night Sorrow said with a smile. At this moment, an old man appeared outside the divine capital. However, he did not continue to fly. He just stood in place. The moment he stabilized himself, a figure appeared. He was wearing a purple battle robe and a purple gold crown. It was King Yawu. King Xuanwu, you stopped and didn't enter the divine capital. I gave you some face. Tell me, what is it? King Yawu looked at the green-robed elder and said. With King Yawu in charge of the divine capital, no one can act presumptuously. Naturally, I can't barge in either. I'm here to ask King Yawu for your convenience. Let's enter the city to find someone. The old man cupped his hands at King Yawu. You are not allowed to use any force. I will give you 3 days. King Yawu then disappeared. Looking in the direction where King Yawu left, King Black Tortoise pondered for a while. So strong. Is the human clan going to rise again? The Black Tortoise King flashed into the god's capital and appeared in the Night Moon Villa. The moment he appeared, the weapons of Pu Luo, the great demon king, and the others all appeared in their hands. "How dare you, this is the divine capital." Fen Tian pointed his sword at the old man. He saw that the old man had horns on his head and knew that he was not a human. "I've told King Yawu about this. Also, I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to talk to him." The green-robed old man, King Black Tortoise, looked at Night Sorrow. "Senior, please." Night Sorrow pointed at the hall of the Night Moon Villa. King Black Tortoise entered the hall and sat down. He then introduced himself. "I'm the patriarch of the Black Tortoise clan. I'm here to negotiate with the Night Region Lord. Can you let us take away the descendant in your world?" Long Xianxing. Night Sorrow knew the purpose of this old man's visit. Just like the Golden Dragon clan, the Ice Phoenix clan, and the Green Rock clan, he was here for the descendant. He wanted to take Long Xianxing away. Of course, it was now King Long Xianxing. "Sure, I won't block the future of anyone in the nine-domain world. However, the premise is that you can't force them. You have to respect their choice. If he's willing to return to your Black Tortoise clan, you can't let him suffer any grievances. Otherwise, even if I can't defeat him, I, Night Sorrow, will demand an explanation." Night Sorrow looked at King Black Tortoise and said, "All right, I promise you. If he's willing to return to my clan, my Black Tortoise clan will do our best to nurture him." King Black Tortoise nodded. He did not feel disgusted. Instead, he felt gratified for the descendant. "Senior, please rest here. I've already informed him. He'll be here soon." Night Sorrow said. "Hurry up. If I stay here for too long, your city lord, King Yawu, will be dissatisfied. The human race and the Black Tortoise clan are allies. Therefore, some conflicts have to be avoided." King Black Tortoise said to Night Sorrow. King Black Tortoise went to the guest room to rest. Night Sorrow and the others were in the hall of the Night Moon Villa. "Night Sorrow, how many situations like this have happened in our nine-domain world? One by one, they've been taken away." Lin Piaomiao said. "I don't know. Why would something like this happen in the nine-domain world? I'm also confused. When my original body stops meditating, I'll ask my uncle." Night Sorrow shook his head. He really did not understand. Could you have been sent to the nine-domain world by some powerful clan? Lin Piaomiao smiled at Night Sorrow. I'm a human, okay? Don't you know?" Night Sorrow glanced at Lin Piaomiao. "Ha! After the wedding, you're still wondering if your husband is a human. Lin Piaomiao, you're a genius." Yu Zhu laughed. "Wrong. I meant that he's not a human clan." Lin Piaomiao's face turned red from Yu Zhu's words. "Impossible. If there's a memory seal, then Night Sorrow would have already entered the Overlord realm. The seal would have been broken. I don't know who can make the seal so strong that even an Overlord realm can't break it." Pu Luo said. "Don't think too much. I have parents. My parents gave birth to me." Night Sorrow said unhappily. "Night Sorrow, apart from yourself, I want to teach you something. If it's a soul that's sent in and reincarnated, it has nothing to do with whether your parents gave birth to you or not." Ruisi said. "What do you mean by that? How dare you doubt my origins?" "I'll say it again. I'm 100% a human." Night Sorrow slammed the table. "No one said you're not a human. We're just imagining things." Yu Zhu said with a smile. "Night Sorrow, you don't have a problem. But you have to be careful. There are some outstanding people in your world who can send in their descendants. Therefore, it's also possible that some people with exceedingly powerful means would cast a part of their soul into it to reincarnate and recultivate in order to seek a great opportunity and prove their Tao through strength. Pu Luo's complexion became serious because he had thought of some possibilities. Hearing Pu Luo's words, Night Sorrow was stunned. Pu Luo wasn't joking. It was entirely possible. Night Sorrow, Pu Luo's words make sense. You have to be careful. Lin Piaomiao said. Night Sorrow stood up and paced back and forth. He naturally understood the seriousness of the problem. It was fine if it was someone from the righteous path. If it was someone from the evil path or another race, it would be troublesome. I'll arrange for someone to compile a list. Night Sorrow sighed. Chapter 1794. Are you sure? Night Sorrow looked at Pu Luo and asked. Yes. Although they will become ordinary people after reincarnation, the arrogance in their souls will still be there. They will not mate with others because it is blasphemy to them. When they reincarnate, their souls will be restricted by the seal. Pu Luo said. Night Sorrow, when I heard that you came from the 9-domain world, I was also surprised. I received an inheritance in the past and it said that there will be some special situations in the 9-domain world. There will be reincarnated people. I thought you were one of them at first. But after some understanding, I realized that you weren't. Lin Piaomiao said. According to your prophecy, there will definitely be reincarnated people in the 9-domain world. But it's hard to say who it is. In the future, all the people in the 9-domain world who have reached the 8th level will be recorded. There will be no Tao companion. This is a huge trap. Night Sorrow took it seriously. Night Sorrow, how about we banish those who become emperors from the 9-domain world in the future? This way, the 9-domain world will never be in danger of being overthrown. Lin Piaomiao said. She knew that Night Sorrow's weakness was his family. So, she didn't want Night Sorrow to have any worries in the future. No need. In the 9-domain world, except for the emperors, no one is a match for me. Even if there is someone in the emperor realm, I believe that I can control them. Night Sorrow said with narrowed eyes. Don't be too nervous. There are not many people who can become emperors. Plus, there are no Tao companions. There are not many people you need to pay attention to. Pu Luo looked at Night Sorrow and said. He didn't want Night Sorrow to feel too much pressure. Night Sorrow nodded. He knew that it was useless to worry. If the person didn't reveal himself, it would be hard to find out who the reincarnated person was. While Night Sorrow was thinking, Long Xianqing arrived at the Night Moon Villa. Now, he should be called Lord Long Xianjun. Domain Lord, someone wants to see me. Lord Long Xianjun asked Night Sorrow with cupped fists. Yes, he wants to talk to you, but it's up to you. Night Sorrow nodded at Lord Long Xian and brought him to Black Tortoise King's room. Following which, Night Sorrow left. As for the conversation between Black Tortoise King and Lord Long Xian, he did not want to hear it, nor did he want to ask. Not long after Night Sorrow picked up Lord Long Xianjun, Jun Xuanji also arrived at Night Moon Villa. After Night Sorrow informed Lord Long Xian, he communicated with Jun Xuanji and allowed Jun Xuanji to take the teleportation array to the god's capital. After inviting Jun Xuanji to sit down, Night Sorrow explained the situation in detail. Don't worry about it. I'll send an imperial emperor to protect you. We'll take care of the battles. I'll leave the rest to you, said the great demon king. Okay, I will try, Jun Xuanji nodded. Following which, Night Sorrow sent Jun Xuanji to the guest room to rest. The Humanitarian League headquarters was still being renovated. After leaving the guest room, Night Sorrow turned to leave. Suddenly, he had a thought. Jun Xuanji was very talented. Could he be the reincarnation of a powerful expert? Following which, Night Sorrow slapped his head. He felt that he was a little crazy. When Knight Sorrow returned to the hall and was talking to Pu Luo and the others, Lord Longxian arrived. Realm Lord, Longxian has something to say to you. Sit, let's sit down and talk. Knight Sorrow got up and invited Lord Longxian to sit down. No matter how much higher he was than Longxian, he was still very respectful to Longxian. Just now, my family's old ancestor unlocked some of the seals on my body, so my race's memories have been awakened. The 9-domain world's Xian turtle race has nothing to do with me. It's just where I lived and grew up. Because my bloodline is higher than theirs, they gathered around me, Lord Longxian said to Knight Sorrow. I can understand this. Our 9-domain world is not ordinary, Knight Sorrow nodded. No matter if it's a human, a demon, or a divine beast, they all have to return to their roots. So, I plan to return to my family. However, the 9-domain world is also my home. It has become a brand in my soul, Lord Longxian said. Just like what you said, the 9-domain world is also your roots. You can come back whenever you want. If you have any difficulties, as long as I, Knight Sorrow, can help. Don't be stingy with your requests, Knight Sorrow said to Lord Longxian. Thank you, Realm Lord. Longxian understands. Lord Longxian stood up and bowed to Knight Sorrow. He knew that Knight Sorrow was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Knight Sorrow was the guardian of the 9-domain world. He was the guardian of everything in the 9-domain world. I am the Black Tortoise race's patriarch. When you have time, you can come to the Black Tortoise race as a guest. You are an important guest. Black Tortoise King appeared and threw a map to Knight Sorrow. I will definitely go if I have time. Knight Sorrow kept the map and said. He knew that Black Tortoise King was one of the true experts in this world. Those who could use methods to send their descendants to the 9-domain world were all unparalleled giants. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Black Tortoise King left with Lord Longxian. Knight Sorrow wanted to ask Black Tortoise King about the 9-domain world, but he felt that it wasn't appropriate. It was safer to ask Black Tortoise King first. After all, Black Tortoise King was his martial uncle. Knight Sorrow didn't have to worry about the Humanitarian League. He cultivated his spear skills every day. Cultivation was the foundation of one's strength. Battle techniques were the foundation of one's foundation. Mo Lu was having a headache now. A few Monarch Realm clansmen wanted to use the Nirvana Ocean Bridge to enter the Celestial Realm. However, they were killed before they could pass through the seal. The Nirvana Ocean Bridge was the only connection between Tianhuang and the Celestial Realm. If one didn't pass through the seal, they wouldn't be able to enter the human territory. While Mo Lu was thinking, a woman walked in from the Demon Wing clan's palace. She was only a 7-star king, but her eyes were sharp. My lord. Mo Lu bowed when he saw the woman. Can't we break through? The woman asked Mo Lu. She was Mo Tianji, who possessed the body of Cun Yin. Yes, they have sealed it very tightly. Our clansmen were killed 3 times. Mo Lu bowed and said. Our clansmen will definitely be sent to the Celestial Realm. How about this? Send a message to a few elders. We'll go near Tianhuang City. I'll borrow everyone's energy to open a spacetime tunnel. Mo Tianji said. After confirming some things, Mo Tianji couldn't let go anymore. Tianji, I'll help you this time. A man with a silver horn on his head came to the palace. Greetings, Lord Yutian. Mo Lu bowed. This man was like Mo Tianji, a big shot of the Demon Wing clan. However, he was usually in seclusion. Thank you, Yutian, Mo Tianji said to the man with the silver horn. When I was in seclusion, it was you who stopped the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Therefore, I should help you. Mo Lu, go and prepare, Yutian said to Mo Lu. Mo Lu bowed and left the palace. Now, he just needed to follow the instructions. He didn't need to think about whether it would succeed or not. Chapter 1795. After hearing the report, the Grand Elder fell into deep thought. Grand Elder, what's the situation? Is the demon-winged race preparing for war? Are they confident now? Lu Qi asked confusedly. No, it should be because Night Sorrow obtained Mo Tianji's body. They are very anxious now. The Grand Elder said. That should be the case. This is a huge matter for the demon-winged race. It seems like the seal needs to be strengthened. Lu Qi said. Night Sorrow had been working hard on his spear every day. His mixed-element spear art was already somewhat proficient. He could use his own domain with a casual spear art. However, Night Sorrow was still studying King Yowu's spear art. This didn't mean that the High Heaven spear art was much higher than the mixed-element spear art. They were both top-tier spear arts. The reason why the mixed-element spear art was fast was because Night Sorrow had the foundation of a basic spear art. It was relatively easier for him to cultivate it. Night Sorrow had never come into contact with the spirit-controlling spear before, so he had to slowly explore it. While Night Sorrow was cultivating, Mo Tianji and Yu Tian brought the 9 Emperor rank elders of the Devil Wing race and a few normal emperors to the Nirvana Ocean Bridge. After getting on the Nirvana Ocean Bridge, they only walked a short distance before Yu Tian looked at Mo Tianji. We cannot go any further. Normal emperors are fine, but if we get too close, the desolate city lord will come out. We can retreat, but it will be difficult for them. Then let's begin. Mo Tianji nodded. Start. The 9 demon-winged race emperors set up a formation with Yu Tian and Mo Tianji as the core. Yu Tian then opened and closed his hands, tearing the space apart. He then sent the 9 emperors, Mo Tianji, and his own energy into the spatial tunnel to stabilize it. Quickly go in. I can only stabilize this spatial tunnel for 15 minutes. As for whether you can reach the celestial realm, that will depend on yourselves. Yu Tian roared at the normal emperors of the demon-winged race who no longer had a single horn or a pair of wings. Hearing Yu Tian's words, the emperors of the demon-winged race entered the spatial tunnel. 15 minutes later, Yu Tian withdrew his arms and the spatial tunnel closed. After that, imperial energy enveloped the group and quickly left the Nirvana Ocean Bridge. Yu Tian, how are you doing? Mo Tianji looked at Yu Tian after they were some distance away. It won't recover within 1,000 years. Even if you enter a spatial treasure to recover, it will still take a few decades, Yu Tian said. The price of forcefully opening a spatial tunnel was extremely high. Even a peerless magnate wouldn't do such a thing. Mo Lu, seal off the news. Before Lord Yutian recovers, we can't afford to fight. If the news is leaked and the humans find out, you know the consequences. Mo Tianji looked at Mo Lu and said. Mo Lu bowed. He naturally understood the severity of the problem. Time slipped away bit by bit. The Humanitarian League was developing very quickly. It was mainly because they were snatching territories very quickly. As long as someone was hit by a brick, their territory would be taken over by the Humanitarian League. The atmosphere in the divine capital was getting better and better. No one dared to snatch territory for no reason or do anything immoral. This was because the Humanitarian League was very impolite. If someone dared to mess around, they would do the same. Because the teleportation formation was more convenient, the people of Star Moon Lake would often come to the divine capital to report to Night Sorrow. Star Moon Lake was developing very smoothly. After a year, good news came one after another. Datura and Sandalwood had both entered the Monarch realm. Blood Emperor Sandalwood finally lived up to his name. The strength of the members of the 9 Heavens army was increasing rapidly. Because of the spatial treasure, as long as their cultivation level was high enough, there was no problem for them to increase their cultivation level. However, there was no news of the god-slaying team. Under the leadership of Liang Yu and Yun Huang, the god-slaying team was still cultivating in the eye of the storm. Night Sorrow's original body hadn't woken up from his cultivation. Night Sorrow felt that if his original body woke up, it would be more likely for him to enter the monarch realm. This was because the cultivation environment of Yawu Mountain was good. In addition, Night Sorrow's spear technique had improved greatly after the two doppelgangers' bitter cultivation. Now, he could use his spirit to control the spear. Of course, his mastery was still very shallow. During this period, Night Sorrow also went to the Divine Devil Castle a few times to complete missions. He already knew that the Divine Devil Castle was a force of the Tianhuang city. Because of his strength, he was already an elder of the Divine Devil Castle. However, Night Sorrow wasn't very enthusiastic about missions. He didn't need to worry or work hard for the white tiger blood that Wu Lingfei needed. Lu Qi would sometimes come to Night Sorrow's place to sit and drink with him. Seeing that Night Sorrow's development was going smoothly, he was very gratified. On Yawu Mountain, Fan Tian stood in front of King Yawu. Master, disciple feels that my accumulation is deep enough to trigger the monarch tribulation. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste of time and there would be no improvement at all. Have you decided? King Yawu looked at Fan Tian and asked. Yes, disciple has decided. Master, please allow me. Fan Tian's eyes were filled with determination. All right, then I won't stop you. But remember, don't try to be brave. If you pass the 5 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, you must stop. King Yawu looked at Fan Tian and said. Fan Tian bowed and left. He wanted to find a place to pass the tribulation. King Yawu didn't follow him. No one could help him pass the heavenly Tao tribulation. Looking at the rolling energy clouds above Night Sorrow's head, King Yawu's eyes were filled with gratification. Night Sorrow's cultivation was going smoothly. As his martial uncle, he was happy. In addition, with Night Sorrow's guidance, the day when the human clan's dragon of destiny would grow a horn wasn't too far away. Seeing that Lin Piaomiao had finished her cultivation, King Yawu waved at Lin Piaomiao and asked her about Night Sorrow's clone in the divine capital. Lin Piaomiao gave a brief answer and also mentioned that King Black Tortoise had come to see Night Sorrow. Martial uncle knows that King Black Tortoise has come. Actually, as long as it's not the Black Dragons, Martial Uncle won't prohibit other races from entering the divine capital. The premise is that they don't harm the human clan. King Yawu said. Lin Piaomiao wanted to ask about the 9-domain world. However, she held back. After all, Night Sorrow was the most suitable person to ask. Piaomiao, is Night Sorrow's 9-domain world still stable? Mo Tianji's body is in Night Sorrow's hands. The Demon Wing clan will definitely think of a way to take it back. King Yawu said. Lu Qi had already told him some things, so he knew better. It's stable. Lin Piaomiao nodded. That's good. The 3 giants of the Demon Wing clan can restrain Mo Tianji. This is great news for the human clan. King Yawu said. While the two were talking, the energy clouds above Night Sorrow's head rolled. Night Sorrow's body gradually became clear. It was because the space-time energy had stopped moving. Then, Night Sorrow's aura became sharp and started to climb. It only stopped when it reached the level of a 4-star emperor. Chapter 1796. On this day, Night Sorrow had been cultivating for a while when he suddenly remembered that it was time to do something. He stopped cultivating, took a shower, and changed into a new robe. He had bought this robe when he had gone shopping with Yang Lei and Sikong Chiyu. He had never worn it before. Night Sorrow, who usually did not pay much attention to his appearance, even combed his hair properly today. When he arrived at the God-slaying squad's cultivation base and saw that everyone was working hard, Night Sorrow felt very relieved. From the beginning until now, this group of brothers had been the most reassuring to him. He had never needed to supervise them. He waved his hand and called the god-slaying squad over. "Wow! Captain, you're so handsome today. My heart is itching just looking at you." Lei Bao stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "That's right. Captain is indeed different today." Ling Long also tilted her head and looked at Night Sorrow. Stop. I have something important to say. After cultivating for so many years and reaching such a level, it's time to pay a visit to the Lord who has bestowed upon me all this. This time, I wanted to bring all of you along. After all, that's your Lord. If we don't go when he has something to do, that would be too unreasonable, Yishan said as he looked at the group in front of him. Lord. At this moment, Yang Lei, who was standing to the side, looked at Night Sorrow suspiciously. In all these years, she had never heard of Night Sorrow having a lord. What kind of existence was this lord? Similarly, Yang Lei was not the only one who had such doubts. All the members of the god-slaying squad were looking at each other with wide eyes. Night Sorrow did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and a teleportation crystal appeared in his hand. However, this one was different from the ones he had seen before. It was 7-colored and larger than the ones he had seen before. What grade is this? Why is it different from the ones he had seen before? Yang Lei was still as straightforward as ever. She was the first to ask. Night Sorrow smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he began to set up the teleportation array. 15 minutes later, the teleportation circle was set up. Night Sorrow clapped his hands and said, "Who doesn't have secrets? This is the teleportation crystal that the Lord gave me. However, if you want to activate the teleportation array with the rainbow crystal, you need to reach the Emperor realm." Night Sorrow said as he used his energy to wrap everyone up. This teleportation array was different from the ones in the past. It required the energy of the Emperor realm to protect the body. Otherwise, they might be sucked in by the powerful dark mutated energy on the way and then be destroyed. The teleportation this time was different from the previous ones. It took them an entire day to reach their destination. "Milord. What's wrong with you?" After exiting the teleportation array, Night Sorrow looked at the unconscious man on the ground and held him in his arms. The god-slaying team, Yang Lei, and the others had yet to recover from the scene before them. Where is this place? What are the people here dressed up like? There are short-sleeved shirts, suits, and miniskirts. What's even stranger is that the things here, no matter if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4-wheeled monsters, they can run all over the streets. Yang Lei and the others looked at this unfamiliar place, just like how the people around them looked at this group of people who had suddenly arrived. "Milord, you're finally awake. Everyone, quickly come and greet the Lord. Don't just stand there." Night Sorrow shouted to the others. At this moment, the unconscious man on the ground slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the scene before him, he did not know what had just happened. There was a power outage at home, and he was carrying his notebook and planning to go to his relative's house to write. However, he felt his notebook vibrate non-stop. He had a feeling that he could not suppress it. Then, the notebook flew into the air. Following that, a bright light shone, and a group of people he did not recognize appeared. "You? Who are you people?" "I'm just a poor writer. I have neither money nor sex." "You found the wrong person," the unconscious man said. Night Sorrow cupped his hands. "Milord, I'm Night Sorrow. I've brought my brothers here to congratulate you. You've worked hard for us for an entire cycle. You've worked hard." At this moment, the unconscious man on the ground rubbed his eyes. After sizing up the group of people, he realized that they were very familiar. They were the brothers and sisters in his heart. He coughed and said, "It's not hard at all. It's all worth it. Thank you for coming to see me." I hope that I'll also be blessed with luck. From July 16, 2015 to July 16, 2016. Time started from the same day last year and reached the current day. 1 year, to a person's life, is neither long nor short. But to a novel, this is a kind of testimony, a testimony of time. To me, this year has been a year of hard work. Every day, every minute, every second, every word, every story. Someone once said that perseverance will lead to victory. I believe that the harder you work, the luckier you get. Because not all perseverance will lead to success, but all hard work will lead to a relative return. So, I prefer perseverance in the midst of struggle. Writing for 6 years, there are tears and tiredness. Not every sunflower will be liked by people, not every rose will be picked by people, and not every peony will be praised by people. It's the same for stories. In my stories, there are different kinds of flowers. No matter if it's difficult to adjust to different tastes, or difficult to enjoy uniqueness. When I look back, I can see this group of brothers standing behind me and supporting me. My heart is always incomparably warm. I've been happy, sad, and lost. But only my faith has not been lost. Since the book was released, this book has never been less than 4 chapters. I have a mother to accompany and a child to take care of. I've also been sick. But my faith has given me perseverance. As long as I'm alive, as long as I persevere and dare to work hard, I'll definitely be able to walk the path. Even if I'm accompanying my family on a trip, accompanying my family during the day and staying up late to write at night, I'll still finish the chapters. Because I don't dare to slack off, because I can't let down my brothers and sisters. In the future, Shizi will work hard as always. Whether it's this book or the next one, perseverance, hard work, faith, and brothers and sisters will always be in my heart. And I only hope that my brothers and sisters will always be with me. Shizi bowed and thanked them. On the 16th, which was 20 p.m., there would be an event in the group. There would be cool coins, USB drives, notebooks, and cups. In addition, Shizi would like to ask for a devil fruit. The ranking is not important. It proves that Shizi and everyone else have worked hard. Chapter 1797. After a year of bitter cultivation and his own time acceleration, Night Sorrow used 4 years to increase his spacetime attribute, which originally had a 35% grasp of the power of heaven and earth, to a 42% grasp. The biggest improvement was not in the spacetime attribute, but in the void attribute. It directly entered the middle stage of the 3-star Sovereign Emperor realm, from 27% to 35%. It directly increased by 8%, close to 10%. The same was true for the destruction attribute's momentum of heaven and earth. It increased by 7% just like the spacetime attribute. After activating the leakless true body, Night Sorrow retracted his aura and stopped circulating his power of merit. He began to stabilize his realm. Without using the power of merit, the energy rushing up from Yawo Mountain decreased, but it was still there. Emperor Realm. Lin Piaomiao looked at Night Sorrow's figure in surprise. Yes. My 2 supreme attributes have also improved greatly. They are both 3-star sovereign emperors, and it has only been a year. King Yao's face was full of joy. After stabilizing his cultivation for a day, Night Sorrow stood up. In a year in the real world, Night Sorrow had cultivated for 4 years. His realm had increased greatly, but his cultivation had not fallen behind. Martial uncle, Sister Xian, Night Sorrow stretched his waist and greeted them. Hurry up and rest. Lin Piaomiao took the teapot and began to brew tea. She was very happy that Night Sorrow had made progress. Not bad at all. As you improve, the human race's providence dragon is also growing. It's mutually beneficial. Very good. King Yawo smiled at Night Sorrow and pointed to the chair opposite him. Martial uncle, I have something to ask. I have been holding back for a long time. Knight Sorrow sat down and said. King Yawa nodded. Knight Sorrow was his martial nephew. He was no different from a disciple. If Knight Sorrow had something to ask, he would naturally answer if he could. I would like to know what is going on with the 9 regions world. Why would so many divine beast clans send their descendants there? There is also a prophecy that the 9 regions world has the reincarnation of an almighty. Knight Sorrow voiced his confusion. Yes, there's nothing that can't be said about this. I'll tell you about it. King Yawu took the tea that Lin Piao brewed. He nodded at Lin Piao and asked her to sit down. With King Yawu's explanation, Knight Sorrow understood. This matter originated from an extremely long time ago. Before the last great era, many great figures already predicted that a supreme being-type world would appear. Uncle Master, don't the great worlds of some realms all have supreme attributes? Why is the 9 domains world so special? Knight Sorrow still didn't quite understand. Starter, it's different. The great worlds of some realms do have supreme attributes, but they weren't born with supreme attributes. They evolved later. Such worlds won't produce pure supreme attributes. Those that are born with supreme attributes can bestow supreme attributes to their cultivators. With such an opportunity, all the clans would naturally be eager for it. King Yawu explained to Knight Sorrow. Uncle Master, it still doesn't match. The 9 regions world originally didn't have supreme attributes. I obtained the Void Origin Bead in a small space world. After using the Void Origin Bead to repair the broken 9 regions world, it had the current Void Origin Bead. Knight Sorrow explained the situation in detail. King Yawu smiled and shook his head. How could it not match? The 9 regions world is very close to the surrounding worlds. They will merge. You obtained the Void Origin Bead, which only pushed this step forward by a little bit. So that's how it is. Then I understand. But why didn't the human clan send people over? Knight Sorrow asked. Uncle Master and the city lord of Tianhuang City have discussed this matter. However, they feel that everything is destined. If the heavens protect the human clan, then the supreme attributes will naturally be born in the human clan. If not, then there's no good in forcing it. King Yawu said to Knight Sorrow. I understand. If they want to pick people up, then let them. A knot in Knight Sorrow's heart was untied. Uncle Master, does that mean that after the 9 regions world develops, its level will be higher than the other great worlds? Lin Piao asked the question in her heart. That's right. In fact, it's the prototype of the next celestial realm. However, it will take a long time. In addition, Knight Sorrow, you have to be careful. Perhaps there will be some reincarnations of powerful beings in the 9 regions world. Before their souls were reincarnated, their karma was severed. It's hard to track them down and their birth time is not fixed. King Yawu shook his head. Let nature take its course. There's no other way. Knight Sorrow nodded. There is a way. You will always be the strongest in the 9 regions world. That's enough. Kill whoever dares to cause trouble. King Yawu's body emitted a domineering aura. Yes, the fist is the absolute truth. This disciple understands. Yishang stood up and bowed to King Yawu. Ha! It's easy to talk to smart people. If I were to tell your brother, he would probably think for half a day. King Yawu said with a smile. Then, King Yawu let Knight Sorrow practice his spear skills. He wanted to test the spear skills that Knight Sorrow's doppelganger had studied for a year. When Knight Sorrow displayed his spear skills, King Yawu nodded. He was very satisfied because Knight Sorrow's spear skills had the artistic conception and charm. What he lacked was maturity. Your master is lucky to have you as his disciple. When your spear skills are successful, you will also cultivate your master's sword skills. The inheritance will not be broken. King Yawu said. I will work hard. Let's not talk about revenge. It's my dream to become strong. Knight Sorrow nodded. How's your humanitarian league now? King Yawu looked at Knight Sorrow and asked. He had already heard about it, but he did not ask about it. He only cared about the divine capital not being invaded by the foreign tribes. I'm not very sure about that. I've been practicing my spear skills. I haven't asked much about it. Speaking of this, he was a little embarrassed. He really did not know much about the Humanitarian League. Martial uncle, it's like this. The name of the Human Tao Alliance was written by all of us. Knight Sorrow drew lots and picked one. The leader is Knight Sorrow. He was forced to take up the position by everyone. As for the management, it's all done by the others. It's currently developing very well and is already the #1 faction in God's capital. However, Martial Uncle, don't worry, we won't mess around. Seeing Knight Sorrow's awkwardness, Lin Piaomiao explained the situation of the Human Tao Alliance. If someone else was so arrogant, Yan Qi and Lu Qi would definitely attack them. But with you, the virtuous emperor, as their leader, the Human Tao Alliance can rest assured. I can rest assured as well. The great demon king is unruly and unrestrained, but that's just his personality. It's also a display of his strength. The only one left is your senior brother. He's a bit murderous, but he's also very clear about right and wrong. Chapter 1798. Your realm is still slow. If someone else said that, I would have slapped them. But I can't bear to scold you because you have worked hard enough. Using strength to prove one's Tao is usually an extreme method used by cultivators who have exhausted their potential. It is actually very difficult. If there is a bottleneck in realm, then there is also a bottleneck in energy, said King Yawu. Yi Shang, you don't have any bottlenecks right now. Just let nature take its course and cultivate. If you really encounter a bottleneck, then think about this problem. Lin Piaomiao looked at Yi Shang and said. Also, be careful. The devil-winged race has been on the move recently. They have attacked the desolate sky city a few times. They should be plotting something. I have communicated with the desolate sky city lord. They should be after Mo Tianji's body. Therefore, your world and your nest must be guarded. Also, you cannot move your original body. Just stay here and cultivate, said King Yawu. Martial uncle. Knight Sorrow was startled. Yes, you did. Other than participating in the 100 Race Alliance's first vanguard, cultivate here for the rest of your time. When you reach the Emperor realm or when the human race's providence reaches its peak, then we will talk about it again. Since you have just gotten married, then this place is yours. I will go to the city lord residence. Your senior brother and martial uncle will also leave. After speaking, King Yawu's body flashed and left the peak of Yawu Mountain. Knight Sorrow and Lin Piaomiao looked at each other speechlessly. King Yawu's actions were really swift and decisive. It seems like you really can't leave until you reach the Emperor realm, said Lin Piaomiao to Knight Sorrow with a smile. Then I won't leave. The 9 regions world has a clone guarding it. There is another clone outside doing things. I will just cultivate diligently. Knight Sorrow didn't think much of it. At this moment, in the Sky General World region Sky General City, a black-clothed man was sitting opposite Yuan Ji. Realm Lord Yuan, you have no chance to shine now. If you cooperate with me, you still have a chance, said the black-clothed man to Yuan Ji. You're just an avatar. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yuan Ji looked at the black-clothed man coldly. Qualifications. If you work with us, we can help you rise again. Otherwise, you will forever be suppressed by Lin Piaomiao. Who knows, Knight Sorrow might come and destroy you one day. The black-clothed man said. Then which power do you belong to? Yuan Ji frowned. The black-robed man's words had struck a chord in his heart. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to go outside. The black-robed man had contacted one of Yuan Ji's strongholds in the celestial realm. After receiving 1,000,000 Saint Spirit stones, Yuan Ji's men brought him to the Tianjiang domain. "Tell your men to withdraw." The black-clothed man looked around and said. Yuan Ji waved his hand and had everyone in the city lord's mansion leave. "I will tell you something first. If you cooperate with us, I can use my resources to help you rise up. Even if the human race is going to be destroyed, I can still protect your Yuan family." The man in black said. Yuan Ji wasn't stupid. After hearing the black-clothed man's words, he immediately understood. "That's right. It's fine as long as you know it. Since we can come here, we have some confidence. So, it's up to you whether to cooperate or not. You can go and tell others. I'm just a clone, so it doesn't matter. But, I can guarantee that if there's a war, your Tianjiang domain will be the first to be destroyed. Don't talk to me about teleportation arrays. I can enter the celestial realm through the Nirvana ocean. I can easily enter your Tianjiang domain." The black-clothed man looked at the frightened Yuan Ji and said. Naturally, he was just trying to scare him. The price of opening a spatial tunnel was too high. Yuan Ji sat down. His facial expression was constantly changing because the situation was very serious. He couldn't afford to offend either side. The few palace lords of the ethereal empire could easily squash him to death. The devil-winged clan could also easily kill him. "You found the Tianjiang domain. What do you need me to do?" After thinking for a while, Yuan Ji asked. "Find someone. Help us find someone, and I'll give you 5,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. If you can enter Night Sorrow's world, I'll give you 10,000,000 Saint Spirit stones. I guarantee that if there's a war, your Tianjiang domain won't be affected," the black-clothed man said. The black-clothed man was the elder of the Demon Wing clan, Mo Tiantu. He was the person in charge of the small team sent by Yu Tian and Mo Tianji. After arriving in the celestial realm, they started investigating with the information in their hands. They knew that Mo Tianji's body was in Night Sorrow's hands, so they investigated Night Sorrow first. Then, they found out that Night Sorrow was the domain lord of a domain. It would be difficult to fight their way in, so they needed allies. In addition, they needed to find Jun Xuanji, who was in the image in the crystal bowl. Mo Tiantu's original body was connected to his doppelganger. The Demon Wing clan's diviner divined again and took out a new image. Afterward, Mo Tiantu captured human cultivators to ask, but he still couldn't identify the specific location. Therefore, Mo Tiantu needed to find allies. As for the choice of allies, Mo Tiantu chose a few: Donghao Mountain, Tianya Pavilion, and Yuan Ji's Tianjiang domain. His first choice was Yuan Ji. According to the information he had gathered, Yuan Ji had no bottom line and was a shameless person. Other than that, he analyzed where he could gain a foothold. Donghao Mountain and World Edge Pavilion weren't at the end of their rope, so they still had a chance to develop. However, Yuan Ji couldn't. He was in danger of being destroyed at any time. "Okay. I'll double the benefits. Take half first, and I'll consider cooperating." After thinking for a while, Yuan Ji made his decision. He felt that it was better to accumulate some resources first. In the future, if he wanted to hide, he would have a chance to develop with abundant resources. "Okay, double the benefits won't be a problem. But first, tell me where the scene in this crystal ball is." Mo Tiantu took out a crystal bowl. "Swear to the heavenly law first. Take out half of the Saint Spirit stones, and we'll start working together." Yuan Ji's face looked cold. "Okay, you also have to swear to the heavenly law that you can't betray today's agreement," Mo Tiantu said. Mo Tiantu said. He was also afraid that if one day Yuan Ji Fantian did not recognize them and knew too much, their small team could easily be wiped out. After the two of them swore to the heavenly law, Mo Tiantu gave Yuan Ji 10 million Saint Spirit stones right away. When he came, he was already prepared to bribe people, so he brought a lot of resources. Yuan Ji took a look at the crystal ball in Mo Tiantu's hand and didn't see anything special. When he looked at it for the second time, Yuan Ji noticed a symbol. The first city of the human race, the divine capital. The person you're looking for is in the divine capital. The sign behind her is the Humanitarian League. Go to the divine capital and find the Humanitarian League, and you'll find the person you're looking for, Yuan Ji said. Okay, the first cooperation is done. As for the second cooperation, you have to help us think of a way. Mo Tiantu's heart brightened. His main goal was to find Jun Xuanji. Chapter 1799. Who? Mo Tiantu looked at Yuan Ji and asked. Zhang Ning of the Ethereal Dynasty. I want to kill her clone and capture her real body. Yuan Ji's words were cold, and even the temperature in the city lord's residence dropped. What cultivation level? Don't tell me she's an emperor. If she's an emperor, we can't do anything because we don't have an emperor among us. The highest cultivation level among those who came through the passage is an emperor. Mo Tiantu looked at Yuan Ji and said. Not an emperor, but an emperor. Yuan Ji shook his head. Zhang Ning had become his sore point. He knew that if Zhang Ning found him, she would kill him. Cultivation level is an emperor. That's fine. For a pleasant cooperation and to show our sincerity, we'll help you with this. However, you have to investigate the information carefully. You can't let us fall into a trap. Mo Tiantu thought for a while and said. He hoped that Yuan Ji could sincerely serve the Demon Wing clan, so he planned to help Yuan Ji with this. Thank you. I've been dreaming of this. Therefore, I'll definitely take care of the information. Yuan Ji nodded. Then, Mo Tiantu and Yuan Ji talked about the second cooperation. Yuan Ji was clear about the development of the forces in Star Moon Lake. Therefore, he planned to infiltrate the forces in Star Moon Lake with his subordinates. Alright. As long as we can infiltrate one of them, it doesn't matter if their cultivation level is low. We can use the spatial treasure to bring our experts into Night Sorrow's world. By then, we'll rule his world. You can take revenge however you want. You like women. Night Sorrow has a few beautiful wives. Mo Tiantu said. Yuan Ji laughed. He felt that the future prospects were very good. If he took down Zhang Ning secretly, he would blame it on the Demon Wing clan. In addition, if he took down Night Sorrow's world, he would have another stronghold to hide in. Divination wasn't omnipotent. For example, the teleportation array between the realm and the celestial realm had an illusion array around it. Even if it was divination, one couldn't see the surroundings or determine the location. As long as one wanted to hide, they could hide. Yuan Ji sent people to investigate and provided some identities for the Demon Wing clan so that they could appear freely in the celestial realm. Mo Tiantu and the others entered the celestial realm with broken wings and horns, so they looked no different from humans. Mo Tiantu's people, except for his original body, who was in the celestial wasteland, the others came with his original body and avatars. This was because the space passage had a spatial treasure. The space passage had its original body and his avatars. As for using a spatial magic treasure to carry a cultivator through a spatial tunnel, that was unrealistic. Even in a spatial magic treasure, the energy contained in the cultivator's body would create pressure on the spatial tunnel. This was the law of the heavenly Tao. Of course, the teleportation array was a different situation. It used the energy law of the teleportation stone. Mo Tiantu was an elder of the Demon Wing clan. He was already a high-ranking member. The clan could not allow his true body to take the risk of being killed. Besides, he had to receive orders from the clan. Therefore, his true body did not come. The rest of the members went through the space passage together with their true body and doppelgangers. Mo Tian-tu sent Sha Mo to the divine capital to look for Jun Xuanji. He asked Sha Mo to find a reason to follow Jun Xuanji, even if he had to lower himself. He had to help Jun Xuanji reach the Emperor realm at all costs. Before Jun Xuanji reached the Emperor realm, he could not mention anything about the Demon Wing clan. Mo Tianji had told Mo Tian-tu and the others that she was sure Jun Xuanji was her avatar. She had to help Jun Xuanji rise. If she could not get her original body back, her original body's soul would move into the new body. Her strength would not be affected too much. If she got her original body back, she could merge the two and her strength would increase greatly. Sha Mo went with his original body. His avatar stayed with Mo Tian-tu so that he could report to him. Sha Mo also brought some things prepared by Mo Tianji, such as books and resources. Yi Shang didn't know about these things. His state of mind was very stable. For him, there were human almighties watching over the affairs of the human race. The city lord of Tianhuang City and King Ye Wu were both peerless giants. Below them was the council of elders of the human race. As an imperial emperor, he could take care of himself. The 9 regions world and Star Moon Lake were developing well. He did not need to worry about them. What are you thinking about? Lin Piaomiao asked when she saw Night Sorrow's eyes were a little dazed. Nothing. I just feel that it's not right to push Uncle Master away, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I never thought that I would be able to cultivate on Yawo Mountain or with my husband. Lin Piaomiao's face was filled with happiness. I didn't think about it either because I used to think that the highest level cultivators could reach was supremacy. Who would have thought that after becoming a supremacy, I would have to charge towards the saint realm? Yi Shang also smiled. When he looked back, there were some things he admired himself for. Have some tea first. I'll go tidy up the hut. Lin Piaomiao blushed. It was time for the two of them. Let's do it together. Night Sorrow smiled and followed Lin Piaomiao to tidy up the hut. Night Sorrow, I want a child. But it's hard for an emperor to have a descendant. Not to mention, you're an emperor who cultivates the body. I'm an emperor, Lin Piaomiao said softly. Have you thought about it? Mortals can only have children for a few decades. Young and old can't do it. But what about us? We have an endless lifespan. If 10 years is not enough, we can have 100 years. If 100 years is not enough, we can have 1,000 years. If that's not enough, what about 1,000,000 years? Night Sorrow hugged Lin Piaomiao and whispered. Are you trying to torture me to death? By the way, you don't mind that I kicked you that day, right? Lin Piaomiao looked up at Night Sorrow and asked. Why would I? I'm just a rank 9 emperor. Other than me, no one else would be kicked off the bed by the bride. Night Sorrow's face was full of smiles. I thought you wouldn't be happy if you didn't say it. I've always wanted to explain it to you. But with someone else around, it wasn't convenient. I won't do it again. Lin Piaomiao said softly. Sister Xian, marriage is about supporting and relying on each other. There's no need to feel apologetic or guilty about some things. I married you because I want to give you happiness. This will not change. Night Sorrow patted Lin Xian's back and said. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. I'll make it up to you tonight. Lin Piaomiao said to Night Sorrow. Yong Fei. Z looked at the little $3 and said. Sister Xian, I feel that it's not appropriate to do that at the peak of Yawo Mountain. This is where the human race's destiny is. It's blasphemous. Why don't we walk around the foot of the mountain? Since we have a spatial treasure, we can go in whenever we want. Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1800. Night Sorrow and Lin Piaomiao lived a sweet life. During the day, Lin Piaomiao would cultivate his spear art. At night, the two of them would go out for a walk and spend the night in other places. The main reason was that they were in awe of the Providence Dragon at the peak of Yawu Mountain. After a month of such days, Night Sorrow's anxious state of mind calmed down. He also planned to cultivate in seclusion for the second time. Lin Piaomiao supported Night Sorrow's decision. Imosti new chapter *% section %# then, Night Sorrow went to his original cultivation place and started his second seclusion. When Night Sorrow's power of merit was activated, the energy eruption at the peak of Yawu Mountain intensified once again. The energy eruption at the peak of Yawu Mountain was different from energy eruptions in other environments. After the energy eruption of Yawu Mountain reached the sky, it stirred up the will of heaven and earth and the momentum of heaven and earth. After a cycle, it would fall back into Yawu Mountain. It was the horn of the Providence Dragon. It was where the energy would not leak and would not become the weakness of the Providence Dragon. As Night Sorrow cultivated, Lin Piaomiao also sat down and started cultivating. Night Sorrow's heaven and earth vision was very beneficial to her. Most importantly, the energy here contained the providence power of the human race. While Yishuan's main body was cultivating in seclusion, Night Sorrow's clone was still cultivating his spear art every day. On Night Sorrow's day, King Yawu came while he was cultivating his spear art. After stopping his cultivation, Night Sorrow brewed a pot of tea for King Yawu. "Uncle Master is here." "Nothing much. I just came to see you. How have you been recently?" King Yawu took a sip of tea and savored it carefully. "After relaxing my state of mind, I continued my seclusion." "Uncle Master, you can go back. I won't know if any small fry went to see me," Night Sorrow said. He knew that King Yawu had stayed on Yawu Mountain for countless years and might not be used to leaving. "That's fine. I'll listen to you. I'll go back later. Your senior brother has passed the 5 tribulations of the heavenly Tao. He'll be able to improve faster if he goes back." King Yawu nodded. Then, King Yawu asked about Night Sorrow's spear practice and gave him a few pointers. "Let's go for a walk. I'll introduce you to a few people," King Yawu said to Night Sorrow. Then, King Yawu took Night Sorrow to the streets. "Back then, when I was with your master, I would often go out with your master. Your master was arrogant when he was young. He only stabilized after he achieved something. Now, you are the one accompanying me." King Yawu sighed. "It's hard to find a bosom friend in life. Master has a brother like Uncle Master, so he won't have any regrets in his life," Night Sorrow said. "You can't say that. I have no regrets having a disciple like you." King Yawu shook his head. King Yawu brought Night Sorrow to the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the two of them sat and talked. When they saw King Yawu, the two of them stood up and greeted him. Of the two, one of them was someone Night Sorrow knew. It was the 7th elder, Lu Qi. The other was a white-haired elder that Night Sorrow had never seen before. "Elder Lu Qi, you know him. He is the law enforcement elder of the Tianhuang city and also the law enforcement elder of the divine capital city. The two cities can communicate with each other. This is Elder Yan Qi." "Elder Yan Qi, this is my nephew, Night Sorrow." After the introductions, King Yawu sat down on the city lord's big chair. Yan Qi greets the young city lord. The white-haired elder cupped his hands at Night Sorrow. "Elder Yan, please don't call me that. Just call me Night Sorrow." Night Sorrow quickly helped Yan Qi up. "Elder Yan, he is the same as Fan Tian. He doesn't care about these things. You don't have to call him young city lord. They have their own paths," King Yawu said to Yan Qi. Yan Qi understands. Yan Qi nodded at King Yawu. Elder Yen, you know that Night Sorrow is the Alliance Master of the Humanitarian League. Night Sorrow is young, Pu Luo is more casual, and the Great Demon King is more flamboyant. They have a lawless personality. There is no problem with their nature. They are all talents of the human clan. If there is anything inappropriate, you can talk to Night Sorrow. King Yawu said. Yen Qi understands. The Humanitarian League is developing fast and expanding very quickly. However, no matter what industry it is fair and just. There is no hegemony. From the overall situation, it is conducive to stability. They also voluntarily handed over some resources to the city lord's mansion. I calculated that it should be 1/3 of their resource income. Yen Qi reported to King Yawu. In that case, they only left a part of it because they also sent some resources to the Tianhuang city. Lu Qi said. He knew about the Tianhuang city. Night Sorrow, what's the situation? King Yawu looked at Night Sorrow. He really didn't know about these things. I didn't ask about the Humanitarian League. However, when the Humanitarian League was established, we said that the purpose of the Humanitarian League is to punish evil and promote good. It is to stabilize the foundation of the human clan. The resources should be decided by Elder Pu Luo and the others, Night Sorrow said. Punish evil and promote good. It is a good purpose to stabilize the foundation of the human clan. Elder Yen, you heard it. If there is a black-hearted force and the city lord's mansion is not suitable to deal with it, you can ask Night Sorrow to deal with it. King Yawu said. Yen Qi nodded. He knew that as King Yawu's nephew, Night Sorrow would not mess around. In addition, he also felt that Night Sorrow was easy to communicate with. That's enough. Who has wine? Take it out. King Yawu raised his chin at several people. The wine was naturally brought by Night Sorrow. After drinking a jar of wine in the city lord's mansion, Night Sorrow returned to the Night Moon Villa. Night Sorrow didn't go to cultivate right away. Instead, he went to the hall of the Night Moon Villa. Who is this? Isn't this our cultivation maniac? Why are you free? Yu Zhu asked Night Sorrow. Just now, I went to the city lord's mansion and had a chat with Marshal Uncle and 2 stewards, Yi Shang said as he sat down. What's wrong? Is King Yawu dissatisfied with the Humanitarian League? Pu Luo asked Night Sorrow. We think we are fair enough. The Great Demon King's face darkened. You are thinking too much. Uncle Master introduced me to the 2 elders. They are very supportive of the development of the Humanitarian League, Night Sorrow said. I knew it. Who is King Yawu? He wouldn't accuse us, Yu Zhu said with a smile. Aside from Uncle Master, the 2 elders are also very satisfied. Who decided to give the resources? It's a good decision. As long as we have enough resources, we can give some to Tianhuang City and Chengdu City. This way, the human race will have more resources, Night Sorrow said. Everyone discussed it together. However, it's good to have you as the leader. You have insider information. Even if they are dissatisfied with us, they will let us know in advance. They won't attack us directly, Pu Luo said. The Humanitarian League is developing well and has a good reputation. Imperial emperors have come to join us. The general manager of the Humanitarian League already has 2 imperial emperors. The imperial emperor I sent has already returned, the Great Demon King said. Chapter 1801. Look at the pie on the F in section Z of chapter 8. Yes, there are 2 imperial emperors who joined the Human Tao sect. One of them is a peak-level imperial emperor. He took the initiative to say that he would protect you. After the imperial emperor under me came back to report to me, I told her to retreat, said the Great Demon King. That won't do. We don't know anything about the new monarchs. It's easy for problems to arise, Night Sorrow frowned, feeling that it wasn't safe. Night Sorrow, do you think there's a problem? The great demon king looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Why would a peak monarch protect others so easily? Would you believe me if I said I didn't have any ulterior motives? Our humanitarian league hasn't reached that level yet, Night Sorrow said. Then I'll arrange for them to go back and tell the head steward who can be trusted. If those two fellows have any ulterior motives, I'll crush them to death and make them regret coming to this world, the great demon king said with killing intent. The Demon Wing clan attacked Tianhuang City a few times, wanting to break through the blockade. Their goal is Mo Tianji's body, so their target is me. This caused us to become the center of the conflict, Night Sorrow said to the great demon king and the others. We really have to be careful. Who knows if the Demon Wing clan has any tricks up their sleeves? Great Demon King, Yuju, Ruisi, we're older than Night Sorrow. We have to be careful, Pu Luo said. The great Demon King nodded, I'll make arrangements for this. Jun Xuanji is now in charge of the Humanitarian League's development. Nothing can happen to him. Also, he was sent by Night Sorrow. After that, Night Sorrow and the great demon king left Night Moon Villa together. The two of them first went to the stronghold of the great demon king's faction. The great demon king called over his female monarch. Liu Yu, this is Night Sorrow, the Alliance Lord of the Humanitarian League, the Merit Emperor. In the future, his orders will be the same as mine, the great demon king said to Monarch Liu Yu. Greetings, Alliance Master. Emperor Liu Yu bowed to Night Sorrow. Monarch Liu Yu is too polite. The situation is like this. I trust the great demon king, so I trust you. However, the new monarch of the Humanitarian League can't. I don't feel at ease, Night Sorrow said. Thank you for your trust, Alliance Master. Of those two monarchs, one of them used to be from the divine capital, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, Liu Yu doesn't know the other monarch, but he did everything perfectly. He even gave Manager Jun a cultivation technique. I felt that there was no problem, so Liu Yu reported to Sir Devil King. Liu Yu explained the situation to Night Sorrow. No problem, that's the biggest problem. You still have to go back and monitor the situation of those two. Now that the Humanitarian League is developing smoothly, there can't be any internal problems. Thanks for your hard work. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Liu Yu. Lord Alliance Master is too polite. Thank you for your trust, Lord Alliance Master. Liu Yu will take note. Liu Yu nodded. Following this, Night Sorrow and the others arrived at the Humanitarian League's headquarters. The Region Lord is here. Seeing Night Sorrow, Jun Xuanji was very happy. How have you been? Night Sorrow smiled at Jun Xuanji, then found a seat and sat down. Very good, everything has been going well. Sir Devil King, please have a seat. Monarch Liu Yu, please have a seat. Jun Xuanji invited everyone to sit. At that moment, Night Sorrow looked at Jun Xuanji's two guards. Chen Nuo, Sha Mo, this is the Humanitarian League's Alliance Master, Night Sorrow, Jun Xuanji said to the two men standing beside him. Jun Xuanji said to the two men standing to the side. They were both monarchs and were Jun Xuanji's guards. Chen Nuo greets the Alliance Master. A man in green clothes bowed to Night Sorrow. He used to be a monarch under a faction in the divine capital that had been smashed by a brick. Now that he felt that the Humanitarian League was good, he joined the Humanitarian League. Monarch Chen Nuo is too polite, Night Sorrow cupped his hands in return. Sha Mo greets the Alliance Master. Sha Mo was shocked. He came to the divine capital to find Jun Xuanji, but he did not expect the Humanitarian League's Alliance Master to be Night Sorrow. Hearing Night Sorrow's name, his heart was in turmoil because Night Sorrow could be said to be their first target. To Mo Tianji, her main body was the most important, so finding Night Sorrow and taking back her main body was her first task. Her second task was to help Jun Xuanji reach the monarch realm. Night Sorrow sensed the enmity in Sha Mo's heart. "Sha Mo, do we know each other?" Night Sorrow asked. "Sha Mo is a loose cultivator. I just came to the divine capital, so I have not seen the Alliance Master before," Sha Mo bowed and said. "Oh, I thought you looked like an acquaintance from many years ago." "I was mistaken," Night Sorrow said with a smile. The great demon king was suspicious. He was mistaken. This was a little too casual. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow looked at Jun Xuanji and said, "Xuanji, you are a woman. It is not very convenient for you to have two male guards. Let them do some peripheral work. It is more suitable for you to have a female guard. Liu Yu will stay with you." "Okay," Jun Xuanji nodded with a smile. She was willing to accept Night Sorrow's arrangement. "Also, I plan to hold a banquet tonight. You and Liu Yu can come together. I will trouble Chen Nuo and Sha Mo to take care of things here," Night Sorrow said as he stood up and was about to leave. "Lord Alliance Master is too polite," Chen Nuo and Sha Mo cupped their hands at Night Sorrow. After that, Night Sorrow and the Great Demon King left the Humanitarian League's headquarters. "Night Sorrow, did you find anything?" the Great Demon King asked after they were some distance away. "A little. I didn't find anything wrong with Chen Nuo. However, there is something wrong with Sha Mo. He is hostile towards me and wants to kill me," Night Sorrow said. "You can feel that?" the Great Demon King asked in surprise. "Perhaps this is one of the benefits of having the power of virtue. People with evil intentions will annoy me. People who are hostile towards me and want to kill me will arouse my vigilance." Night Sorrow didn't hide anything from the Great Demon King. "Then I will go back and kill him. No one can have any ideas about our Humanitarian League. If he wants to kill you, there is no need to keep him alive." The Great Demon King turned and walked towards the Humanitarian League. He didn't want to spend the night with anyone who had a grudge against him. "Don't. There must be a reason for his enmity towards me. When we return, let's find a fortune teller to divine his origins. Then, we'll see where he came from. I don't really understand because I've offended all the rank 9 monarchs before. I don't have a reason for this." Yi Shang said what he didn't understand. "Then let's find someone to divine which faction he comes from and whether he is a rogue cultivator or not. The key is to find out the faction behind him." The Great Demon King knew why Night Sorrow was able to remain calm. "I asked Jun Xuanji and Liu Yu to come to the banquet to remind them to be more vigilant. They only see that the Humanitarian League is safe in the divine capital and don't think about the dangers," Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1802. On the way back to the Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow went through the list of opponents and enemies he had in the celestial realm. However, he did not find anyone named Sha Mo. When they reached the main hall of the Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow sat down and told Yu Zhu and the rest about the situation. "Whoever dares to infiltrate our Humanitarian League must die, no matter which faction sent them," Fen Tian said coldly. Half a month ago, Fen Tian had passed the 5 tribulations of the heavenly law. He felt that it was a little strenuous. Furthermore, with King Ye Wu's order, he did not dare to touch the 6 tribulations of the heavenly law. "Do you have any divination masters in the divine capital? Find one and divine his background," said Yi Shan. "Let's see where he came from." Ruisi and Yu Zhu went out to make the arrangements. They knew fortune tellers in the divine capital. Night Sorrow drank a cup of tea and continued to cultivate. He cultivated the mixed spear arts and the high heaven spear arts. Night Sorrow discovered another benefit of cultivating the high heaven spear arts. His soul power had increased by a lot. Night Sorrow cultivated his spear arts for a while. When he was resting, Ruisi and Yu Zhu brought the fortune tellers to the training ground where Night Sorrow was. I brought them to the Humanitarian League's headquarters and obtained the medium for divination. We can do the divination at any time, Yu Zhu said to Night Sorrow. Alright, let's do the divination. I want to know where this guy came from. Night Sorrow nodded at the two fortune-tellers. One of the fortune-tellers began the divination. The medium he obtained was the teacup that Sha Mo used to drink. When the divination began, the divination image appeared. However, something was wrong. The image shook twice and shattered. The fortune-teller was stunned for a moment and continued the divination. However, when the image appeared, it shattered. The fortune-teller's face turned pale as if he had suffered a backlash. Without waiting for Night Sorrow to speak, another fortune-teller began his divination, but the result was the same. Just as the divination began, the image shattered. Thank you, both of you. There is no need for further divination. It seems the other party has taken precautions against our divination. Night Sorrow did not allow the clairvoyant to continue with his divination. After all, it would not yield any results. Tell me, what's going on? Reese asked the two clairvoyants. He might have a treasure that can disrupt the heavenly secrets and prevent divination. The other possibility is that a super strong person cast a forbidden spell on him. As long as a divination technique appears, it will activate and block it. I'm sorry, Alliance leader, but we can't continue with the divination, the clairvoyant said. They already knew about Night Sorrow's identity from Ruiz and Yu Zhu. Thank you. Here is a small token of my appreciation. Night Sorrow took out 2 small bottles of Holy Spirit liquid and handed them to the 2 diviners. The clairvoyant accepted the Holy Spirit liquid and expressed his apologies and thanks to Yi Shang before leaving the Yeyue villa. Night Sorrow, Reese, and Yu Zhu went to the hall of the Night Moon Villa. Yu Zhu told Pu Luo and the Great Demon King about the results of the divination. Interesting. This is not simple. Pu Luo stroked his chin. However, his face was full of energy, which made him very interested. Night Sorrow, your intuition is very accurate. This is a guy with bad intentions. What do we do now? The Great Demon King asked. It's not wise to kill him before we find out his background. I think that we should let this guy live as long as we can ensure Jun Xuanji's safety. This way, he will expose himself sooner or later. It won't be too late to act after we find out who is behind him, Night Sorrow said. Alright. I'll come to the Night Moon Villa with my main body. This clone will stay in the Humanitarian League and keep an eye on this bastard. He will regret it if he tries to attack our Humanitarian League. Yu Zhu's eyes glowed. Among the 7 core members of the Humanitarian League, Pu Luo and Yu Zhu had the best tempers. However, someone had infiltrated the Humanitarian League with bad intentions, which made Yu Zhu angry. In the evening, Jun Xuanji and Liu Yu came to the Night Moon Villa. Night Sorrow held a banquet in the Night Moon Villa, but it was custom-made. Liu Yu was not willing to sit at the table because she knew the status of the 7 people in front of her. Sit. We don't have so many customs in the Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow said. Seeing the Great Demon King nod at her, Liu Yu sat down. Everyone was just drinking and chatting. They didn't talk about anything serious. However, what kind of person was Jun Xuanji? In terms of wisdom and strategy, he was superior to others. She naturally knew that Yi Shang must have called her over for something. During the day, Night Sorrow asked Sha Mo if they knew each other. It was a little abrupt. Domain Lord, why did you call Xuanji over? Jun Xuanji stood up and brewed tea after the banquet was cleared. Yes, I called you over to tell you that there is something wrong with Emperor Mo, Jun Xuanji asked. Night Sorrow went straight to the point. Sha Mo. That's not right. He is very concerned about me. He even gave me cultivation manuals and pointed out my shortcomings in cultivation. I can feel his sincerity, Jun Xuanji said. If he can't do these things, how can he gain your trust? Night Sorrow told Jun Xuanji about what he felt and the results of the divination. Killing intent. He dares. Although he has helped me, if he wants to kill Domain Lord, he must die. Jun Xuanji said coldly. Night Sorrow was the person she respected and admired the most. No matter how good Sha Mo was to her, if he wanted to harm Night Sorrow, she would not tolerate it. Night Sorrow said to Jun Xuanji, "Xuanji, calm down first. I don't want to touch him yet. I want to find out who is behind this. I called you here to let you know. Liu Yu will protect you. Also, Elder Yu Zhu will be at the Humanitarian League headquarters. Your safety will not be a problem. Xuanji understands. I will not let him find out anything is wrong." Jun Xuanji nodded and left Night Moon Villa with Liu Yu. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, Yu Zhu's original body arrived at Night Moon Villa. She made a deal with her doppelganger and the doppelganger went to the Humanitarian League headquarters. Sha Mo was a little uneasy because he did not know if he would be exposed. He had a seal on him from the Demon Wing clan's old ancestor Yutian, which could prevent him from being detected by the divination master. However, he was not sure if it would work. He blamed himself. He should not have been hostile to anyone when he came to the divine capital. His mission was to help Jun Xuanji rise. After waiting for 2 days, Sha Mo felt more at ease. He made up his mind that if he could pass this hurdle, he would endure it even if others insulted him in the future. At the peak of Yawu Mountain, Lin Piaomiao, who had been cultivating for a while, was called over by King Yawu for tea. Seeing that Lin Piaomiao was deep in thought, King Yawu asked. Lin Piaomiao told him about the matter. Chapter 1803. Martial Uncle, Night Sorrow said to leave him alone for now and slowly dig out his background. If we make a move now, it will be easy for him to sense it, Lin Piaomiao said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Trust Martial Uncle. He won't sense anything when dealing with him. After finding out his background, we'll see if there's a need to leave him alone. King Yawu left in a flash. Lin Piaomiao was stunned for a moment. She understood that King Yawu was a hot-tempered person. Then, Lin Piaomiao continued to meditate and cultivate. She could only wait for news. Sister-in-law, there's nothing that Master can't solve. There will be news soon, Fan Tian, who had also returned to Yawu Mountain to cultivate, said. I've said too much. I'm sorry to trouble Martial Uncle to come here, Lin Piaomiao said. Master is the king of divine capital. Whoever wants to cause trouble around the king will have to bear the king's anger. Just wait and see. It's just that the frequency of Junior Brother's seclusion is too high. Fan Tian glanced at the place where Night Sorrow was cultivating and said. He can maintain a high speed of cultivation mainly because of his high state of mind. His mind is flawless, so he doesn't have the troubles that we and other cultivators have. He won't have inner demons, Lin Piaomiao said. I'm envious. His mind is flawless. He can cultivate however he wants, Fan Tian muttered and continued to cultivate. There were many troubles on the path of cultivation. First, there was the bottleneck. The bottleneck of cultivation restricted development. Second, there was the state of mind. If one's state of mind couldn't keep up, one wouldn't be able to advance. For example, if a saint wanted to enter the Saint King realm, without the state of mind, he could only stay in the saint realm forever. If he forced himself to advance, his inner demons would be reborn. Therefore, in terms of state of mind, even Lin Piaomiao admired Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's state of mind was clear and untainted. 2 days later, King Yawu returned. He didn't look very good. Martial Uncle, Lin Piaomiao greeted. Okay, inform Night Sorrow's clone to come here. Uncle Master has something to discuss with him. Let's see what he decides, King Yowu said to Lin Piaomiao after glancing at Night Sorrow's original body. Lin Piaomiao nodded. Night Moon Villa's clone had told Night Sorrow that King Yowu wanted to see him. Night Sorrow nodded and left the Night Moon Villa for the City Lord's mansion. When the Castellan Manor's guards saw Night Sorrow, they all bowed respectfully and did not stop him. They had seen King Yowu bring Night Sorrow into the City Lord's mansion with their own eyes. This had never happened before. In addition, Lu Qi and Yan Qi had also explained to the City Lord's mansion's men that they didn't need to send a message when Night Sorrow came, let alone intercept him. Upon reaching Yawu Mountain, Night Sorrow immediately flew up the mountain. Yawu Mountain was a forbidden area set by King Yowu. Without King Yowu's permission, anyone who trespassed into Yawu Mountain would be killed mercilessly. Of course, Night Sorrow would not be killed. Upon reaching the peak of Yawu Mountain, Night Sorrow bowed to King Yowu. "Martial Uncle, I'm here. Uncle Master has investigated Sha Mo from the Humanitarian League. He's from the Demon Wing clan," King Yowu said to Night Sorrow. "Martial Uncle, you know about it?" Night Sorrow was stunned. "Yes, the fortune teller you found couldn't divine it because of the seal on Sha Mo's body. After Martial Uncle Master affected his soul and broke the seal, the fortune teller divined that they came through the space tunnel," King Yowu said. "No wonder I felt a killing intent when I saw him. It felt uncomfortable. He's from the Demon Wing clan. How many of them are here? Can we kill them all?" Night Sorrow's face turned cold. He knew that the Demon Wing clan was coming for him. If he wanted to protect the people around him, he had to be ruthless. "The problem isn't serious, so Martial Uncle Master wants to know what you think." King Yowu told Night Sorrow about the current situation. However, he only knew the number of people and Sha Mo's situation. 7 people. The strongest is a peak sovereign emperor. The whereabouts of 6 people are unknown. That means that Sha Mo is the only one under our watch, Night Sorrow said. "Yes, so Martial Uncle Master wants to know what you think. If we want to kill him, we can do it with a slap," King Yowu said as he looked at Night Sorrow. "Killing him is easy, but the clues will be cut off. Right now, clues are more precious than anything else. With clues, we can deduce what they want to do. We can plan ahead," Night Sorrow concluded after thinking for a while. "Just as Martial Uncle Master thought." "Martial Uncle Master asked you because Jun Xuanji came from your world," King Yowu said. "Just send more people to protect him. Also, I feel that the possibility of Sha Mo attacking Jun Xuanji is very low. He gave Jun Xuanji cultivation manuals and even gave him pointers in order to gain his favor. Jun Xuanji is valuable in his heart. Let's keep an eye on this guy and see who he contacts. Then, we'll monitor each and every one of them," Yi Shan said. King Yowu smiled because Night Sorrow had the same idea as him. Then, Night Sorrow and King Yowu analyzed the situation and came up with a plan. Currently, the Demon Wing clan had entered the celestial realm to take back Mo Tianji's body. There were only 2 ways to do this. One was to find Night Sorrow, and the other was to break into the 9 domains world. Therefore, King Yowu planned to set up a big trap in these 2 places and wait for the Demon Wing clan to jump in. "Martial Uncle, I'll have to trouble you with this. I'm the only Imperial Emperor in the 9 domains world, and I've just become one," Night Sorrow looked at King Yowu and said with a smile. "People? That's not a problem. I don't lack people under my command. Fen Tian, come over and listen carefully when you're cultivating. Can you cultivate in there? Bring the law enforcement team and arrange according to the plan that I and your junior brother came up with. Arrange the entrance to the 9 domains world and the Star Moon Lake into an iron bucket. However, it has to be low-key and not be noticed by the other party. In addition, the Humanitarian League will arrange for spies. Your subordinates are not strong enough. Take my token and mobilize the protectors of the City Lord's mansion. You must not be noticed by the other party, King Yowu said to Fan Tian. I'll go right away, Fan Tian said and disappeared in a flash. Your original body will continue to cultivate. The clone will do whatever you need to do, King Yowu said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow's clone bowed to King Yowu and left. With King Yowu's arrangement, he did not need to worry at all. I forgot to ask him for a jar of wine. We shouldn't drink tea on such a happy occasion, King Yowu said after hesitating for a moment while holding a teacup as he watched Night Sorrow leave. Martial uncle, I have wine here, Lin Piao took out a jar of wine. Good, very good. Both of you are very good and likable. Night Sorrow's Star Moon Lake is in your Misty Dynasty's territory and you are his wife, so you have to be careful, King Yowu said to Lin Piao after taking a sip of wine. Chapter 1804. Yes, Martial Uncle knows about your situation. Your fighting strength is outstanding among the human race. Put more effort into other aspects. Strength doesn't necessarily determine height. A bucket, the shortest plank, determines how much water it can hold. King Yowu looked at Lin Piao and said, Thank you, Martial Uncle. This disciple understands. Lin Piao bowed to King Yowu. You have the void attribute as your main attribute and the earth attribute as your support. That's why your attacks are majestic and can be ranked first on the divine demon list. Earth attribute cultivators are also good at speed. Earth attribute cultivators are good at shrinking the ground into an inch and moving 1,000 miles in one step. If you want to pursue speed, you can go in this direction. King Yowu reminded Lin Piao again. After giving a few pointers, King Yowu closed his eyes and meditated. Fan Tian was busy. He was the commander of the City Lord's Mansion's law enforcement team. The law enforcement team under him was the foundation of the divine capital city for countless years. There were a few Emperor Realm cultivators and the protectors of the City Lord's Mansion were all Emperor Realm cultivators. However, they only took orders from King Yowu, so Fan Tian had to take King Yowu's token. Fan Tian was very excited because this was a confrontation with the foreign race. Fan Tian, you're saying that guy is from the Demon Wing clan? An old man looked at Fan Tian and asked. He was the chief protector of the City Lord's Mansion, Shi Hun. Uncle Shi Hun, yes. Master confirmed it. He didn't tell anyone about this because he was afraid it would be leaked. So, he asked Uncle Shi Hun to make the arrangements. Fan Tian said. Since the City Lord confirmed it, then it's done. Uncle will handle this matter. Nothing can escape your eyes. Shi Hun was thin, but his eyes were full of light. Uncle Shi Hun, there's a girl called Jun Xuanji in the Humanitarian League. She's one of Junior Brother Knight's people. Nothing can happen to her. Fan Tian explained the situation to Shi Hun. Okay, then Uncle will go now. He sat and waited for Shi Hun to stand up. Uncle, don't be anxious. There are other things. We can't set up a pit. Junior Brother has to have a pit beside him. If they make a move, the possibility of them touching Junior Brother is higher. Fan Tian repeated the conversation between King Yowu and Night Sorrow. Chapter HF section equals previous, 9 Steet. Night Sorrow has Pu Luo, the great demon king and Lin Piao by his side. Who can touch him? If they sent more people, would the demon wings race still be able to act? You have to give them a chance. Weren't you there too? However, we need to send more people to Star Moon Lake. Uncle will give you a few more protectors. Take them and the enforcers to Star Moon Lake. That's the most important place. After all, it's quite far from us, Shi Kun said. Thank you, Uncle Shi Yan. Fan Tian cupped his hands towards Shi Yan. Shi Yan was a close friend of King Yowu. He had watched Fan Tian grow up, so Fan Tian respected him very much. All right, come with Uncle. Uncle will arrange people for you, and then uncle will go and keep an eye on them. Shi Yan waved to Fan Tian. Very quickly, the deployment was completed. The Burning Heaven clone brought people to the Star Moon Lake. Night Sorrow's clone in the 9-domain world informed Datura. His clone could move, but he couldn't leave the 9-domain world. Therefore, if he wanted to make arrangements, he needed someone else to do it. Night Sorrow told Datura to receive Fan Tian and his group. He also explained the reason. After everything was ready, Night Sorrow didn't care anymore. He felt that there wouldn't be any problems. If the Demon Wings race dared to come, then they wouldn't be able to return. Fan Tian's original body held 2 jars of wine and sat at the side, watching Night Sorrow practice his spear. He was very happy. Senior brother, you're not going to Yawa Mountain to cultivate. Night Sorrow wiped the sweat off his forehead and said. Normally, Night Sorrow wouldn't sweat at his level and wouldn't have any negative effects. Night Sorrow was fusing his essence, energy, and spirit into his spear arts, which consumed a lot of his body. No rush. Senior brother's clone went to Star Moon Lake. My original body will stay by your side. Come, let's drink. Fan Tian was very happy. He loved to fight. Senior brother, your original body should go and cultivate as well. Cultivating at the peak of Yawa Mountain is very important and the opportunity is hard to come by. If there's really a battle, Misty's original body will call for senior brother. It won't be too late for you guys to come back. They don't have an emperor. It won't be easy for an emperor to hurt or kill me, right? It's hard to say who will kill who. Night Sorrow looked at Fan Tian and said. Alright, then let's drink this jar of wine. Senior brother will go and cultivate. With Pu Luo and the Great Demon King here, this place should be stable. Fan Tian nodded. He didn't want to leave this place, but it wasn't because he was worried. After drinking, Fan Tian went to the peak of Yawa Mountain. Night Sorrow, Fan Tian has a strong murderous nature. However, he has a different feeling from you. Lin Piaomiao sat beside Night Sorrow. Maybe it's because he doesn't have any friends. He's an orphan and senior uncle only accepted him as a disciple. In this aspect, I'm much luckier than him. Night Sorrow said. With senior uncle's arrangements, things are very stable. There are no oversights. Actually, I still don't understand. Sha Mo is really good to Jun Xuanji. He gave him 2 cultivation manuals and even gave him some spirit congealing pills. If it's just to curry favor, there's no need to pay such a big price, right? Lin Piaomiao looked at Night Sorrow and asked. Lin Piaomiao had been to the Humanitarian League's headquarters and had interacted with Jun Xuanji and Emperor Lu Yu. Night Sorrow closed his eyes and thought. Jun Xuanji was one of the core figures of the 9 domains world. He was also someone that Night Sorrow valued. Therefore, there couldn't be any problems. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow turned to look at Lin Piaomiao. I understand what you mean. I will consider this matter carefully. Lin Piaomiao nodded. She and Night Sorrow were both smart people. She also knew what Night Sorrow was afraid of. Therefore, she wouldn't say anything bad about the people of the 9 domains world to Night Sorrow. What she said just now was just a subtle reminder. Night Sorrow naturally understood what Lin Piaomiao meant. However, he didn't want to suspect or target anyone in the 9 domains world. Night Sorrow smiled. Sister Xian Air, we're not like before. We're husband and wife. If we can't communicate with each other sincerely, who can we communicate with? I will pay attention to some things and won't let Sha Mo succeed. Sha Mo will definitely contact me. Let's see what he's up to. Lin Piaomiao wanted to say something, but her expression changed. The Piaomiao dynasty has changed. He's really tired of living. After speaking, Lin Piaomiao's body flashed and disappeared from the Night Moon Villa. She felt the spiritual communication crystal shatter. She had left it in Songning. Night Sorrow arrived at the main hall of the Night Moon Villa. Stop drinking tea. Something might have happened in the Piaomiao dynasty. Piaomiao has already returned. Let's hurry over. In private, Night Sorrow always called Lin Piaomiao's sister Xian Air. However, in front of others, he called her Piaomiao. Let's kill our way over. Let's see who's going to turn the tables and humiliate our Humanitarian League's elders. They're courting death. Great Demon King roared. Following which, the few of them flew towards the teleportation array. Chapter 1805. The battle was intense. Song Ning and Wu Fing were both strong among the monarchs, but they were not as strong as their opponents. Plus, their opponents outnumbered them and fought ruthlessly. Song Ning's clone was no longer fighting. She was ambushed by Ma Tiantu when she returned to her residence. It was her clone that took the fatal blow and lost the ability to fight. Currently, it was Song Ning, Wu Fing, and her clone who were fighting the 6 monarchs. Wu Fing's clone was also injured. Song Ning, go! Edgeless roared. He knew that today was a dead end. The 6 imperial emperors were all stronger than him and Song Ning. Moreover, they had planned this out. Now, they were trapped in the formation. No! They will die today. We have to hold on. Song Ning shouted at Wu Fing. She only hoped that Lin Piaomiao would come back soon. Otherwise, she and Wu Fing would not be able to hold on for long. Surrender and you may still have a chance to live, Ma Tiantu shouted. In your dreams. Song Ning responded with a fierce sword strike. Kill the man first, then severely injure the woman. We have to hurry to Night Moon Villa. We don't have much time, Ma Tiantu shouted at the others. After lying low for a while, Ma Tiantu's first plan was to help Yuan Ji fulfill his request. Then, he would go to Night Moon Villa to capture Night Sorrow's family and use them to threaten Night Sorrow. The battle was fierce. Wu Fing's clone lost an arm and his body was pierced by a sword. Wu Fing's clone had no fighting power. He immediately put it away. Song Ning, although I did not marry you, I am satisfied to be able to fight with you to the end, Wu Fing shouted at Song Ning. Me too, Song Ning replied. Damn it. Let's retreat. Ma Tiantu shouted at the others. His clone that was near the teleportation formation saw Lin Piaomiao appear. Ma Tiantu and the others did not dare to attack the teleportation formation. If they did, the elders and palace lords of the Misty dynasty would know and attack. They would lose the chance to ambush Song Ning. Now that Lin Piaomiao had returned, if they still didn't leave, they would be easily killed. They had done a background check on Lin Piaomiao. Ma Tiantu tossed out a large, black array disc, which carried a ferocious energy as it attacked Song Ning and Wu Fing. Ma Tiantu then led the others to activate the teleportation array disc before disappearing from the Misty dynasty. He had used the same combat technique as Night Sorrow. When Ma Tiantu came, he brought a lot of battle resources and a lot of array discs. The battle mode this time was also decided by Mo Tianji. In just a few breaths' time after Mo Tiantu and the others retreated, Lin Piaomiao arrived. With one sword strike, she cut the black array disc into 2. Sister Xian, Song Ning's eyes were filled with anger and grievance. They ran away. Lin Piaomiao's face was filled with killing intent. Quick! Let's hurry to the Night Moon Villa. They said that their target is the Night Moon Villa. Song Ning said anxiously. At this moment, a man in black was attacking the defensive array of the Night Moon Villa. This was thanks to Mandela's quick reaction. She had activated the great defensive array in time. While she had been meditating, she had discovered someone flying towards the Yeyue mountain villa. Thus, she had instantly activated the teleportation array and crushed Yi Shang's messaging crystal. After exiting the teleportation array, Night Sorrow realized that his messaging crystal had shattered. "How dare you attack my home? You want to die." With a low growl, Night Sorrow flew towards the Night Moon Villa. "Pu Luo, bring Ruisi to find Elder Lin. Yuzhu, let's go to the Night Moon Villa." The Great Demon King divided the tasks. Then, the few of them flew towards their respective targets at top speed. They knew that this was a critical moment. If they were slow, it would be easy for them to face irreversible consequences. When Night Sorrow arrived at the Night Moon Villa, he saw a man in black frantically attacking the defensive array of the Night Moon Villa. He had already shattered the array with a sword. However, Night Sorrow was here. Naturally, he couldn't let him enter the Night Moon Villa. He activated his Bloodlust Evil Slaying Spear and charged over. The Bloodlust Evil Slaying Spear, which stirred up the power of heaven and earth, streaked across the air and charged towards the man in black. The man in black was Mo Iyun of the Devil Wing clan. He had been waiting outside the Night Moon Villa. Mo Tian too had asked him to keep an eye on the Night Moon Villa. Once they were done with Song Ning, they would come over and take down the Night Moon Villa. Now that Lin Piaomiao had rushed back, Mo Tian too's men didn't dare to come over. Therefore, he ordered Mo Iyun to attack. However, as soon as Mo Iyun broke through the defensive array of the Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow appeared. He didn't have a chance to attack. Mo Iyun was furious. If he had a few more moments, he could have severely injured Datura, who had just entered the Emperor realm. Then, he could have captured Lin Piaomiao and retreated. But now, he didn't have a chance. Facing Night Sorrow's fierce spear, Mo Iyun quickly retreated. Since he couldn't do anything, he had to retreat. Night Sorrow used his void steps and caught up with Mo Iyun. Once again, he attacked with his spear. At this time, Mo Iyun threw out a black array disc that enveloped Night Sorrow. Then, he took out a teleportation array disc. The moment Mo Iyun activated the teleportation array disc, a black light flashed and shone on his body. Then, a sword chi flashed and cut the teleportation array disc in half. Great Demon King. The Great Demon King had arrived. That black light was the Great Demon King's soul attack. Driven by Gue Zhu's ghost pupil, it directly immobilized Mo Iyun. His sword chi could have killed Mo Iyun, but he wanted to capture him alive. After destroying Mo Iyun's teleportation array disc, the Great Demon King arrived in front of Mo Iyun. He took out his golden brick and directly smashed it on the face of the panicking Mo Iyun who was about to retreat. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Mo Iyun's body went limp. He was just an Emperor King, while the Great Demon King was famous even among emperors. The two of them weren't on the same level. At this moment, Night Sorrow had also broken open the black array disc. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye, but it had happened too quickly. "Night Sorrow, are you alright?" Yuzhu looked at Night Sorrow and asked. "I'm fine. I came back just in time. He just broke through the defensive array." Night Sorrow rejoiced in his heart. If he came back just a moment later, the people in the Night Moon Villa would have been controlled by Mo Iyun, and he wouldn't have been able to end the situation. "It's good that you're fine. If we capture him alive, we might be able to find something. I'll control him first and not give him a chance to commit suicide or self-destruct." The Great Demon King took out his golden brick and smashed it at Mo Iyun's head again. He planned to hit it again to make Mo Iyun unconscious and then control him. But just as the Great Demon King's brick was a little away from Mo Iyun's head, Mo Iyun's body swelled up. With a burst of energy, his body suddenly exploded. K, D, 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 D. The Great Demon King, who was close by, waved his left hand and an energy barrier appeared in front of him. However, the self-destruction of an emperor king was very powerful. It blasted the great demon king back a distance. Chapter 1806. This B** is pretty ruthless. He blew himself up just like that. Yu Zhu said. It's my fault. If I had hit him earlier, he wouldn't have had the chance. The great demon king was a little annoyed. Mo Yun's actions were equivalent to slapping him in the face. It's all right. As long as it didn't affect us. Knight Sorrow said as he looked at Datura and Sikong Chuyu who were walking past. There will be plenty of chances to kill them. However, this incident also proves that your defenses here aren't good enough. The great demon king said. Yu Zhu, help me look after the house. The great demon king, let's go look for Misty and the rest. With only one person attacking here, they will be under a lot of pressure. Knight Sorrow said. Just as Knight Sorrow and the great demon king were about to leave, Lin Misty and the rest returned with the injured Song Ning and Wu Feng. This place was attacked as well. Lin Misty looked at the huge crater left behind by Mo Yun's self-destruction. Her eyes were filled with anger. Knight Sorrow nodded and explained the situation. The defensive array isn't enough. Pu Luo said. Then set up a new one. It must be able to withstand the attacks and buy time for us to return. However, it's not easy to get the materials for a high-grade defensive array. Knight Sorrow said. Knight Sorrow, as long as the skeleton isn't destroyed, Uncle Lai will help you find another ice dragon skeleton among the ice dragon. Shi Lai and Fan Tian appeared at Night Moon Villa. Datura had arranged for his family to teleport to Star Moon City. Knowing that something had happened here, Shi Lai came over to provide support. He happened to hear Knight Sorrow's words. Uncle Lai, it's not appropriate. Those are the ancestors of the ice dragons. Knight Sorrow shook his head and refused. He didn't want to put Shelia in a difficult position. He didn't want Shelia to be unable to explain himself to his family. It's nothing. As long as you don't desecrate or destroy the remains of our Ice Dragon clan's ancestors, it's fine. The glory of the Ice Dragon clan's ancestors shining in the heaven realm is a good thing for our Ice Dragon clan. Everyone in the world will know of the existence of the Ice Dragon clan. Shi Lai told Yi Shang his request and thoughts. Then Knight Sorrow would like to thank Uncle Lai. Knight Sorrow bowed to Shi Lai. He was very grateful. All right then. Uncle Lai, return to the clan and bring the remains of our ancestors here. After saying that, Shi Lai left the Night Moon Villa. While Knight Sorrow was studying how to design the array, King Yawu, Fan Tian's true body and Lin Piamiao's true body appeared in Night Moon Villa. RA update E * latest / soonest A, JR, Marshal Uncle, it's nothing. Why are you here? Knight Sorrow invited King Yawu to sit in the main hall. The others also cupped their hands in greeting. Nothing. My martial nephew's house was raided. How can it be nothing? Also, Piao mentioned about setting up the array. Martial Uncle will set it up for you. Let's see who can break it. King Yawu's aura rippled in all directions. The dignity of a king couldn't be desecrated. King Yawu treated Knight Sorrow as his disciple. Therefore, this matter had already angered him. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. One of my Ice Dragon's uncles plans to bring an Ice Dragon skeleton over to set up the array. Knight Sorrow explained the situation to King Yawu. That's even better. If we use that to set up the array, not to mention monarchs, even emperors who don't understand array Dao won't be able to break it. King Yawu nodded. Then, Lin Piamiao invited a fortune teller over and began to divine where Mo Yun had fallen. Since Mo Yun's clone had fallen, the seal that prevented the divination was naturally ineffective. The results of the divination confirmed that the attackers were from the demon-winged race. These bastards really dare to do anything. The great demon king was very angry. I can understand why they attacked Night Sorrow's residence and captured Night Sorrow's family. However, why would the demon-winged race attack the two of them for no reason? King Ye asked Wu Feng and Song Ning. At this moment, Wu Feng and Song Ning had recovered slightly. Their main bodies were only injured by their clones. Martial uncle, in the divination just now, there was a traitor of ethereal sovereign. He hates Song Ning because he was the spy for the demon-winged race, Lin Piaomiao said to King Ye. He must die. King Ye stood up. Martial uncle, please calm down. We have to consider how to make the demon-winged race suffer more losses. Isn't it a little too early to make a move on them? Night Sorrow said. Then we'll listen to you. King Ye sat down again. Big brother, Song Ning, we are best friends. I really want to go over there and avenge you. However, the battle between the human race and the demon-winged race is a big deal. We can't act rashly because of personal feelings. Don't blame me. In fact, I'm even angrier, Night Sorrow said to Song Ning and Wu Feng. We are brothers. Even if you say something wrong, I won't have any opinions, Wu Feng said to Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, there's no point in saying this to me. We are good friends. You can make decisions for me. Song Ning nodded. The demon-winged race is very cunning. Yuan is the same. He's in the celestial realm. It's hard to say if we can find the teleportation formation between the celestial realm and the celestial realm. In addition, Yuan is currently a key point. If he dies, the demon-winged race will hide again. It'll be difficult to find them without divination, Night Sorrow said. You're right. They don't know that we know their situation, so they'll still have a plan. Seize the opportunity and kill them all at once. King Ye nodded at Yishang. His eyes were full of praise. It was rare for someone to be able to remain calm, rational, and clear-headed while being attacked at home. Martial uncle, they're a scourge. Leaving any one of them alive will cause endless trouble. So we have to seize the opportunity and kill them all, Night Sorrow said. Then, Night Sorrow explained the plan. Currently, there were only a few places where the enemy could attack. So, they had to pay attention to every point. While paying attention to the defense, they had to continue digging the teleportation formation in the celestial realm. Night Sorrow, I'll take care of this. The Yuan family still has some people in the celestial realm. Follow them and slowly dig. We'll be able to find the teleportation formation. We haven't been paying attention to him recently, Song Ning said. Fen Tian, the Humanitarian League can't have any problems. Keep an eye on him. King Ye looked at Fen Tian and said. I'll ask Uncle Shigang to keep an eye on him. Give him a few pairs of wings. He won't be able to escape. Fen Tian said as he stared at Sha Mo inside the celestial realm. Ma Tiantu's face was not looking good. Because of his poor arrangement, he had failed at the last minute. If he had let Mo Yin attack Night Moon Villa from the beginning, the situation would not have been like this. Yuan did not say anything. He knew that Ma Tiantu and the others had tried their best. The details had already been reported to him by the Yuan family. Elder Ma Tiantu, one failure is nothing. They're in the light, while we're in the dark. It's still possible to stabilize the situation and carry out the plan. My subordinates are still looking for information, Yuan said. Ma Tiantu nodded. He felt somewhat lucky. Because of the attack on Song Ning and Wu Feng, no one would have thought that the real target was Night Sorrow. Chapter 1807. We have already entered their outer circle. But this cannot be rushed. If we rush, we will be easily discovered, and all our efforts will be in vain. Yuan said. You have to hurry. This is the most important thing. Ma Tiantu glanced at Yuan. Then, let's make one thing clear first. If we can enter that region and conquer it, that region will belong to my Yuan clan. Yuan Ji said. Update equals soonest QJ. Alright. We can give it to you. But, we also need to set up a stronghold there. We will wait for your news. Let's go. Mo Tian-tu called out to his subordinates and left. Mo Tian-tu had found the place himself. In other words, only he could find Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji could not find him. It was a small world in the Sky General region. There was a mansion in a small city. The owner of the mansion was dead. Mo Tian-tu killed him and took over the place. Not only the mansion, but also the woman. With his enchantment, outsiders would not know what had happened here. Tai Shi, you are good at hiding. Hide your clone near the Sky General City Lord's mansion. If Yuan Ji does anything, you must know immediately. Mo Tian-tu said to a green-robed man. Don't worry, elder. I will keep an eye on him. The green-robed man, Mo Tai Shi, said. Yun, it was my mistake this time. You have to bear the loss of your clone. In the future, except for the real battle, your real body will recover here. Mo Tian-tu said to Mo Yun. What a pity. I was just a little bit late. Mo Yun was not upset about the loss of his clone. Instead, he was angry about the lack of results. In the night moon villa of the ethereal imperial city, there was a wind scenery mountain. However, it was no longer a wind scenery mountain. It was several thousand zhang higher than before. On the peak of the mountain, there was a shining ice dragon skeleton. Those who knew would know that it was a skeleton. Those who did not know would think that it was an ice dragon cultivating with its eyes closed. King Yewu set up a defensive formation with the ice dragon as the core. Night Sorrow, the matrix has been formed. It's impossible for an imperial emperor to break it. Even an imperial emperor wouldn't be able to do it easily, unless his cultivation in the art of matrices is extremely strong and he can find the weakness of the matrix. However, it will take some time to break it open. This time is definitely enough for reinforcements to arrive, King Yewu said as he stood in front of the waterside pavilion of the villa on Night Moon. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Night Sorrow poured a cup of wine for King Yewu and handed it over. After the formation is refined, it can be used to attack. If an emperor is attacked, he will definitely die. If an emperor doesn't run, he won't live either, King Yewu said to Night Sorrow. Disciple's true body will be cultivating in Yewu Mountain. My clone will be used for battle. I'll let Aluo refine this formation later, Night Sorrow said to King Yewu. After the wedding, Night Sorrow had introduced his family, wife, and children to King Yewu. Cultivating a doppelganger is the mainstream for cultivators. However, the doppelganger technique I've cultivated allows me to have 2 doppelgangers. I'll pass it on to you later. Your soul power is quite strong, so you can cultivate it. Actually, these 3 doppelganger techniques aren't difficult to cultivate. It's just that it requires a lot of soul power. Almost no one can cultivate them. After you've cultivated the Ling Tian spear technique, your soul power will improve, so you can cultivate this doppelganger technique, said King Yewu to Yishang. Martial Uncle, disciple has cultivated 2 clones a long time ago. One of them has fused with the origin hall of the 9-domain world. It can't leave the 9-domain world. In other words, it can only deal with the matters of the 9-domain world and can only fight in the 9-domain world, Night Sorrow said. You've already cultivated it. Very good. King Yewu was stunned when he heard Night Sorrow's words. King Yewu stayed in the ethereal kingdom for 2 days before returning to the divine capital. That was where he needed to be. As Datura was already an Emperor Realm cultivator, it wasn't difficult for him to refine the core of the Night Moon Villa's defensive array. He quickly recognized the ice dragon's dragon pearl as its master and could fully control the array. This made Knight Sorrow feel relieved. We don't dare to return to the divine capital. There's no emperor here, Pu Luo said. Yeah. They're all imperial emperors. If there's no emperor here, they'll run away after a fight. No one can control them. Lin Piaomiao was also troubled by this problem. Lin Piaomiao's original body and Fan Tian's original body had already followed King Yawu back to the divine capital. They still had to cultivate at the Yawu mountain. What's wrong with that? We'll stay on both sides. Ruisi, you return to the divine capital and organize the information we've gathered. If there's anyone you need to take down, come and inform us. We'll stay on both sides and see if they dare to cause trouble. With the Emperor Realm teleportation array, it'll be convenient to travel between the two cities. Great Demon King said. Yuzhu, come back with me. If I'm alone there, it'll be easy for others to take down. Ruisi said. Ruisi's words were met with disdain from the group. Even Pu Luo turned his head and looked to the side. What's wrong with your eyes? Don't you know what we've been doing? If they see me alone there, it'll be strange if they don't do something to me. Ruisi said. Ruisi's words made sense. Yuzhu and Ruisi returned to the divine capital. Great Demon King and Pu Luo stayed in the Night Moon Villa while Fan Tian went to the Star Moon City to wait for the Demon Wing clan. The spies of the Misty Dynasty were all on the move, looking for traces of the Yuan clan led by Yuan Ji in the Celestial Realm. Before, there was no news, so they didn't take it seriously. This time, it was Lin Piaomiao's idea. In a few days, they found some clues and found a few small forces of the Yuan clan. Following the spies and divination, they found the teleportation location between the Celestial Realm and the Celestial Realm. How do we deal with it? After receiving the clue, Lin Piaomiao looked at Knight Sorrow and asked. According to the location of the teleportation array, the Celestial Realm is close to the area controlled by Yuan Ji. The teleportation array can be connected. I'll sneak in first and set up our own teleportation array. This way, when we attack them, we won't be restricted by the teleportation array. We can fight however we want. Knight Sorrow said. Break in, tear down their teleportation array, and set up our own teleportation array. Can't we close the door and take care of them slowly? Lin Piaomiao looked at Knight Sorrow and asked. That's possible, but it's a bad plan. If we attack, they will be alerted and hide. The Demon Wing clan can avoid divination. If they hide in the Celestial Realm, we won't be able to find them. There are still hidden dangers. I'll think of a way to sneak in and set up a backup plan. Then, we'll think about how to deal with them. Besides, we can't be sure if the Demon Wing clan is in the Celestial Realm. Knight Sorrow said his idea. Master Lin, if we follow Knight Sorrow's idea, it'll be safer. Pu Luo said. And, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not good at this. Lin Piaomiao nodded. Chapter 1808. This guy has a good brain. He's quite thorough, the Great Demon King said. The world he came from has experienced many world wars. The wars he led were all victories. He should be better at this. Lin Piaomiao smiled. This was her man's glory. It won't be easy to sneak in through their teleportation formation without being noticed, right? Pu Luo, who had been thinking, said. I'm also thinking about this. Pu Luo, what would you do if you were in charge? The Great Demon King asked Pu Luo. I'll create an illusion formation disk and affect the consciousness of the teleportation formation guards. If it's an emperor, I can't do it. I'll have to knock him out with a sneak attack, but that'll expose me. What about you, Great Demon King? Pu Luo asked the Great Demon King. I don't have a choice. I can only knock him out with a brick. It's very difficult to sneak through a teleportation formation guarded by an emperor without being noticed. I can't do it, the great demon king said. Night Sorrow can do it. Lin Piaomiao was very confident in Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow followed the spy to Yuanji's former territory. It was now under Wufing Prefecture's jurisdiction. Night Sorrow and the spy first arrived at Wufing Legion's encampment. The commander was Peng Wanli, the former commander of Zhongning Legion's Flying Legion. Lord Night is here. Peng Wanli was surprised to see Night Sorrow. Long time no see. Night Sorrow threw a jar of wine to Peng Wanli. Lord Night is generous. Peng Wanli caught the wine jar and gave Night Sorrow a thumbs up. Night Sorrow then told Peng Wanli that he planned to set up a teleportation formation here. He couldn't let anything go wrong, so he wanted the Flying Legion to guard it. Lord, don't worry. Who dares to cause trouble in our encampment? Peng Wanli promised. Night Sorrow then set up a teleportation formation. The teleportation crystal was also installed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation D. Sir Feudal Lord, Wanli has handled this matter well for you. Sir, can you talk to my 2 manor lords and allow me to return? I'm already an emperor, yet I still don't have a wife. My Ping family needs a descendant, Peng Wanli hurriedly said as he watched Yi Shang set up a teleportation array to leave. Can't you just leave your clone here and return to Ethereal Imperial City with your main body? Yi Shang looked at Peng Wanli with a puzzled expression. How can I? Sir Overlord, you should know about Song Ning's violent temper. Why don't you tell me about it? Peng Wanli's expression was rather interesting when Song Ning was mentioned. Alright, I'll tell Song Ning about it when I'm done. Yi Shang nodded. After Knight's teleportation formations is his teleportation formation. Lord, within the range of our soul power, there's a white mansion 1,000 miles to the east of the City Lord's mansion. Their teleportation formation is hidden there. The spy reported to Night Sorrow. Brother, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Take this and have some tea. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and transferred tens of thousands of Saint Spirit stones into it. Lord, there's no need for that. The spy was a little scared. I, Night Sorrow, used to be a soldier, so I know how hard it is for everyone. Take it. Night Sorrow patted the spy's shoulder. He then used his leakless true body to hide his presence and approached the white mansion. Night Sorrow was thinking of a way to sneak in. He couldn't let the other party discover him. If they did, they would destroy the teleportation formation. Night Sorrow believed that there would be more than one teleportation formation connecting the Celestial Realm and the Tianjiang domain. With Yu Wenji's experience, he would definitely have a few backup teleportation formations. Therefore, if there was any trouble, the guards would destroy them without hesitation. When he was still a few hundred miles away from the White Mansion, Night Sorrow stopped. He then used his power of merit and said, "Wind, rise." His words were law. A gale appeared between heaven and earth. The gale blew wildly in the city. Night Sorrow entered the 8-dragon cauldron and followed the gale toward the White Mansion. It wasn't the first time that Night Sorrow had used external forces and spatial treasures to get close to his target. Back in the Ice Dragon realm, he had gotten close to the people of the Shenwu Great World. As the gale blew, the 8-dragon cauldron, which had shrunk to the size of a grain of sand, entered the White Mansion. Night Sorrow used his soul power to investigate and found the location of the teleportation formation. The underground structure of the mansion was very developed, surpassing the buildings on the surface. The teleportation formation was located in the core palace of the underground structure. Following the gale, Night Sorrow controlled the 8-dragon cauldron to hide at the entrance of the underground structure. Night Sorrow didn't dare to move recklessly, fearing that he would be discovered. There was a monarch guarding the underground teleportation formation. In a big city, monarchs couldn't hide, as they would be easily discovered by the people of the ethereal dynasty. Therefore, they could only stay in a small city. This monarch was called Yuanqing, who used to be the ruler of the Yuan family. Yuanji couldn't establish himself in the ethereal dynasty, so he returned to the Tianjiang domain. Naturally, Yuanqing had to give up his position and take the initiative to guard the teleportation formation. Wait for the opportunity. Knight Sorrow knew that he couldn't act rashly, as there wouldn't be many opportunities. Once he was discovered, the opportunity would be gone. Not long after, someone arrived and wanted to enter the underground structure. When this black-robed king arrived in front of the 8-dragon cauldron, Knight Sorrow controlled the 8-dragon cauldron to move a bit. Following the movement of the robe, the 8-dragon cauldron pierced into the lower hem of the robe like a steel needle. Actually, the safest thing would be for Knight Sorrow to control the 8-dragon cauldron to pierce into the bottom of this man's boots. However, Knight Sorrow wouldn't do that. Being stepped on was a disgrace, and it would hurt one's luck. Knight Sorrow rejected it from the depths of his soul. This black-robed man directly arrived in front of the teleportation formation. Lord, this subordinate has been monitoring the Night Moon Villa of the ethereal dynasty. I have some gains, and I need to report to the old ancestor. The black-robed man bowed to Yuanqing. All right, go. Yuanqing glanced at the black-robed man and nodded. He had already confirmed the aura, and there was no mistake. The black-robed man entered the teleportation formation and started the teleportation. 15 minutes later, the teleportation was completed, and the man appeared in a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by Heaven Monarch guards. After walking out of the mansion, the black-robed man walked towards a teleportation formation in the center of the city. He was going to teleport to the inner realm. Success. After successfully entering the Tianjiang domain, Knight Sorrow didn't plan to continue following this black-robed man. He wanted to do his own thing. There were plenty of opportunities to investigate Yuanji's lair. First, he had to connect the Tianjiang domain and the celestial realm. With a slight vibration, Knight Sorrow floated down from the black-robed man's body. He used the wind to reach a hidden place and walked out of the 8-dragon cauldron. Chapter 1809. Yishan had set up teleportation portals many times in the dark, so he was very familiar with the process. After flying for thousands of miles, Knight Sorrow set up a teleportation array and inserted a teleportation crystal. This way, he could return to the celestial realm and set up a corresponding teleportation array. Permanent. After flying for some distance, Knight Sorrow set up a second teleportation array. When the third teleportation array was set up, Knight Sorrow inserted the teleportation crystal of the Flying Rock Army's camp. As the teleportation crystal lit up, the celestial realm and the celestial realm were connected. Turning around, Knight Sorrow felt very safe. He had set up an illusion array around the teleportation array. It was very safe. Even if the enemy divined this place, they wouldn't be able to find it. They wouldn't be able to deduce the location. After thinking for a while, Knight Sorrow felt that it was meaningless to act alone. He couldn't kill Yuanji either. This was a competition between forces, or even between races. It was better to go back and discuss it with everyone. In addition, Lin Piamiao, Great Demon King, Pu Luo and the others were all very strong. After entering the teleportation array, Knight Sorrow arrived at the Flying Rock Army's camp. Seeing Knight Sorrow return from the teleportation array, Ping Wanli, who was patrolling the camp with a glass of wine, was surprised. "Lord, you're back." "Yes, I'm going back to the ethereal imperial city. Look after this place." Knight Sorrow finished speaking and entered the teleportation array of the Flying Rock Army's camp. "Lord, don't forget to tell Tsang Ning about my matter." Peng Wanli shouted at Knight Sorrow. After a few teleportations, Knight Sorrow arrived at the ethereal imperial city and returned to the Night Moon Villa. Seeing Knight Sorrow enter the villa's hall, Lin Piamiao poured a glass of water for Knight Sorrow. "If it's not easy to handle, think about it quietly. Yes, this is really not something to be anxious about. If we don't alert the enemy, it's indeed very difficult. Great Demon King said. What are you all thinking about? I've already set up the teleportation array. You all think about the battle tactics and strategies and see how to handle it. Night Sorrow took a sip of water. What did you say? Has it been set up? Pu Luo stood up from his chair. Night Sorrow nodded. Yes, the teleportation array has been connected. I also set up 2 more teleportation arrays as backup. They can be connected at any time. Beautiful. Well done. The Great Demon King patted the armrest of his chair. What should we do next? Lin Piaomiao looked at Night Sorrow and asked. You guys can discuss this, but call me when you want to kill him. Yuan Ji still owes me a piece of the colored glass sacred bone. I must get it back, Night Sorrow said. Don't think we're ignorant. Although we didn't probe you, the Merit Emperor definitely has a glass body. You're an Imperial Emperor, so you must have a glass saint bone. The Great Demon King looked at Night Sorrow with disdain. It's true that I have a glass saint bone, but he owes me that piece. How I deal with it after I get it back is another matter. I still have a son and a daughter. Can't I give it to anyone? Night Sorrow said. Then, everyone discussed the following arrangements. In the end, they would use the elites to enter the Sky General region. Ordinary members were fine. If they were discovered, they would alert the enemy. The Great Demon King and Pu Luo's doppelganger left the Night Moon Villa. Night Sorrow, Lin Piaomiao, Datura, and Sikong Chuyu sat facing each other. Aluo, how's the control of the array? Night Sorrow looked at Datura and asked. After refining the Ice Dragon Pearl, the array can be controlled at will, Datura said. It wasn't easy to turn danger into safety this time. It was also a wake-up call for us. Something like this can't happen a second time. Night Sorrow was a little scared. Whether it was Mandala or Sikong Chuyu, he couldn't bear the consequences of anything happening to either of them. And with this defensive array, you can rest assured. But we don't have your messaging crystal anymore, Datura said. Night Sorrow made a few messaging crystals on the spot and sent them to Datura and Sikong Chuyu. When did 6th senior sister and 9th senior sister go back? Night Sorrow didn't see Aoi, Yanglei, or Xueshi when he returned this time. A few days ago, eldest senior brother came. The 9 Regions World's Medicine Valley was going to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony. Coincidentally, the senior brothers also missed the 2 senior sisters and invited the 2 senior sisters to attend the ceremony. Xueshi was also invited, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. Then Chuyu, why didn't you go back? Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and asked. Chuyu was worried that with you back, this place would be empty, Datura said. Night Sorrow turned his head and sighed. He felt a little sour in his heart. He didn't let down the world, but he let down his wife. It's nothing. Night Sorrow, don't think too much about it, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. When I cultivate to the Emperor rank and can control my own fate, I will accompany you around. Night Sorrow looked at Sikong Chuyu and said. Sikong Chuyu nodded. Her eyes were filled with tears. She knew Night Sorrow's feelings for her. Regardless of whether he got married or not, his feelings for her would always be the same. That's strange. Eldest senior brother came to pick up the 2 senior sisters and didn't think to call me. It's not very kind of him to exclude me, Night Sorrow muttered. Don't mind this. Everyone knows that you are a busy person. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one will disturb you, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. When is the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony? Do you want to go back? Night Sorrow looked at the girls and asked. If you want to go back, we will accompany you. I remember the first time I went to Danding City. That was close to 200 years ago, Sikong Chuyu said. When we go back, I will tell the great demon king about this. I plan to stay at the bamboo forest peak in Medicine Valley for a few days, Night Sorrow decided. Night Sorrow found the great demon king in Pu Luo. Lin Piaomiao called Song Ning and Luo Yuandao over. Everyone sat together and told them about the situation. You are really tired. It's good to rest for a few days. With these two from the Misty Dynasty to cooperate with us, it will be fine, Pu Luo said. After Lin Piaomiao left Song Ning a message crystal, Night Sorrow brought the girls to Star Moon City and then teleported to the Nine Regions world. It feels good to be home, Night Sorrow breathed out after feeling the aura of the Nine Regions world. Let's go and see where you used to cultivate, Lin Piaomiao was more excited. Hee hee. The only emperor of the Nine Regions world, Night Sorrow, when you go back, the Medicine Valley will line the streets to welcome you, Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. No. I don't want that. I just want some peace and quiet. We will sneak back to the bamboo forest peak and see the senior brothers. As for the others, forget about it. It will only disturb their minds, Night Sorrow said. Then, energy wrapped around the girls and they began to fly. In other worlds, Night Sorrow was flying at the speed of an emperor. However, in the Nine Regions world, it was different. His speed was more than 10 times. Night Sorrow was the ruler here. The energy of heaven and earth, the rules, and the general situation were all under his control. Soon, Night Sorrow brought the girls to the bamboo forest peak in the Medicine Valley. Chapter 18:10. The sword-wielding men's voices were so loud that even Night Sorrow was startled. Calm down, everyone. I'm from the Medicine Valley. Hold on, someone's coming. Night Sorrow sensed that his senior brothers and sisters, who had been drinking tea and chatting in the bamboo grove, were flying over. They had already found out what was going on here. Gong Xian led his junior brothers and sisters to the bamboo grove. When he saw Night Sorrow, he was very excited. He walked over to Night Sorrow and gave him a hug. 13, you're back. Eldest senior brother, why didn't you inform me that 11th senior brother and 12th senior brother are not back? Night Sorrow looked around and realized that the two senior brothers were missing. They went to cultivate with the god-slaying team. I didn't want to delay them. Besides, I couldn't contact them, Gong Xian said. Eldest senior brother, can you tell them that this is my territory? Night Sorrow said as he pointed at the sword-wielding disciples. Bastard, this is your 13th senior brother. Haven't you seen his portrait in the sect? Shi Tianlin scolded because he felt embarrassed. These were his grand disciples. These disciples were a little dumbfounded. They had seen Night Sorrow's portrait before, but they were not prepared for this. Su Feng, do you remember Su Feng? They are Su Feng's disciples, Shi Tianlin said. Yes, Su 12. When I joined the sect, he was older than me, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Why are you still standing there? Admit your mistake. Shi Tianlin roared. 8th senior brother, there's no need. Do what you need to do. I'm going to stay here for a few days, Night Sorrow said to the frightened disciples. The disciples bowed to Night Sorrow and the others and left. Just as Night Sorrow and the others were about to speak, the 8-dragon cauldron above Danding Cliff in the Medicine Valley shone brightly and enveloped the entire cliff. On Danding Cliff, the statue of Night Sorrow was covered with rays of light. What's going on? Night Sorrow asked the 8-dragon cauldron spirit. Master has returned. The sub-body of the 8 dragons cauldron is evolving, said the spirit of the 8 dragons cauldron. All right. I can't even keep it a secret if I want to. Night Sorrow felt helpless. There shouldn't be anyone coming to disturb us. Come here and pass down my orders. Taishan Peak will not receive any visitors, Gong Xian shouted to Su Feng's disciple. Afterwards, everyone casually chatted and drank tea. Everyone was very happy because there were sincere feelings between them. At this time, the elders of the main peak of the Medicine Valley and the peak masters of the other peaks had all come to Danding Cliff. They looked at Danding Cliff, which was full of flashing lights, in confusion. Master, I was patrolling Taishan Peak and saw that the disciples of Taishan Peak had sealed off the mountain. I don't understand what's going on, a disciple of the Medicine Valley reported to Chu Lingxiao with a bow. It's nothing. Tighten the patrols at Taishan Peak. The Taishan Peak will not be lifted. No one is allowed to break into the mountain, said Chu Lingxiao. Why? Duan Lei, the peak master of Cloud Sea Peak, asked in confusion. No need to ask. He's back. I guess he wants to be quiet and doesn't want to see anyone. He's also the treasure of the senior brothers and sisters of Taishan Peak. Therefore, the Taishan Peak ordered the mountain to be sealed off, said Lin Jingyi. Look at JL, 4, Chapter O, Section SV. Yes, he likes to be quiet and doesn't like to show off. It's been like this for so many years. We want to see him, but we don't have the chance, Yan Beiji of the North Peak sighed and said. Yu and Jiang Han, who were standing behind them, looked at each other. They had fought side by side with Night Sorrow. They were happy to hear that Night Sorrow had returned. However, after hearing Yan Beiji's words, they knew that it was not appropriate to see Night Sorrow. Since Danding Cliff has such a reaction, let's temporarily seal it off for a few days. We'll see how it goes, said Chu Lingxiao to Elder Su, who was guarding Danding Cliff. Elder Su nodded. Danding Cliff could be said to be the signature of the Medicine Valley. Nothing could happen to it. After that, the group of people dispersed. Everyone had their own thoughts. They had experienced what happened 200 years ago and knew what the Medicine Valley was like 200 years ago. After Night Sorrow appeared, the Medicine Valley was reborn. Recently, the Tianding Gate of the Tianxian world had the idea of merging with the Medicine Valley. Everyone in the Medicine Valley was looking into this matter. If it was in the past, the Medicine Valley would naturally be considered as returning to the Danding Gate. However, things were different now. The Medicine Valley's strength and prestige were not inferior to the Tianding Gate. In fact, they were far superior. While drinking and chatting, Gong Xian also told Night Sorrow about this matter. What did Master, Grand Elder, and the others say? Yi Shang asked. They didn't say anything. They just let me make the arrangements. The Tianding King is currently in the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley is the #1 sect in the 9 domains world. If it merged with the Danding Gate, the Medicine Valley would disappear. Many people would be upset. First of all, we can't accept this. The Medicine Valley has gone through too much to reach where it is today. It shouldn't disappear in the long river of history, said Gong Xian. Where is the Tianding King? I'll talk to him, asked Night Sorrow. He couldn't accept the disappearance of the Medicine Valley. He's in the VIP building in the main hall. The main reason is because the inheritance of the Medicine Valley is undoubtedly the Tianding Gate. No one can deny this, said Huanan. I'll deal with this matter later, said Night Sorrow to Gong Xian and the others. 13. You must protect the Medicine Valley. This is 6th Senior Sister's home. Aoi's voice was a little choked up. 6th Senior Sister, don't worry. No matter the price, I will protect the Medicine Valley, said Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, don't think too much about some things. I don't think the Tianding King will make unreasonable demands. The Medicine Valley has been developing independently all these years, said Lin Piamiao. I know. I'm familiar with the Tianding King. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. Everyone, calm down. There's nothing 13 can't handle. there's still food in the kitchen. We don't lack wine. Shueshi, go and hunt some game. The men, chop wood and light the fire. The women, cook. Let's get to work, said Yang Lei. Old Nine, why aren't you stressed? Asked Huanan, puzzled. It's simple. I won't admit it if it's too much. Which side is 13 on? Is he on our side? Yang Lei said with a smile. Her thoughts were simple. If the Tianding gate was unreasonable, she wouldn't admit it. Simple and crude is also the most effective. Old Nine, 8th senior brother will toast to you later, said Shi Tianlin. After drinking with his senior sisters and brothers, Knight Sorrow left the bamboo forest peak and went to the VIP building in the Medicine Valley. The VIP building in the Medicine Valley was full of people. This was the first time the Medicine Valley was accepting disciples after the change in the apprenticeship ceremony. Some people came to watch the ceremony and congratulate them. The Tianding King, Yu Yangyu, and Hua Yunping were all there. After Yi Shang arrived, Heavenly Cauldron Monarch cupped his fists to greet Yi Shang. Yi Shang also cupped his fists in return. One was showing respect to the emperor while the other was showing respect to the elders of the sect.